Hello and welcome, ladies, gentlemen, and those who identify as otherwise. It is that time of year again where we go endurance racing once again here on the Simsport Racing International YouTube channel. And what a race we are looking forward to today. 8 hours of Barcelona. A true jewel in the crown of endurance racing. At least it will be after this one. The race where diamonds will be made under pressure. Those diamonds that we refer to will obviously be the drivers, but you know how it is. We have all the classic drivers, all the classic teams, some newcomers, Mustangs, Hondas, Fords, Ferraris, you name it. We got almost everything you could ask for a race like this. 8 hours of Barcelona. What a challenge for these drivers. Barcelona fairly known for being a little bit harsh on tires, so we'll see how the teams have chosen to prepare for this, if they have gone all out speed, or if they have chosen to do some sort of tire preservation setups. But we'll just have to wait and see what happens once we get ready for this stuff. My internet is a little bit bugging me out at the minute. I'm trying to find a schedule of this season, but I bet you Chris could get that up on screen instead of me being a weird ass idiot figuring out internet stuff that I'm not supposed to while broadcasting. But we will see what happens. Maybe we have a schedule, maybe we don't. Chris is figuring it out in the background, but while he's figuring that out, then no, we don't even have highlights from last season. Yes, we probably should have. Maybe next time. Maybe next time we will figure something out. Ah, perfect. Some sort of schedule is published. As you can see, we have a great schedule for you this season. We'll be running both in 24 and 25. Start 25 will be finishing off in February. Race 1, of course, Circuit de Barcelona, 8 hours of racing today. The greatest race of them all, or at least we hope it will be so far. Next up will be Paul Ricard. Once again, a very challenging track for tire wear. Definitely is something that we'll have to look out for on that one, with how people chooses to set up their tires. And then the Bathurst race, it is set in the calendar for some reason to 12 hours, but that is the 24-hour charity event that we'll be running this year. Hopefully we'll have a massive turnout for that one and good support from the community. There's an auction on the webpage. You can go out and have a look at if you're interested in stuff like that. Although if you're watching this and you are definitely interested in and stuff like that, because it's only the greatest of items up there. After the 24 hours of Bathurst, we'll be heading on to Monza, the Temple of Speed, where we have seen interesting races, endurance rise there in the last couple of years when we've been doing this. It's not always the cars that you expect to be quick there that are actually quick. I remember a year where the good old Porsche wasn't that fast in a straight line, but still managed to pull out a great win at Monza, although that is many years ago. There was some rain involved that one as well. But that will surely be one to look out for before we finish off the season on the 15th of February at Suzuka. The mighty Japanese track, a favorite for some, hated by others, but most people do enjoy driving it. Very challenging track, difficult to drive, and weather could definitely become a factor there, as it is fairly known for being a tricky place to go racing. Oh, I should have booted this PC a long time ago. Nothing is proper set up for this, not even YouTube stuff. So we are a little bit pressed for time, but it is what it is here in the early days of the broadcast. Also, for the drivers out there watching, or people watching in general, please do find the interview waiting room is available for you on our Discord page if you're up for a little chat with the broadcasting team and the world in general. We'll be very pleased to hear from you at least. Maybe come in early, talk to us about your expectations. Come in later, talk to us about how your race is going, or just have a little bit of banter with the broadcasters who's out there and doing their best to make the most out of this great day of racing. Virtual I could clear. My PC is not doing what I want, so chance of rain there might be, might not be. We get a close look at that when we get close. But nevertheless, the drivers are currently in the final bits of preparation, getting their drivers in for qualifying, doing the final bits of strategizing for that. How much fuel, how many tire sets do you want to use for qualifying? And how many runs do you actually have time to do? The qualifying will be a 30-minute qualifying session, but don't get too confused with the 35 minutes on the clock. The final 5 minutes are reserved for drivers swapping to get the correct driver in for the start of the race. If anyone chooses to start a different driver than the guy who's qualifying. So that will be very, very interesting to follow. I'm just having a quick look that we have the which teams that we have all the season. Is it Fredriksson once again? Yeah, Fredriksson and Darko. That could be a car to look out for. The 95 BMW as well. Few new teams. Just looking for classics. That's the for some reason the 24 car that used to be the 69, but 69 have been selected by a Bentley for unknown reasons. So the CBRS guys will not be running the traditional 69 number, but hopefully. Anyways, but we are frankly very, very close to head into qualifying for this first round of endurance racing. Just a few drivers still on track for practice that we are waiting for to finish off the practice runs until we get some actual live on track action for the first time this season. Let's just give them a minute to get their cars started and stuff like that while I try to figure out where I put something to drink. Must have the drinks for the race. And again, any questions, put them in the YouTube chat. No sweets during commentary, goddammit. No sweets allowed. But any questions that you would like answered on the stream, put them in the YouTube chat and we'll try to get around them as soon as possible. During the next, probably like 9 hours of live broadcasting here on the channel. So if you don't have anything better to spend your Saturdays on, then this is definitely the best place to be. Yes, Chris. No, Chris is not my imaginary friend. He's the guy with the camera controls and all the fancy stuff. Hey, track guide of Secret Catalunya. I wish I had learned the corner names before we went live. Anyway, start, finish straight. Very, very long straight into turn 1. Not the sharpest of turn 1s, but a good place for overtakes nevertheless. Opportunities for switchbacks into turn 2, of course. The left hand before the long right hand of turn 2. Very, very difficult to get this corner set up correctly. Bad entry for turn 1 and you will never get turn 3 right. Getting on the throttle as early as possible and letting the car slide out to the left, but without leaving the track, because that is a typical place to get limits. Turn 4, where Rosberg and Hamilton collided a few years ago in Formula 1 in a dramatic turn of events that led to Max Verstappen's first Formula 1 race win. Turn 5, where Rory Stewart have been taken out himself in an endurance race. Last time he went racing here quite early on in the race. Such a shame for the Aston Martin team there. They are not racing this time around. Coming to the bottom of the hill, which will be probably like a 6 and 7 or 7 and 8, I think, because this would be turn 9 on the top of the hill. Very difficult corner, blind entry. Just a little tear off the brake or lift of the throttle, and then full throttling out. Very important to get a good exit as this leads down to the second long straight off the circuit into the Emperor corner. We're still taking the modern way of going around it, not the way that they take Formula 1. From here on and into the future, they'll be using the old layout around the tricky third sector. We're still using the tedious chicane, as we'll come into very, very shortly. Very slow place. A lot of argy-bargy happens through here. If you go side by side, contact is almost inevitable to do stuff like that. Very, very tight. 2 chicanes here before you get onto the throttle, and from this point on, it's all about getting onto the throttle as early as possible, as this is the run up to the line and onto the start, finish straight. Pit entry on the right. Not that difficult to get into. We didn't talk much about it on the exit, but we'll probably get a lot of opportunities to do that during the race. And that was one lap of Circuit de Catalunya in virtual Barcelona, Spain. As I bet you, we have live track action at the minute. Qualifying have started. Currently following the number 8 GSE Racing Esports team in their Ferrari. Out on a lap, looks like I'm just trying to figure out this app that I haven't opened for quite a while, where they are on that. Nevertheless, they probably are not on a flying lap at the minute. I don't think anyone else is. They're just about to start their first runs, it looks like. But let's see the queuing for qualifying. As we know from other racing classes as well, people like to get themselves a good bit of space before starting their qualifying laps, and a lot of queuing seems to be happening coming out of the final chicane here at Circuit de Catalunya. Almost looks like the A121 or something. Chris would know that better. English motorway stuff on a Friday evening, even morning. But Karen Harold starts a flying lap. The number 2 car, well, the second place at the minute because no one has set a lap. The 723 car, left-hand racing machine. The Aston Martin, one of the better drivers or the better cars for endurance racing we've seen over the last couple of seasons. It's not particularly strong at anything racing-wise, not the quickest in a straight line, but also not the worst, not the best in the corners, also not the worst, but fairly average. And this car usually does perform well over the course of a season, as we're actually getting lap times on the board already. With 43 lap times being on the offer quite early on here qualifying. But let's see if we can follow Mr. Harold around for a full lap as he's down the back straight at the minute, coming into the Emperor corner. Good on the brakes. Doesn't take too much of the inside curbing there, leaves a little bit of time on the board. Doesn't clip either there on the exit. But once again, we are very early in qualifying, and we'll just have to wait and see how the times progress during this session. Through the final couple of chicanes, we just see how slow they're going. And then full front, all about staying on the throttle, not going too wide in the entry to the final corner, or the exit for that matter, before you finish your lap, or start a lap depending on pace, of course, and strategy. And that's was basically one full lap of Barcelona here with the left-hand racing crew. Nick Vargas in the Mode 11, one of the teams that have been around for a good couple of years. Never really pressing for top results, although they did have good runs a few seasons ago, but not the most win-prone team, but they have been around for such a long time, and the Mode 11 BMW have become sort of a classic, running the red and white interpretation of the livery this time around. Of course, Nick Vargas will be racing with, I was just about to say, of course, but Abbas actually racing this time around. I'm not entirely sure about that. Doesn't look like it. I think he'll be racing with Andrew Richardson and Sander Vale in the Mode 11 car for this event. Currently set in 20th position. It wouldn't have been too shabby 2 years ago, but the Mode 11 team have been in a big development and could be expecting, or at least should be expecting, a top 10 finish in a race like this with the crew that they have assembled and their vast experience in endurance racing. Across the line he went 13th, but still a long time to go in qualifying, but a good time to put it on the board this early on. for the BMW crew. Just trying to have a look and seeing if anyone's improving massively. Looks like the Honda in second actually is a little bit up on that time. So are the 212 Aston Martin further down. Was that even an Aston? I think it's an Aston. Looks like it. As we can just see how they don't seem to be taking too much of the curb of the BMW there of the Mode 11 crew. At least the taller curbs around here. That could be an indication of setups that they're running a very low to the ground setup. I don't want to do that, even though the BMW usually are one of the better cars for curb taking. Onto the back straight he goes. Once again, whether Nick can improve his previous lap, we'll have to wait and see. He's currently up by a little bit, 0.2 of a second, which would put him up a good few places if he can keep up the pace through the final couple of corners. Dropped a little bit. It looks like, yes, we do have fancy telemetry in the small commentary shed. And a lot of traffic, but maybe he can get a good toe down the start finish straight, and maybe that can help him improve. Let's see as he comes up to the line, across the line he goes. A little bit of an improvement as Nick Vargas jump up to 15th position. No more fuel in the car, so he goes into the pits. 4th placed at the minute. The RYO Bentley of Kappinen currently behind the wheel of that. The Bentley is a difficult, not difficult, it's a strange machine to drive as it's left-hand steered compared to basically all the other cars here in the, well, it's right-hand steered, sorry, compared to all the other cars here in the GT3 field, which makes for quite an interesting driving experience. And Chris Hill thinks that it's the proper side of the car, but what do Brits know anyway? About nothing, you would say. Nevertheless, good performance so far with the Bentley up into 4th position at the minute. The RYO Bentley team doing quite well, but good to see the Honda also performing well up in 3rd. Reasonable mix of cars in the top 10, all dominated a bit by the 4 Ferraris that are in there. The Ferrari that have become an endurance favorite for many drivers and teams out there. It just plays nicely into most driving styles, and you can set the car up very easily to be rather quick around most tracks, and also good with weather car. So that might be one of the reasons why it's so heavily favored by the teams out there on track. But following the RYO Bentley still around. They have dropped to 5th as the 406 Ferrari have beaten their qualifying time, but still on a valid lap and improving ever so slightly through the second sector into the 30. Goes a little bit of a slide there with some Honda traffic ahead, but it does manage to clear that nicely. Still improving. Car stopped on the side of the road there, letting the Bentley go through. Start finish straight for Kappinen. What can he do? Comes across the line. 4th. Improves to 4th. Beats the 406 Ferrari once again. But still 4 tenths away from Dudek on pole position at the minute. But enough fuel for another lap. It looks like he's still going. Followed closely by one of the 2 Hondas behind. Both the 81 and 777 cars on the grid are Hondas. We also have 2 Bentleys with the 69 RYO Bentley and the 415 Bentley. That's the Magdeburg car with the Magdeburgs, of course. In that one, they did used to run a Lexus a few seasons ago. And what did they run last season? I can't remember honestly, but someone in the YouTube chat could probably remind me of that. On forward, getting into to the time now where people will be finishing off their sort of installation runs and their banker laps and getting on with it to go as fast as they possibly can. Few improvements around the board. Kevin and one of them as well. He is actually improving at the minute, up by 0.2, 0.3 around the well, into the third sector. Just the small tricky slow chicanes to go for him, and the start-finish straight. Little bit of a chance of a toe from the car ahead, a little bit too wide there in the penultimate corner. Was that enough to lose him the lap time? Don't think so. Across the line he goes, up into second for the Bentley. Just 1.6 tenths away from pole position. Yes, Kevin is truly finding pace at the minute. Dodek currently in the pits further down the field in the DSRT machine, the 645. Stan van der Kolen behind the wheel of that. Currently improving as well from 13th position. This could put them up massively. It's so close in the midfield at the minute. Every 10th counts for these drivers. Did lose a little bit there in the final chicane, but will the run to the start finish be enough to improve for him? Doesn't. Yes, it does. One position gained. Up into 12th ahead of Miesa in the McLaren behind. The DSRT team, new guys on the endurance calendar, I do believe. At least a team name that I haven't seen before popping up. So interesting to see what they can do, and whether or not that they can interrupt the the usual order of drivers in here. We have a tendency to see the same teams over and over doing well, but if they can come in and cause a little bit of havoc in the midfield and steal some points away from other midfield teams, it will be good to see. Though no UM team this time around, I think they will be returning at Paul Ricard with their Lamborghini that they'll be running this season. The Untelted Motorsport crew, of course, that is. Always have to give a shout out for those guys when the possibility is there for it. But stands still on a good, reasonable pace. Could improve a little bit down, but we know that he lost time here in the third sector last time around. Let's see what he can do this time. He will probably get a little bit of a toe there from the McLaren ahead if he is lucky down the start-finish straight. Although it looks like the McLaren just bailed out of the way there and chose not to do so. And there the McLaren rush behind. Down to the start-finish straight we go for Colin. Round the final corner, nice and smooth. Across the line he goes. No improvements it looks like this time around. Having a look around, the Bentley seems to actually be improving a little bit once again up in the top of the field, but further down Nils Engelhardt as well on a big improvement. Same with Gillis Ellerman, the second of the two Hondas, further down the grid. Quick explanation to the track map you can see up on the right hand side of the screen. As you can see, a lot of dots and different colors and stuff. The colors indicate whether or not they are on a valid lap, a lap that could potentially count to qualifying. If they are gray, that means it's a valid lap. If they are blue, that means they have for some reason invalidated the lap time and the lap doesn't count. The red dot are the car that we follow. Once in a while you'll see yellow dots pop out. That means that cars are causing yellow flags, and white dots are slow moving cars. For those out there who would be a little bit in doubt of what that meant. Timing board on the left hand side. Obviously the position numbers, the one marked in red, are the driver we are following. Then we have the names of the drivers, the car brands, the numbers of the cars, and then the green box next to them indicating that they have all served all mandatory pit stops. I don't think that mandatory pit stops in the actual race, but there are a stint timer that we'll get more into later on. And then we can see the gaps to the lead car here in qualifying, with about 20 cars within a second of the leader. Van der Kolen improves massively and jumps up into 12th position. Next car on the grid for them, or car further up, would be Sim Spenkeling. The 415 of the Magdeburg also jumps up into 10th position there. the R2E machine. Marvin Mackenberg at the minute behind the wheel of that car. Ooh, we saw someone spin off in the background there. Probably hit a little bit of curb or just trying to bail out of the way. That was Messer in the McLaren. Geofrida looks to be improving further down the field as well, but dropped it there at the last minute. Comes across the line, jumps up to, what will that be for Geofrida? That'll be 21st for him. Reasonable lap there. The R2E car returns to the garage there to refuel and get another set of tires, we will assume. Before likely heading back out to track very shortly. And there we go. He went, and while we have been looking away, the pole position or provisional pole have changed to the 69 Bentley of the RYO team, with just 10 thousandths of a second between him and the second place car. Also the third place car, the number 10 Ferrari of Zimmermann, with just a 35 thousandths of a second gap to pole position at the minute. Following Sim Spengelenkoff jumped up into 7th position in the Simsport Racing International car, the Lamborghini of Sim, Mr. Simulator himself, multiple times GT3 Sprint champion. Let's see what he can do. He is dragging a Mustang around, giving a good tow there, but the Mustang is not on a valid lap. Sim have lost a little bit of time. Wonder if he will bail out and just try to save a bit of tires if he's pushing on. If maybe he had a bad third sector last time around. But yeah, that's Chris is talking about small girls in the background, and I have no clue what he was actually saying, but good for you, Chris. Oh yeah, that's right, that's right. Now we're just having a conversation with the imaginary Chris in the background. What Chris was trying to say about little girls is that Sim became a father a few months ago. Actually, I think that was just before round 1 of the Sprint Championship, where he missed that one for valid reasons, of course. And congratulations, Sim, on that. I hope you'll find fatherhood nice too. I actually think that, was it Nart, or I think it was Nart who 2 seasons ago also had a child, and the day after he sat racing for unknown reasons. Was it not? I think it was not. Let's just say it was, because we have the power to do stuff like that here on the channel. Or was it Jitze Wiedemark? Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter too much. One of the Dutch guys. First, speaking of Dutch guys, Thomas van Schaik in the 610 Motorsport team that have been up and down the grid over the last couple of seasons. Across the line he goes, no improvements, but starting another lap. Currently set in 29th position. I don't think they will be too happy about that in the 610 team. But again, a lot of newcomers in the championship, so always difficult to gauge where your actual pace are in comparison to the rest of the field coming into round 1. Also see the CBSR car quite far down the order compared to what we usually see them, although they have never been good at qualifying, but usually they get on with it during the race. And they have, for some reason, opted for the BMW. Here we have a look at it. Anthony Terhorst behind the wheel of the car. Anthony Terhorst and Aaron van Duren, the drivers of the CBSR team. Usually we see them with the 69 number on the side of the car, but this time electing for the 24. Beautiful, beautiful livery. Many iterations of the livery have been seen over the last couple of seasons, but what a classic, stunning livery to look at. I must say it looks a little bit better on the Mercedes, but that's just my personal opinion. car brains are available. Of course, a little bit of onboard action as well in the bottom right hand screen of to horse driving through the final corner, nice and smooth on the steering wheel. Start finish straight, a little bit of dirt being kicked up ahead of them across the line. No improvements this time around either for them, getting closer and closer to the bottom end of the field as people are improving behind them. For Levichko seems to be on a reasonable lap in 35th position, seems to be improving quite massively at the minute. That could indicate that his current best run was with a small mistake. Following him around here, the Hard Attack team in the beautiful, beautiful Ford Mustang. A car that's somewhat difficult to drive. The best drivers will drive it with absolutely zero TC, as that's how you gain maximum speed out of the car. But that just makes it so difficult to control. Of course, traction control being the electronic help that helps you not to spin up the wheels when you just apply massive amounts of throttle. And the Mustang obviously have a lot of torque with that big naturally aspirated V8 engine in the front. Also a bit of a strange car to drive. When you're driving it, you basically only use the gears 2 through 5 when you are on a lap. Not many tracks requires the 6th gear for the Mustang, and the first is also not a gear that you want to be in for too long, as you have a very high probability of spinning up the wheels in the car. Good to see them out there, all grey livery there on the Mustang. We'll probably get a good few looks of them during the race, as we do like these more unusual cars on the grid. We have seen in sprint races that the Mustang can actually do quite well in capable hands, but it does take a lot of getting used to. And we will likely not see the Mustang up there in the first round of this endurance championship. Probably not at Paul Ricard either, as it's a track that's very hard on the tires, and the Mustang is not known to be very kind to the rubbers it's racing on. But we'll have to see how they get on with the racing, of course. A lot of debris on the track. Seems like someone have been off taking out some signs on the side of the road. Very likely indeed. 5 minutes 50 seconds left of the counting qualifying session. With Arthur coming around to finish yet another lap. He's actually improved by quite a lot if the lap is still valid. Did go a little bit wide there in the penultimate corner. That could impact whether or not that it's clean across the line. He goes up into 23rd there for the Mustang. Immediately bails out as he doesn't have enough fuel to finish another lap. Into the pits to take fresh tires and another small tank of fuel. Just a few liters, as they only have 5 minutes of qualifying to go. As we can see, the cars going out on track, almost synchronized with the Mode 11 car. I didn't see exactly which car the other one was, but a few cars going out there. Hard Attack chooses to go back out on track with 5 minutes to go. Gets cut off there by a car ahead. That's one of the things that's often not talked that much about, but pit box positioning are a big thing when it comes to qualifying. For the actual race, of course, it's better to have the pit box near the end of the pit lane, as you'll have more time in the pit lane to adjust your tire setups and stuff if you don't do it around the track. But especially for qualifying, it's important, as you can reset to the garage and go straight out, spending as little time in pit lane as possible. So some teams does up to try and get on the server as quickly as possible to get the pit boxes furthest down pit road. The DSRT team out there again, currently P2 on the grid for Nico Dodek in the number 7 Ferrari. Red and black livery on that car. It looks very great, I must say. They had a sister car on the grid as well, I think, further down the field also. But let's see what they can do. They are currently on an out lap. I do believe they will probably be wanting to get a little bit of room for themselves, as there's a lot of traffic ahead. Or they'll be chancing it and hoping some of these drivers will be bailing off and going into the pits. Just scrolling up to see. He will need a larger gap than this. He chooses to go through and starts the lap quite close to is that Ferrari ahead of him. A little bit hard to tell with the black cars. But he does elect to start a lap close in traffic, but will that impact him later on the lap? We'll have to wait and see. Coming down to turn 1, using the curb on the outside as much as possible, including the AstroTurf coming into turn 1. Doesn't take the AstroTurf on the inside there, but looks good so far. A little bit of a moment there coming out of turn 2. And then having to pass slower cars in traffic through turn 3. Into turn 4 he goes, also using a lot of the track, braking hardly. Just about when you go under the bridge, you start braking, trail braking into the corner a little bit. Going for the early apex and flushing out as the corner opens up quite a bit on the exit of it. Coming down the downhill section of the track, which the track doesn't bottom out here, but the elevation just does change from going down to up. Doesn't take too much of that inside curb and elects the exit curb instead, but also not overly taking chances on it. He is down by 1.1 second currently on this fastest lap, so this is probably not going to be too hard pressed on. Probably trying to preserve some tires for the final couple of runs. He will actually only get one more chance for qualifying, just letting the Mustang go through. So one last shot in the gun for Nico Dodek to take pole position here at the 8 hours of Barcelona. He will be starting the lap awfully close to that Mustang, I must say. And he just bails out. No more running for Nico Dodek, just practicing pit entry one final time before the race. As he is in. Zimmerman out on a lap. Very close to PB for him at the minute. The SLRT team in the bright yellow, almost golden Ferrari. Let's see if they can live up to the color and get some gold after this event, or maybe even after the championship, getting that final piece of gold silverware. That would be very nice for them. Yes, the silverware can be gold. Through the corner, up the hill, he bails out as well. So Karppinen looks somewhat secure there on first, but not counting out the Honda at the minute. Not finding an awful lot of time, and I think that was too wide, but can he make it across the line before? No, unlikely. He probably can't start another one. I think he's too far back on the track. 15 seconds from here run it is. Oh. Unlikely, but it will be very, very close. 5. He will start a lap. There he goes across the timing line, so he does start one final lap. Does Harley Chamberlain of the Modulo Drago course team. Yes, that's a good name. Probably just call them MDC. I think they'll be easier to pronounce. But on he goes with the lap. Let's see what he can do. Zimmerman not finding time either. Have he returned to track, Zimmerman? I thought that he bailed out. Or is he just doing a pit entry practice? I'm probably out there for driver swapping, as Chris mentions in the back of my head. But let's have a good look here. The Honda of Chamberlain on forward, just looking down, seeing if there's any green. Allen on the very back spot was briefly green on the timing board. Elsewise, I don't see any green at the minute, except for Gillis Ellerman in the other Honda, currently set in 6th position. There we go, Chamberlain briefly into the green, so he is very close to PB, but will the Bentley ahead of him maybe slow him down a little bit? Do remember the Bentley of Maggenberg are still on a hot lap himself as well, so we don't have to bail out of the way. But what will this be across the line? In just a few corners, he could get a very, very nice toe from that big Bentley through the penultimate corner. Into the final corner we go. Big toe there for the Honda. What will it be for Chamberlain? Chamberlain across the line. Looks like a small improvement, but not enough to find any positions on the grid for them. It looks like it's only the Mode 11 car, I do believe. No, I think they would have started the lap too late as well. Yeah, so that was basically qualifying over. Now the drivers just out there doing driver swaps and trying to get themselves ready for the race. Off-pace racing, soothing name for the 37th placed car. Dylan Allen there, not too shabby. I think first time out in endurance racing for this team as well, at least here in SSRI. So interesting to see what they can do during the race. Qualifying doesn't mean a lot. If you have a better pace in the race, and you could have been unlucky throughout qualifying with timings and stuff, traffic and others. And a bit of a spin there for the spectators, it looks like. So let's see what will happen as we go racing in what, like 10 minutes or so. I believe there'll be a 5-minute countdown once the session is actually over, when they go to the grids and getting ready for the actual racing. So that will be something to look out for. For the race itself, there will be a slight possibility of rain. Not anything too severe though, but a little bit of a risk of rain there will be for this event. Whether or not that it will become an actual shower or just a small breeze or just pass over us, we'll have to wait and see. Could end up in perfect sunny conditions throughout as well, but yeah, it is what it is. Magdeburg out there, Sven Magdeburg, so they have changed the drivers from Marvin to Sven in the R2E car. What does it say there on the side? Your mind matters, especially when you drive a Bentley. You still have mind when you're done driving that car. But stunning livery as well, with the colors fading away, going from purple to cyan to blue. Purple maybe in the back, pink in the front. Whatever I said, it's definitely right. Oscar Misa as well out there doing some final preps. Also the driver who qualified this car, the ATS Corsa eSport team. 21st on the grid for these guys. I assume that they are very Italian, with that big Italian flag running down the center of the car. As we are now in the waiting period for the race, which means that we will be taking a very, very short break here on the commentary side of things. Please do write your questions in the YouTube channel or YouTube chat while we're gone. We'll try to answer as many of them as possible when we return in just a few minutes. We are back, but while we're waiting, we can take a little look on the grid, but we don't have the team names of the cars, but we can at least show off the cars that are lining up on the grid as we're speaking about a minute and 30 until we go racing. It will be the 69 Bentley lining up on pole position, followed by the 17 Ferrari. Next to them, good run in qualifying for both of these guys. The number 10 Ferrari in third, and the 81 Honda all the way up into fourth position. Good to see the Hondas doing well. The 4-6 Ferrari lining up in fifth, of the 777 Honda also up in the top 10 in sixth position. The number 1 car, the Porsche, in seventh, and Sim Spinkling put the Lamborghini into eighth position. 212 in ninth, and the 202 Ferrari rounds out the top 10. The 724 Aston Martin lines up in 11th, and the 55 McLaren in 12th. The 415 Bentley in 13th, unlucky for some, and the 645 Ferrari in 14th. 15th will be the 104, and 16th will be the 8th. First of the Mustangs in 17th position, the number 75 Mustang that is lining up in 17th, with the 698 Ferrari next to him, and the other Mustang behind him, the 211. The 67 Aston Martin behind them, with the 21 McLaren following up. Then the 20 Ferrari and the 222, the 222 Aston Martin behind them. And then I'll just have to open up some data to see the rest. The 314 Ferrari in 24th, 723 in 25th, the number 11 BMW in 26th, 88 Bentley in 27th, 95 and 888 lining up in 28th and 29th. The top 30 will be rounded out by the 169 Porsche. In 31st, we'll have the 102. 32nd will be the 79 McLaren, followed by the 74 and then the 73. I love the 70 numbered cars nearing the rear of the grid. The 24 BMW in 35th, 84 Aston Martin in 36th, and finally in 37th position, the 243 Mercedes, the only Mercedes on the grid this time around, which is a bit surprising, as the Mercedes cars have been somewhat reasonable in endurance over the past couple of seasons, but recent bumps have made them less desirable to run in these events, as the drivers have started the formation lap. This one slow lap will be going around before we go racing for the 6 hours of Barcelona. Leading the race way will still be the 69 OIO Bentley. We'll probably see a lot of that car in the race. It looked very, very close in qualifying. So let's see if they can defend their position when we go racing. The 222 car seems to be starting from the pits for some reason. I wonder why this probably didn't line up in time on the grid. That is the Aston Martin, it looks like. But unfortunate for these guys. Maybe just trying to get out of potential carnage into turn 1. There are no safety cars or full course yellows in this championship. So once we go green, we'll be green flag racing till the very end. Of course, yellow flag rules will still be enforced if anything silly happens under yellows, but we'll have to wait and see how that will go. In the small screen in the bottom right hand corner, we can see the back end of the grid, and in the main screen we can see the very, very front. As the drivers shortly will be lining up in 2x2 formation, getting ready for the start of the race. As they seem to be doing as we're speaking. That was perfect timing. It is the time of year again where we go racing in endurance here in SSRI, and let's see what will happen as we come around. Only a few cars left to get into the double file formation around the final corner. Very, very briefly we'll go racing, so The magical words, ladies and gentlemen. For the first time this season in endurance, we are very shortly about to be racing! Good start from the Bentley, it looks like. The RYO Bentley getting the run into turn 1. The DSRT Ferrari falls in behind. Bentley still warming the tires. Almost 4 wide further down. It looks like just a 3 wide. The Honda seems to be getting a good start there. Challenging for second position already. It's Chamberlain. Looks like he actually got the move done into second. It looks like clean start so far up and down the field. A wonderful start there from Chamberlain. Just what they wanted for this endurance event, putting them into perfect position early on in this one. Through turn 4, looks like we're still clean-ish. Yellow flags are being waved now. We can probably see in the bottom right-hand corner what happened there. Some cars off and some cars throwing up a lot of gravel in the on the side of it, but clean up in the front. Kapanen started the race in the Bentley as he also did qualifying. Good start from these guys. But let's see how the Bentley will do through this race. Warm track conditions at the minute, no wind to speak of. As the rear end of the field crests the hill of turn 9 or 10. I probably will figure that out at some point during the race for the first time. As the Honda actually looks to be putting on a lot of pressure on the race leaders already. That Honda looks very, very good in race trim. Or maybe the Bentley is just a little bit slower to get heat into the tires. Down the front straight, on board with the Honda, now on board with Chamberlain. What can he do? But not close enough, it looks like, to try it into turn 1. A little bit of a car park in the chicane, looks like, further down the grid. But they all got around it, not close enough this time around, but can he keep up with the Bentley? We know the Honda are a very, very tricky car to drive in all conditions, but top end of the field, that shouldn't be a problem. The new color will appear on the left-hand side timing board, the purple color. That means it's the car that's holding the fastest lap of the race will have the purple color around its positioning. Further down the field, the triple 2 car that started from the pit seems to be making moves. As Chamberlain still, he's doing what he can, but that Bentley looks to be finding the groove at the minute. Not much between them though, as I go up over the crest of the hill once again. Just a little bit of a break there, brake tap, and then full throttle again out of the corner. Bentley still leads the way. Not close enough this time from the module car. Ooh, that's a THRC car. That's Jesse Van Dryle. Jesse Van Dryle have been off in between turns. What will that be? 4 and 5. It looks like Van Dryle off. That could have been potential damage for the car. Not a good start from the THRC team. Let's have a look and wait and see if they come into the pits early on to get some damage repair. Maybe as the DART car seems to be falling one position further back in the background. Was that the 777 trying for the move there in the background shot? Looks like it. Looks like the 777 have made the move up into third, which means double Hondas on the podium. A very, very rare sight here in on the Assetto Corsa, but look at this coming into the first corner. Could it be a potential move? Chooses not to go for it, the Ferrari driver there. Probably the best thing to do this early in the race, but very, very close racing between these. It's Ellerman in the 777, Dodek in the 17, and Peel in the number 10 car. All very, very close to each other. And look at this. Ooh, trying for it into the tricky corner here. Not good enough on the lines there, looks like, but very, very close indeed. Between Dodek, Ellerman, and Peel, looks like that they are getting Shaper onto the back of them as well. So 3 Ferraris chasing down the Honda for third position early on in the race. If this was a sprint race, that a number 17 car of the DSRT team would probably have gone for a little bit more aggressive move there, but being very smart and wise, knowing that it's a long race. and the opportunities to overtake, they will come if they have the pace. And Piel in the background, not doing anything to show himself in the mirrors of the 17 car, just tucking in behind and hoping for mistakes further up, and trying to capitalize on that, as I think that's how the 777 Honda made the move on Dodek earlier on, or well, one lap ago, not that much earlier, but yeah, a little bit of a gap is forming between Ellerman and Chamberlain, the 200 drivers. And look at this slipstream train, will be enough this time around. Doesn't look like it either, but they will be very close through the first sector. And a potential move into turn 4 again, it could be for the Ferrari behind of Dodek. We'll just have to wait and see. Does get a very nice run there. Will he be brave enough to send it? We will have to wait and see. Coming into the car. No, backs out of it. Smart done there, but the Honda goes a little bit wide. And now Piel comes onto the inside contact that puts the DSRT car into the wall. Had a little bit of a slide there, looked to be uncontrolled as he falls down 9th, 10th, maybe even, yeah, 10th behind the Mustang, it looks like. Drag racing the Mustang for a position. I wonder if they took damage from that. They must have taken at least some damage in the DSRT team. Very unfortunate there early on in the race, but it's still 7 hours and 53 minutes to go in this one, so a lot of time to regain some positions in this one. The Mustang trying to make an immediate response down for 10th position. Whether or not that's a wise thing to do as the Mustang goes over the curb, gets a little bit of air, makes side contact to the 17 and gets flung off into the gravel. That was Arthur Levchenko there from the Heart Attack team, falling all the way down to the 24 BMW. Look at that behind Sepp Spenkeling and Shaper. Also Piel and Ellerman. Both of these positions could change down the front straight. Patrick Piel on the inside looks for the move into turn 1. Sim will do the same further back. Will Patrick do it? Patrick Piel makes the move into third and snatches it away. Sim not quite there for the move, but they will get Schuller up in the rear end of them, as well as that becomes a 3-car battle all of a sudden. Close attempts there from the simulator himself. But Shaver doing quite well to fend off the attack that just had the advantage going down the straight. Maybe Sim was a bit too close to Shaver to get the full advantage of the slingshot. But not that. I think we have a replay coming up of what happened to Jesse van Dryle just a few minutes ago. Here is the situation. Oh, Carnage on the left-hand side there. Let's see what Jesse does. Car spinning, and then he just gets caught in between all of the action. Nowhere to go there from Jesse. Ooh. And does a good job of just holding the brakes there on the car, not causing any further carnage, but a good evasive action as well from the drivers coming into that. Going back to the battle further up, this time Sim is a little bit further behind, but coming into to the tight chicanes here, you can easily gain time if the car head makes just a tiny bit of a mistake. But this time around, Shaper will have the advantage of slipstream as well from Ellerman, as Ellerman already dropped half a second to Patrick Piel on that one lap. The Spenkeling not really close enough. Neither are any of the drivers in this. Some of the first train that have formed on track after the first couple of drivers have gone there. Big move here. It's Thiago Mello. Looks like he's attacking the. What was that? That was the Ferrari of Manga. It looked like. Thiago Mello gets the position, but they are not done scrapping it out as Manga tries back. Loses to Arthur Lewandowski of the Heart Attack team, looks like. as Levchenko comes up to snatch the position there. Just that's what happens when you get offline. Then you can quickly lose positions when you're racing this close to each other. And further back, Aaron gets the move as well, maybe on the outside of Manga. Manga not having the best of starts to this lap, as he drops in behind Aaron van Duren. But what will he do into these corners? Close to contact. Will anyone behind take advantage of the slower moving Ferrari of Manga? Doesn't look like anyone can get the run. But onto the back straight. This is Funke of the SLRT. He tries for the outside into the Emperor corner. Can he hold it on the outside? Room enough, both drivers, enough is left, that looks like, and the move is done. It looks like, yes, he does get it done. No, that wasn't Funke, that was that Ivano then that made the that move? Funke is still behind. Yes, it was Ivano in the Lukoil Racing eSport team. Ferrari the 406. Nevertheless, a position lost there. Oh, yet another position lost there for Manga. It's not the greatest start to the races there, dropping a little bit. He'll just have to re-find his composure and try and get back into the groove of this race. Though he's under severe pressure from Funke at the minute, with Chuchkov behind in the very, very menacing Mustang as well. Many of the drivers are just trying to settle into the race at this point, but it doesn't look like that they're getting allowed to just settle in and have a good easy time early on, as everyone seems to be battling hard for track position. As we would expect of these drivers, a lot of different driver skills involved here as well, from a very, very fast drivers close to the esports levels in the front to drivers who might not have more than a few weeks of experience near the back end of the field. As long as you can drive somewhat safely, or at least as long as you drive safely, you're more than welcome to come race with us here at the Simsport Racing International Racing Community. Not that close from Yannick Funke this time, just tricked me out with camera angles there. It's a bit confusing when the cars are so similarly colored. Coming around, as it actually looks like that Ivanov are applying pressure on the Van Duren as well. Van Duren doesn't get a very good run out of the final couple of corners there, but Ivanov might have been too close to get the much better run needed. Tucking in closely under the wing of Van Duren, it looks like. Moves could be done further back as Funke tries it one more time, but not close enough for Ivanov this time around. As Funke and Manga is trying, at least are battling it out early on. Doesn't look like that tire wear seems to be too much of a concern for these drivers, as Ivanov tries it on the inside this time of Aaron van Duren, and Van Duren just concedes the position, it looks like. Tries the switchback line, didn't get the greatest of runs there through the turn 4, but yeah, that's how you lose out on positions when it's this close. Just one small mistake will quickly cost you when you are racing this close to each other. Funke in the jumping further up, a lot of drivers close to each other here. That's Pierce in the MSR eSports car. Contact there further down the back end of this as a car goes sliding out in the background. It's Tonja of Inception Racing, and that could potentially be, who's the is that a Ferrari? That could be Louis Frieda, the car as well, who looked like to get that slide on just a few seconds ago. So you have Arthur Levenko in the back of them as well. He's on a little bit of a recovery, it looks like, Levenchenko of the Heart Attack team. trying it into turn 1, but not close enough this time around as Muello is held by the triple slipstream of the multi-tap racing. A little bit of a frightening name to have. But interesting to see how far back up that Arthur can recover this drive. Back up to the battle with Element, Spinkelink, Scholler and Dodek. No, Dodek is not in this one. He's a little bit further behind, but yeah, Element, Spinkelink and Scholler. Honda, Lambo and Aston Martin, 3 different manufacturers battling it out here for 5th position. Or maybe they're just trying to work together, not applying too much pressure, allowing Element to catch back up to Shaper in 4th. And that could maybe be the play. We know that Sim is a very seasoned driver and he knows how to do these endurance races and knows exactly where to put the car to get the optimum out of it. A good strategical driver as well. And looks like it's paying off that Element is catching up to Shaper just in the on the outskirts of slipstream range, at least a good slipstream range. A little bit of effect it will probably still have from this distance, but not enough to threaten for positions. As you can see, there's a little bit of difference in when people start breaking into that first corner. Could be the difference of speed and just sit-ups, as I said, could go a little bit later on the brakes. Could also be driving style, of course, than Element could there. Slowly moving into to the first 20 minutes of racing as Sim drops a few meters to Element that puts Scholler in immediate position to attack. Wonder if Scholler will try it here. It's a little bit of a risky place to go for it if he chooses to. But again, smart endurance driving, just keeping behind. Not being overly aggressive early on in the race. All these drivers know that a lot of things can still happen. As Dodek seems to be catching back up to this pack of cars. The red and black Ferrari behind, of course, that would be Dodek, who's just about to become the caboose of the train. Yes, train knowledge there for all the train aficionados out there who knows what a caboose is. But we'll see how if Dodek can make a quick progress of the car's head. One thing is to catch the car's head, another thing is to get the overtakes done. There's still a long way to go in this one. And he would probably be a little bit sad that they took or got involved that instant early on. It looks like that Dodek gets a massive run onto the start-finish straight here, but not exactly close enough for the move. Whoa, although it looks like he could go later on the brakes there, ending up getting it done as it was good aware driving there from Scholler, who just moves out as Dodek also takes the fastest lap of the race. So if that car got damaged, it definitely doesn't seem to be anything that's hindering him in driving quickly around here. The 79 car causing a yellow flag in the final chicane at the minute just starts to move again. But great move there from Dodek, and great aware driving from Scholler as well to get out of that one, as contact was imminent if he didn't do a little bit of a left move there into the corner. Dodek now all over the rear end of Sim Spinkelink. I wonder if he will try this into the Emperor corner if he gets close enough and gets the run. Sim is an old driver. He's like Fernando Alonso of this community. Very seasoned, very knowledgeable of racing, and have a lot of reasonable racecraft. So we'll see how difficult Sim will make it for Dodek. And whether or not that Sim actually chooses to take the fight or just let Dodek go, that will be a whole nother question, as Sim can't afford to lose too much time behind or lose too much time with Dodek, as he will need to stay with Element and Shaper further up the road. Maybe he will use Dodek as a little bit of a helping driver ahead to show him the lines, and maybe just take advantage of slipstream if he gets by and hope that he can follow Dodek through the driver's head. Now Dodek comes with a lot of overspeed on Sim. The move is on into turn 1. We know that Sim can brake late, but can Dodek brake later? Looks like it, and he got it stopped. As well as Sim got a little bit of a slide there on the braking, but Sim have a much nicer line through turn 3. Can he get the move done coming into turn 4? He goes very close to the rear end there of Dodek, but he just lifts off and lets Dodek have it. It didn't seem like Sim fancied taking that battle. Back to the MSR esports team of Plows. In heavy battling, it looks like with Todja at the minute in the 212 Aston Martin. Todja does get a good run there. It's a little bit of a dangerous place to go side by side into the next corner. That can be a scary place to be side by side, but Todja pulls out of it and just slides in behind. Oh, it's not even Todja. It's Schaubs in the number 1 car ahead. Just getting everyone confused there. It's Plows and Schaubs who's doing this, and Todja behind in the 55 McLaren. But Plows is at least applying the pressure to Schaubs. Scoops here early on in the race. Through the chicane now, it's all about getting the run out of the corner. The Aston could potentially do some damage to the slightly slower Porsche, at least usually slower Porsche. Let's see down the start-finish straight. Slipstream assisted, of course, as Plows goes onto the offense. Close enough to at least break out of the toe. He does break out of it. Into turn 1 we go. Who will dare to go latest on the brakes? Looks like that Plows does that, but not stopping the car in time, but gets it onto the apex there of turn 2 and basically just parking the bus, it looked like, but move is done as Swerps gets forced to the outside there. Todja could potentially get the move done as well on Swerps here. 2 for 1 it looks like, or at least negatively for Swerps. Ooh, that's one of the Magberg cars was spun around there, the Bentley of the 415 R2E, I think. The other R2E car. As Scrapes loses 2 positions and SEC's teammate as well spun out. The 17 car have spun once again and are moving slowly. Is that the... that's a Dodek, I think. That's Dodek who have been involved in something once again. Falling down the pecking order. Yeah, that's Dodek just ahead of these drivers. Wonder what happened there to the DSRT team. Might have been too aggressive on Ellerman or Shaver. Hard to tell, really. Or it could have been blocked. Or maybe just a small driving error. We'll have to wait and see. Maybe we can find a replay of that at some point. But he's at least dropped down to 11th position. Once again, I hope he doesn't have any damage. That would definitely put a spanner in their works. If he has been spun around, then he might have to deal with some slightly overheated tires at the minute that could impact his lap times. Draws the line, he went there 5 seconds to me, so he'll have to do all the work once again, going back up through the field. Trying to break the toe there, signaling that he's not having any of it if anyone gets close to him. As he'll have to try and find his composure once again, refocus, try to ignore everything that's happened so far and just get back into the racing. Let's see what happened to Dodek. That is Ellerman ahead of him in the Honda. Oh, it just looks like he had overspeed on the Honda and then small contact that causes a loss of grip in the Ferrari, it looks like, and then he's just spun around and have to wait to get out on track until there's a gap to go for. And gets going nice and safely. Good aware rejoin there, but he will be fuming over that one. But back up to where Ellerman is at the minute. He is under severe pressure by Simsport. through the final couple of corners on the lap, onto the start-finish straight we go. And Sem in a reasonable distance now to try for the slingshot. Gap is closing ever so slightly down the front straight. Will he be close enough to make the move? Though doesn't look like it. Just shows himself on the inside, goes for it by the end of it. Whoa! Unfortunate contact. That looked like room was given by both drivers, but then just the slightest contact forces both drivers to spin around. Sem gets going before Ellerman, and that's that could be blood on the teeth for Dodek now. I think Sem re-emerges on the track just ahead of Dodek, it looks like. So it's back to status quo for these two almost. As they will have to be battling it out now. Sem will have overheated tires at the minute. So it shouldn't be too difficult for Dodek to get this move done. Goes for it immediately into the hairpin and gets it done without Sem having the opportunity for the switch back. Strong move from the DSRT team there. As Dodek is back up into 9th position in the race. Still Kapanen leading the race from Chamberlain and Peel in 3rd. And now Shaver is basically unpressured for 4th. And Schuller in 5th. Porter are the first driver who was under some sort of that little bit of a replay action here of what happened into turn 1. Sem sees that the Honda goes all the way out, tries on the inside and just clips it there. Maybe the Honda tried to close it a little bit too much on the Lambo. Maybe the Lambo was moving a little bit out. Hard to tell from this camera angle. If reported, it's definitely something that stewards will could end up having a look at. But again, hard to say from these camera angles. Sem Spenkelink trying to return into to find some pace, as the Dodek have almost, well, not almost, he have gapped him already by an entire second. As Pliers behind is getting into position for possible attack later on. Sherbs in the R2E car. Now behind Arthur Levchenko, who have made the moves on the entirety of the train behind. Getting it done quite nicely, as Arthur Levchenko of the Heart Attack team will be trying to move back up as well. We did see him quite high up in the order early on in the race, but one small incident and it's all gone early on. So yeah, difficult time, but it's one of the most fun times to be a driver out when you have to cut your way back through a field. Especially when you know you're just a bit faster, but not that fast that you'll just fly through. You'll still have to fight for all the positions. But we'll have to see half an hour into the stint. This is where the most aggressive setups will start chewing through the tires. And the Mustangs are fairly known to be not that good on the tires. So can Arthur keep those tires alive? That's the big question at the minute. I wish we had proper data on the tires, but maybe they will come in for an interview later on. They can tell us about how they set up the cars, or even if they have thought about the tire wear situation. Just looking through, and a quick reminder that if anyone's out there wanting to come tell us a bit about their race, or just would be interested in tell us about the team or themselves, or what they did this morning or whatever, they are more than welcome to jump into the interview waiting room here on the Simsport Racing International Discord channel under broadcasting, and we will drag you in as soon as we see you. A good idea would usually be to put a message in the YouTube chat that you aren't there, otherwise you could end up sitting there for a while without us noticing. Looks like that Arthur are slightly quicker than the pack of cars behind, as he's making a little bit of a gap for himself, as he'll try to catch back up to Ivanov further up the road. I think that was the Luke Oil car. that Ivan was driving good livery on that one as well. Worth mentioning at least the good-looking cars. I actually think we have a good selection of reasonable liveries this time around, and not that many straight-up black cars, as we have had a tendency to see over the last couple of seasons. Swerves under pressure from Glofrida. I'm definitely butchering that pronunciation of the name, but it is what it is. We can't be good at everything, you know. We are trying our best. Once again, Van Duren seems to have been finding quite a few positions, starting down in the quite far down in the, at least further down than 30th and up into 18th already. It's typical of Van Duren, just keeping it clean and not taking any unnecessary risks. And that's how him and the rest of the CBSR team normally gains all these positions in these races. Very, very safe driving usually, until they get super drunk, of course. They do have a tendency to have a few beers while driving. Not recommended for people out there wondering. Not recommended, though I do enjoy that myself as well from time to time. What we can't promote adult beverages on the street? What? Dang. We'll try next time. Try and sneak some more advertising in. On board with Van Duren, as we had a good look of the AI driver, the very boring black helmet, as Van Duren doesn't seem to have changed that ever since installing the game. Just having a look at the steering wheel, particularly if some quick inputs are being made, whether or not that the tires are starting to run down a little bit. Some of the only information that actually works on the display when we go in here are the TC, ABS, and RPMs, and of course the speedometer. So that's worth noticing that they're running the BMW on TC2. I think that's quite usual for it. Doesn't seem to have any big wheel slip moments at the minute. He's driving it very nicely, I must say. Taking advantage of the BMW's high profile and can mount the curbs quite nicely. Usually the front engine cars are the best cars on curbs. Barcelona, not a track that where you need to have a good curb car, but it does give you an advantage. Whoa! Jumping directly on board there with some contact. That was Manga of the GSE Racing Esports team at least involved with that, and then Aston Martin still rubbing doors with him. Was that Harold? No, it wasn't Harold. That must have been Piexito, then the car behind. Yeah, very close racing from these guys. It looks like the tension is up. Multi-tab racing team living up to the name of the multi-tab, at least. With Manga, we don't know who was at fault there, I must say, for the contacts, but it looks like that no one got hurt too much by it. He does look fairly ready to at least attempt the move. The off-pace racing team started 37th, up into 35th now, and they're close behind Jesse van Dryle. Ben Plowman behind the wheel of the 243 Mercedes. Actually giving Van Dryle a good run for it. Van Dryle, we remember, had that instant earlier run. I wonder if they're pitted to repair the damage. It doesn't look like it, as it does have quite a bit of front end damage. Let's see what the Mercedes can do. I personally have been driving that Mercedes for a good few years earlier on in my sim racing career. It is a very, very satisfying car to drive when you get it right. A little bit different driving style-wise to many of the other cars, as it sort of shares characteristics both with front engine cars and rear engine cars, or well, mid engine cars we should probably say, as not that much with the Porsche, but sort of gets the best of both worlds. But once again, you also have the difficulties of both the two driving styles. It's good to see the Mercedes still being raced out there. Van Dryle doesn't get a very good chicane this time around. This could be a Plowman's opportunity. Coming down the start-finish straight, did he get the better run? At least looks like he's carrying a bit more speed, but going wide there, that could have been too wide, but looks like he does have the overspeed on Van Dryle. Tucks in behind, moves out for the overtake, and does he get it done under braking? No, he doesn't. Van Dryle does leave him a ton of room there on the inside, but chooses not to go for it by the end, being taking the safer option instead. Very, very aware driving there of Plowman, not risking anything this early on in the race. As he will have to catch back up to, he's still very, very close to Van Dryle here from the roof of Van Dryle's car, looking back onto Plowman. That close here, Van Dryle taking a little bit more of the racing lines than Plowman is, but he could potentially, a little bit of slide there from the Mercedes. Could potentially, with the front end damage, he will definitely have a disadvantage in speed. Back up to Doddick as he have caught up to Porter for 6th once again. Let's see if he can make quick action of this, or quick progress of this, and just go for the move and get it done. Or he'll have to stay behind for a little bit. He probably does have a little bit of damage on that Ferrari, the DSRT team Ferrari. After 2 assisted spins, we should say, from earlier on in the race. Looking at the penalties that have started being handed out, 2 times 10 seconds penalties, 1 10-second penalty for the ATS esports team for something in qualifying, probably setting a lap in the swap window. Same goes for the 2-4-3. That's the Mercedes, that's the Plowman off-pace racing Mercedes. Both of those with 10-second penalties for attempting to set a lap time whilst we're in the swap period. And while I was looking at that, looks like that Doddick made the move on Porter for 6th as he's getting the job done, moving back up through the field. Next up will be Schöller in 5th position. But a good 7 seconds up the road. 7.7 seconds up the road are Schöller from Doddick. So it might be a good few laps before he catches up there. Further down the field, Todger of Inception Racing applying the pressure on the players in the Aston Martin. I wonder what Todger can do here. The McLaren are not known for its straight line speed, nor its braking capabilities, but very, very good in the corners. So it could be a difficult task getting this overtake done, but slipstream assisted, of course, could be a big advantage for the McLaren car. 2 British manufacturers, which is probably also the reason why we have it on stream as the cameraman. Of course, Mr. Chris Hill from the great country of England, where they totally don't do shady stuff. Never, like leaving the EU. But nevertheless, British car still in action around the track this time. Looks like he could potentially hope for the better run out of the chicane. If Tony Todger does get that, he could potentially have the move. He's a little bit too close for the slingshot effect, so that could play a part. Also, the Aston Martin a lot better on the curb, so if they do touch that yellow sausage on the exit of the penultimate corner, then they could potentially be in trouble with the McLaren. Not as much as the Aston, but we can just see here how the Aston just stretches its legs down the start-finish straight. The McLaren driver of Todger will probably need a little bit of luck to get through. a little bit of a mistake would be optimum for him from players who's just trying to keep the car on the racing line, staying away of any mistakes and incidents, and then he will probably have this lockdown at least until the pit stops that we are expecting the first major pit stop round to happen in about 20 minutes or so. We can just see set. Yeah, I could do that, Chris. I haven't looked it up. I can't access the simulator at the minute for some reason. Yes, I'm just having a conversation with myself again because of reasons. But no, the maximum allowed driving time per stint are 68 minutes. You can't go above that on your stints, otherwise you will get a hefty penalty. So at least what will that be? 6 hours 52 to go. All drivers, all teams will have done their first pit stop of the race, and that's of course to keep the racing fair, as some of the cars can go extremely long with full fuel tanks and keep the drivers as fresh as possible and keep competition as tight as possible. Those rules are there, but that also means that there's a little bit of a window to play around with strategies. I can't remember exactly if in an 8-hour race you can save a pit stop by going as deep as possible, but we'll have to wait and see who opts for what further on, as Ellerman have made the move on Funk there as the next car out the road from Ellerman will be Van Doren, who's still battling Shops, but lost out a bit there through the first couple of corners by bad lines. Shops and Van Doren, 2 cars that goes well together color scheme wise. From up here, same goes for the 777 Honda. All very nicely looking indeed. But yeah, we'll see if Van Doren can get the move before Ellerman gets up to him. I think that Van Doren and Chops both experienced drivers as well that we have seen for a good many years. They could potentially think about if they could use Ellerman for their advantage in this battle, as Ellerman definitely have the pace to go through these guys at will almost. So that will be interesting to see when he goes forward there. We can see Ellerman in the background in the Honda. But this is also a difficult thing when you are quite a bit quicker than the cars ahead of you getting the overtakes done, because the cars ahead of you might do some unexpected lines and have some different braking markers than yourself that can cause some misunderstanding and some smaller and sometimes bigger crashes. So Ellerman will have to be somewhat patient to try and figure out when the optimum time will be to go for the move. But doesn't look like that the Honda is that much quicker than Van Doren at the minute. Maybe tire wear have come into play here almost 45 minutes into the first stint. Usually when you drive the Honda you rely a lot on your tires, and that could be why they're falling behind. It does have quite a bit of tire wear when driving it, and once those tires are gone in the Honda, it's not a nice experience to drive anymore. It actually does look like that Funk is closer to re-overtake Ellerman than Ellerman are to get up ahead of Van Doren at this point. Although Van Doren seems to be held up a little bit by Scrubs as well, as they are very close coming into the Emperor corner. Here we go, Van Doren on the inside of Scrubs. Does they make it through side by side? Scrubs does get the outside line there and earlier on the throttle, and just manages to fend off Van Doren, it looks like, but he's still there as Ellerman gets into play as well now, but backs out of it. Smartly done. Now there'll be 4 cars very close together. Ooh, contact there between Ellerman and Van Doren. tricky place on the track there in the slow speed final chicane. And that pushes Van Doren down to 21st position. As he gets back going ahead of De Knoit. The MSR esports team getting it done not that cleanly, I must say. Contact and pushing by, but that could just be a racing incident through the slow corners. It's so difficult to gauge distance and braking speeds when you are running those slow speeds. So we'll have to wait and see whether or not that will be a report for the stewards and something they'll have to look into further on or later on in the race. But so far, Element at least into 18th position. But Funke seems to be pressuring quite a bit at this point on Element. Further up the road, it's Mesa and Spenkelink very close together, with the other of the DSRT cars of that must be Van der Kolen ahead. In this freeway battle that would be for 8th position. 8th, 9th and 10th, of course, here in the picture. ATS Corsa Esports, DSRT and Sim Racing International close together. 3 different manufacturers, once again Ferrari, McLaren and Lamborghini. All in the frame at the same time, and in the right hand bottom picture we have the Element Shrøb Funk battle. Still going, not that much happening at this point. I wonder if they're starting to thinking about whether or not they can do it on the strategy. A little bit of a mistake there from Misa. Going slightly wide, and Sem is immediately on the attack. Doesn't look like that he gets it done though. Just looking at those cars, the 21 car actually have a good amount of drivers registered to drive this race. They will have 5 different drivers through that car, whilst both the Sim Racing International and the DSRT team, they will only have 3 drivers going through the driver's seat during this race. And there we see the 10-second penalties being applied both for the Mercedes of Plowman and of course the McLaren of Misa there. So that could be potential strategy implications when it comes to the pit stops. As Sem is all over the back of Misa once again, going for it. 2 teammates further ahead there, slipstreaming each other. And I think that's a very strangely slow moving DSRT car there. Could be is that a car that's a lap down? I don't think so. Or maybe it is and he was letting them by. Must have been a car that's a lap down. Yeah, it's a lap down. It's Van Lagen. And that explains it, so a good job of him just getting out the way, helping his teammate, of course, as you do, giving him a little bit of a better toe than the other cars. I would definitely have done the same. Which also gave Van der Kolen a little bit of a gap to Misa and Spenkelink, as Misa and Spenkelink are battling it out quite hard on track at the minute. Sem showing himself, but nowhere to go as they're crashing right back up to Van der Kolen there, as Misa almost takes evasive action, which leaves the door wide open for Sem Spenkelink, who goes through, and Sem up into 9th position in the race. That seemed a little bit strange. Was Van der Kolen going so slow there? Was it just a missed timing of braking there? definitely looked super close. Down to Ivanov of the Luke Oil Racing Esports team. Applying the pressure on Tunja, it looks like, of the Inception McLaren. Showing himself in the mirrors, but not really going for it. Into turn 1, just tucking in behind. Driving very close together. They are actually not that far behind the Misa-Spinkelink battle as well, so when they pit and Misa serve the 10-second penalty, then they will probably go through, which could turn out to be quite interesting for the race. Seeing that Misa will have to go back through, at least the car will have to go back through the field, whether they choose to swap drivers at the first stop, we'll have to wait and see. Pit stop rules, of course, you just have to take the stop. No mandatory tire changes or fueling or driver swaps, but all drivers must have done at least one stint in the car by the end of the race. So that's it, 2 cars using the old Emperor corner there. It looks like it's the 17. That was a Dodek going very wide there, and must have been a back marker as well, or was it safe? No, it was a back marker, it looks like. The 415. Just noticed that on the minimap. But that is correct, Mr. Hill. Yes, that's my talking to Mr. Hill voice from this point on. Not that he can understand any of it when I speak in that low voice, but guess it is what it is. God damn it, Chris. Good thing no one can hear you, I guess. Woof, the rear end going a little bit loose there on Ivanov. But this is the time, 8 minutes roughly, until I would assume most people will dive into the pit, so you will start taking the life out of the tires. At this point, use everything you got. It is truly hammer time now. It actually looks like that these this small group of cars of players, Tunja and Ivanov, are catching up to the Spinkelink group, with Misa and Van der Kolen as well. I wonder how many of these teams will swap drivers at the first pits. I know when I used to drive, we more often than not chose to swap at every pit stop, as you don't lose time doing it if you change the tires anyway, and then you can keep a fresh driver in the car for a greater amount of time. Unless if we are getting into like 24-hour races, then we'll normally do doubles and triples and stuff like that, especially doing nighttime. But more on that later on, as we still have 7 hours to go of this race, and we need something to talk about later on as well. Hopefully someone will come in and have a little bit of a chat during the race. Still in the tactical phase of this race for these drivers. Maybe Ivanov have just chosen to stay behind the Inception McLaren and sticking with the pace, deciding that the pace is good enough for him at the minute, as they'll be slowly catching up to the Misa-Spinkelink group from Plius. Now it's only 1.3 seconds between Plius and Misa at the minute, so they are getting close to getting within contact of that group, or striking distance of them at least. 243 just went for a little bit of a spin there. I think that's the lone Mercedes. Though it does look like that Tunja is being dropped a little bit by players. This could be a great advantage for Ivanov if he can get just one corner onto one of the big straights, just a tiny bit better than Tunja. Then he could set himself up for the possible overtake. Ooh, but not like this. But not like this. Contact, but both drivers go through without any major damage, it looks like. Also, the pit's coming up quite shortly, so they will probably up to repair there. They could dive in now, not go too far off of the main cycle. If they choose to box once an hour on the hour mark at least, then it would be worth attempting at least at this point to try and get a little bit of an undercut on the car ahead if you're desperate for the overtake. Clears now within contact distance of the battle ahead, and they are almost free wide going into turn 1 there with Spengling, Kohlen and Misa. Looks like players actually have gone into the battle now with the cars ahead. They're slowing themselves up that much that the players caught almost a second there through the first sector. As now Ivanov tries on the outside of Tudja, nowhere to go on the exit of that corner, unfortunately. But he is definitely trying to make this move done. And get it done, get up so he can try and catch up to the group ahead as well. But he can't afford many of those half attacks. He does need to get through and not lose too much time on doing so if he wants to stay within striking distance. Ivanov putting it up there again through the section. It's a difficult section this on the track. You use as much of the track as possible. You can see there the driver's actually touching the dirt or gravel and kicking up a little bit of it into the air, because you're just trying to use every centimeter of the track available. This time it does look like it's a good distance for the slingshot, but he did get the run out of the final corner. It does look like that he'll be close enough to at least try the send into turn 1. Does go for it and runs way too deep there, it looks like. Across the inside road he goes, the escape road. This is not what the Luke Oil Racing team was hoping for. Losing time on the overtake attempt once again, as Pliers is actually making the move now on Misa, it looks like, just up the road. And he did go through, did Pliers there. Pliers actually getting into his groove here later on the stint. Was scrumming further down the field earlier on, but managed to find the pace here by the end. Maybe they set the car up for good tire wear, and that is surely helping them this late in the stints. Almost an hour into the race, an hour of driving on the same sets of tires. Usually in sprint races you'll go about an hour on a set of tires, and maximum if you go above an hour of racing, then it's very likely that you'll take the pit stop to change onto fresh tires if you have the mandatory pit stop anyway. Actually looks like that Misa have some sort of issue with the cars he's dropping into the hands of Tudja now. Tudja and Ivanov, of course, that is, as he does come into the pit, that does Misa. Boxes early will have to serve the 10 seconds time penalty while he's in the pit. The time penalties, they are just time that will be added onto the stationary time when they're stopped. So when they're done getting serviced, then they'll be stopped for an additional 10 seconds in the pit box before they get to go. And this opened up once again the gap between Tudja and the car ahead, which is still Pliers, or have become Pliers again after Misa boxed in first of the lead cars to go in, at least first of the top 10 drivers to go into the pits. Well, technically he dropped to 11th before he entered, but you know what I mean. First of the top contenders at least to box. As this time, bad exit there for the Inception car. Could Ivanov try it now? Yeah, it looks like it. The Inception car of Tudja just backs out of that one, it looked like. didn't fancy going side by side into that corner and just concedes the position there to Ivanov. Now what Tudja needs to do is either get the move done early again, which it looks like he could potentially do, but it chooses to stay behind, it looks like. Either get the move done early or just stick in behind Ivanov and let Ivanov drag him up to the free car battle ahead between Van der Kool, Simsport, and players who are still all battling very, very hard. It is interesting that the players got up to this fight as he was so far down earlier on, but good to see at least. Now Simsport comes into the pit. He chooses to try the undercut on the car's head and boxes as close to the 1 hour mark as possible. So we know they will not be trying to stretch their stint timer. They are probably boxing on the hour mark all the way through this race. As he comes in, we will probably have a look on the penalties in a minute. Another car comes in. That's Ricard. Further down the pit road, we can just see in the background. Another one comes in there. White car and a red car as well. The Croix comes into the pits. And I don't know who the last car is. Not a top contender at least. So a lot of cars coming in here in the 1 hour mark. When do we see Sim move against Sim is moving? He is likely going to emerge ahead of, now it's not Misa in the car anymore, so I have to try and remember the car name or car number, but that is more difficult than you would think. Players of the MSR team now on the tail end of the what was the team name? The DSRT team's car ahead of Van der Kool. Will any of these? It would be an opportunity for the undercut if you come in now, but it looks like that they will try and stretch their stints a bit. That's the Mercedes coming in, the off-pace racing team. And was that Ivanov as well? Yeah, Ivanov jumps into the pits as an Aston Martin re-emerges, not getting in the way of any of the battling up here between Pliers and Van der Kool. I will expect after this pit stop cycle that Sim will be ahead of these drivers, or at least the Simsport Racing International car will be ahead of these guys, as they will have had fresher tires to run on for a little bit of time and should be able to get the maximum out of that. But look at this, it's really bumper to bumper racing here between the MSR team and the DSRT. 1 hour gone, swerves into the pits as well, same for Van Doren. Ivanov should be leaving the pit lane soon in the 406 car. He will rejoin the track now, I think. He should be ahead of the car that includes Misa, the McLaren, that's the 21 car. Nothing, Chris. I'm just speaking to the people. The people of the world. All the mighty people of the world who have tuned in to watch this. Yes, please join hands. As Peel comes in. First of the actual top contenders to box. The number 10 Ferrari comes in. Interesting to see where he will come out. 2 minutes to go of the stint timer, so everyone who haven't boxed yet, they are very likely to box this time around. Pliers and Van der Kool will know this, and they will definitely take it when they come around. where they come out will be very interesting. They are likely going to be behind the number 9 car. I think Simsport is still behind the wheel of that. But that can't have been a good pit stop, as they have gone out to track behind the Mode 11 car with who have swapped drivers to Sander Vale, so that's a bit interesting. Whether or not that something happened there in pit lane for the Sim Racing International team. Or maybe the Mode 11 guys just nailed the strategy. Could have been, could have been. Final sets of drivers that needed to pit are coming in this time around. Potentially you could go one more lap if you really stretch it. But Fong for Chike Schaffers all into the pits. Benkeling behind the PX Auto. Looks like that Sim will try the move. I don't think PX Auto have been into the pits yet, so he'll be on a very, very worn tires against the Sim Benkeling's brand new sleeker sets of tires. Sim even flashing the lines a bit there, saying that I want to go through and I want to go through you now. Trying it into the backs or the Emperor corner. Does maybe this Sim's pit stop wasn't that bad, as we can see the 21 car are roughly where we would expect it to be. After their stop, they have changed drivers to Colombo in that machine. But look at this, Horst comes out ahead of the R2E car, which means that they have done a good job there. It's now Niels Engelhardt behind the R2E car. Horst still, no, well, it was Van Duren, wasn't it Van Duren who started in the 24? I think it was Van Duren. So they have swapped drivers as well. Both with the driver swap. Let's see who have the strongest driver of the two in the car at the minute. Does look like that Engelhardt is all over the back of Horst. Stop go 30 for Mello. That can only have been speeding in the pits, I would assume. Once the pit stop round is over, we'll have a look at the penalties that are inbound for the for drivers around who have been involved in incidents for the first hour. So it must have been speeding in the pits from Mello there. Good move there from Engelhardt into turn 1. Horst also giving way too much room there for what was good for him, but a good move from Engelhardt up into 19th position in the race. Interesting to see where Tuja will re-emerge from the pits once that is once the round is completely over. I think he is in at the minute. Yes, it's definitely the final drivers that need to stop are coming in now. There's only 10 seconds would have remained on the stint timer. The resto car team, we haven't seen much of these guys in the race so far. The 74 car, right up there behind the R2E car of Melvin Meikenberg at the minute. The big boy Bentley. A truly menacing sight to see on a racetrack. The funny thing is, people always say that the Bentley is such a big car, but when you look at it, it's actually not that big when you compare to like the old M6 or even the M8 GTE when they ran. I actually think the M6 are the same length as the Bentley. The Bentley just looks longer because of its the body shapes, the body shape of the car. Element in, I think Tuja re-emerged on 11th position. It looks like, no, Tuja drops Ivanov in 11th. It looks like where he came out. As while this action is going on, I'll try and have a look at the penalties that are coming in for cars out there. 10 seconds for the sim racing team of the 104. 10 for the 88 RSS as well. The 212 gets 5. And the 222 actually gets 2 10 seconds penalties. And then the 243 off-pace racing team gets another 10 second penalty. That's the second penalty as well of the race. So those will be handed out at some point during the next half hour of racing, I would assume. So just in time for the next pit stops. Offer still stands to jump into the interview waiting room and get interviewed live on the stream. Doesn't matter if you're top driver or near the bottom of the field. We would like to hear from each and every one of you out there who are watching the race or driving or whatever you're doing, listening to this idiotic broadcast. And people just ran to the small shed. Yes, they did. Melvin Markenberg putting on a good defense in the big boy Bentley. Back in the days before we used to run the stint timers, the Bentley was actually one of the strongest endurance cars, and it have a very good fuel economy. And you can go very, very far into stints with that piece of machinery. Also a cool looking car to look at, so obviously good for the most important parts of endurance racing, the looks. It does look like that Panov is getting a little bit too... Oh no, that was actually a very, very good line there from Panov. A shame that he's too far behind to do anything about it this time around. Look at how close they get. So close that he gets a little bit of an oversteer moment there as he got super close to the Bentley ahead on the braking. More action in the bottom right hand corner of the screen. That would be the number 1 car of Engelhardt, and I think it's a Horst. No, that's not a Horst. That must be Minya in the Mustang. So Engelhardt and a little bit of information, it looks like, gets a Horst quite quickly then. And could potentially move the car up into 16th position if he gets the job done. It looks like that the Mode 11 car was off sequence, and they have stopped again and put Nick Vargas in the car. Maybe they hadn't stopped at all at the point where I assumed they had. Still not much. It's hard to say really at this point of the race who is on optimum strategies. Driver swap for both the top 2 cars, as well as now Ryan Cooper in the 69 RYE Bentley, and Frank Burkamp in the 81 Honda. 6.2 seconds between, though not an awful lot considering that we are over an hour into the race. And now we have reached the time of the race where traffic becomes a very, very big factor on this type of racing. As the fastest cars will start to lap the slower cars by a lap or 2. And they'll have to find a way through. Of course, there are blue flag rules in place, but usually you will still lose a little bit of time every time we get up to a back marker and have to overtake them if they are not super gentle to you. So let's just keep a look on Ryan Cooper here and see how he deals with the traffic ahead, or more likely how the traffic deals with him. We can see the blue flags are being waved. But of course, when you're back, man, you don't want to lose too much time on this either. As he pulls out, no, it looked like that the Porsche was pulling out there to give the room, but not that time. We are getting to the point where the Porsche probably should be thinking about, there it goes. Porsche moves out of the way into the hairpin corner and lets Ryan Cooper go through. A little bit of time lost for both cars there, but not too much, I would assume. I would expect out of that one. So Cooper to the lead, but the gap has been cut to 5.9 seconds, so a little bit of time lost at least for Cooper. It could also just be a Bergkamp being super quick at the minute. We'll have to see when they cross the start-finish line. Then I can tell you their lap times last time around. So 44.4 from Cooper. Let's see what Bergkamp does as he crosses the line. 44.4 as well. So not that much time difference. Looking at best laps though from the two cars, then the Bentley actually have quite the advantage there. They have been into the 43s, and the Honda still haven't done that yet. Whereas the quickest lap so far would be 43.452, still by Dodek. The 777 here of MSR Esport OTK. Yeah, this is the car that early on in the race was all the way up there battling for the top positions, that have already dropped a lap to the race leading Bentley. They were early on up on the podium positions in the race, so yeah, haven't been the best of races for them after the pit stop round, at least, as they were still well, since the small incident with, I think it was the was Sim's car that they had a little bit of contact with. Speaking of Sim Spenkling, here's a little bit of a battle here with the MSR Esports team. That's Keel in the car. As Sim just made the overtake take on Keel with a 5-second time penalty that he'll have to serve in the next pit stop. Gap jump down to 5.8 now between the two leaders. It is getting tighter and tighter up there, not by an awful lot, but it is ever so slightly coming down. As Keel also gets under pressure now from the Lukoil Ivanov driven car. Oh, that's the 212. That's the car that Plius was driving before the last pit stop round. Would like to hear from those guys about their race. Let's see if Ivanov can get something out of the good momentum that he has so far in the race. Choosing to keep the driver in the car for two stints in a row does the Lukoil racing team, or Racing Esports I should say. Applying the pressure still, trying to cut in early here so they can still do with their fresh tires. Does go for the move. That is one hell of a good driving move onto the inside, through turn 3 into turn 4, braking a little bit later, looks like leaves a lot of room on the outside. Good driving there from Ivanov. What a strong move. And it displaces Kiel and puts Kiel down into 10th position and puts himself up into 9th. Strong drive from Ivanov, who now sees the rear end of Sim Spenkeling's car once again. He will probably be thinking that he has the pace, and does look like that he has the pace over Sim Spenkeling at the minute. If we go into, yeah, he was a 4/10 quicker last lap around, and it looks like that he's already in the rear end of Sim again. Also, fastest lap by Ivanov have been 4/10 quicker than Sim Spenkeling's. So we definitely have some sort of a pace advantage, but whether or not that he can get the move done, once again, Sim is not the easiest driver to get by, as he is so experienced and have done this this game basically since forever. Longer than time itself, longer than Chris Hill have been alive, I would almost say, but the game is not that old, unfortunately. If it was, it would have been some impressive graphics for Runestones. Nevertheless, Ivanov behind Sim Spenkeling into turn 1 isn't close enough, or quite close enough for the move this time around. Ivanov seems to be a man on a mission at the minute. Really pushing that car to its limits. I wonder if he's using too much tires, and Sim might be a little bit on a little bit of a tire conserving driving style at the minute. And that explains the big pace difference, but Ivanov all the way using all of the grip available to him to stay as close to Sim as possible. Really pushing it. Look at that. Almost nothing between them at any point of the track. You'd be lucky to squeeze another car in there into that gap and not just rig out immediately. Down the back straight, not close enough, unless if he does the dive of the century. Always chooses not to, as we are endurance racing. Also, for people in the YouTube chat, if there's a specific car that you would like to see or hear a little bit about, that put the team number and car number into, or the team name and car number into the YouTube chat. We will try and give them some attention, and hopefully we can lure one of the drivers into the interview box and have a little bit of a talk with them. Down the front straight this time, Ivanov on the move. He was definitely bumper to bumper there, trying it on the outside of Sim Spenkeling, but Sim is a routine driver, keeps it on the inside, but inside becomes outside in turn 2. Sim keeps it on there, that becomes inside again for turn 3, side by side going through. Sim does maintain position, but can Ivanov go for the cut back into turn 4? Sim goes defensive, Ivanov follows, goes back to the outside. Sim still holds it, does move over a little bit there, defending quite nicely there, does Sim of Ivanov, which means that Kiel is slowly catching back up to these two drivers. Close driving between them. Top action at the minute here on track with still 6.5 hours to go. Also down the back straight once again. This is where Sim seems to be stretching it a little bit through this, but then Ivanov gets closer and closer through the final sector of the track, where he can really use the grip advantages of the Ferrari. It seems like we're seeing a lot of Lambo on the street, but there are actually not that many Lambos driving on track through the final chicanes. Go back to the Lambo thing later on. Sim uses all of the track available, including the sausage curve. Usually that's not a good idea, so you use a little bit of momentum being on there. Ivanov tucked in behind again once again. This time Ivanov tries the inside. Moves out before Sim have a chance to defend it. Ivanov is past coming into the braking zone. and secures the position there. Ivanov moves up into 8th position, Sim down into 9th. What a good battle these two drivers have had over the last couple of laps, and basically throughout the entire stint they've been dueling about for pace. Strong move there, but still a long time to go. And you could argue that that was the wiser thing for Sim to do. Let him through, let him use up a bit of tires, and then Sim will just try and maintain life in his own tires. Back to the Lambo thing. The Lambo were actually one of 2 manufacturers that have only been chosen by one team for this race. We know that another Lambo will appear when we go racing at Paul Ricard, but the only Lambo on the grid used to be a car selected by many, but not so much anymore. So Lambo, the other car chosen by one team, would be the Ferrari. Dodek up into 6th, 2.4 behind Shaver. Cross the line. Let's see the gap, 2.2, gaining ever so slightly. So let's a close look. Dodek once again in frame. Yeah, I've had some really strong pace so far this race. Have Dodek, you've been up and down the grid a few times. Twice being involved in small incidents that put him way back the order, but managed to do a bit of a comeback every time. Still holding the fastest lap of the race, which was a 1 minute 43.252, and does look like that he's quite close to maintaining the gap, or maintaining that sort of pace. Or at least I think our deltas are running to best lap time on this current stint and not overall race pace for the teams. But Dodek are going very quickly at the minute. Cross the line, 43.755. And closing the gap very quickly to Shaver up ahead. So let's have a good look. They definitely have some pace in the car. It will be. We do know that they will have to swap drivers at some point. So that'll be. So let's see how that will impact it. But there are only 2 drivers in the car, so that could be the thing, and a good strategy option for them, as they only had to set up the cars to share between 2. And now Dodek on the offense. On Shaver, around here we go on the outside, getting a good run, not good enough though. Tucks in behind into the Emperor corner, dives it up the inside, makes it stop on the apex, gets it done. And that's now a 5th position for Dodek. The car that we can see on screen ahead of him would be the Mode 11 car. Currently driven by, I think that's Nick Vargas in the car, who will be going a lap down to Nico Dodek once they get up there. Onto the cockpit view. Braking on the 100 board, gets the apex nicely. Turns in super stable, as we know the Ferrari to be quite the stable car. Looking good so far on to it. Let's see what the Mode 11 car does when he have to give room to the number 17 car of Nico Dodic. Getting held up a little bit at this point by the Mode 11 car. But let's see. I think that the Mode 11 team will know that they'll have to give it up at some point rather soon. Not the greatest of runs there through the uphill corner from Dodic, but still getting it up there. Good on the brakes. Once again goes a little bit deep, it looks like, but does manage to get good rotation nevertheless. Does that say a TC off in the car? They're really running 0 TC. Are they running 6? I really can't see my screen. It's a little bit blurred at the minute for unknown reasons, but now this should surely have it on the Mode 11 car and goes through. Turn 1 once again. Good on the brakes. Does go a little bit deep this time around. Grabs the curb, pokes it, keeps turning. The wheel was off there for quite a while off the throttle before smashing it back on. Just trying to get back onto the line that you want. Missing that turn in, but by just a few centimeters, or even well, a few meters, but just a few centimeters. That will mean that you'll have to lift off the throttle to get the car back turned in to the correct line. If you don't do that, then you'll just end up going on a line heading straight for Narnia. Up the hill we go. Through once again, getting it turned in quite late, but does get it into the corner. Oh, just every time it happens to myself when I drive as well. When I go into that corner, I always think that I'm too late on the brakes, but that it just somehow manages to stop right on time. It's one of those moments in sim racing where you go every time you hit the brake into the corner. That corner and turn 1 at the Nürburgring GP circuit, those feel super strange braking into because you come such high speed and have to go so slow at the end of the corners. Going back to a little bit of battling further down the field. With Colombo of the ATS Corsa esports team that we saw a little bit of earlier on, with the other DART Ferrari ahead of them. And then, what is that, some sort of they have a reasonable gap down to the Ford Mustang behind them. So two main battle for that'll be 12th position. It's Tim Miro in the car ahead. Driver that we have seen a little bit from earlier on in SSRI history. Not that I can mention any specific good results or drives from him, but I'm sure that me not being able to do that is a good thing and not a bad thing, as he went through the ATS Corsa esports team car. A little bit involved there with the Bentley bag marker. Other battles on track at the minute. This is to Horst with Bordresa. The Resto car that goes through to Horst there. To Horst dropping a few positions after Van Doren did a good job getting that car way into the top 20. But again, to Horst doesn't need to be defending super hard at this point. Still a long way to go in the race, and it's much more worth it to take good care of the tires and go super aggressive trying to defend every single position. Stunning move there from Panov. That's who's already pulled out a reasonable gap there on to Horst, who's letting a Bentley go through as well. Whether or not that's I think that's the race leader that's coming up to lap them actually. That's the 69 car that's in between them at this point. But look at the gap already. It is the RYO Bentley of Ryan Cooper. And look at that train that's coming up behind. Which of the cars that are actually close for position? It's hard to say. I know that well, this definitely looks like this is a positioning battle between both the two Astons in the picture and the BMW. It's Totti Castellini and Verhelst. Ooh, getting close, getting tight, getting super excited. Good racing. You can see that Castellini is a little bit more shaking with the car. Maybe the car set up a little bit looser than the two others. That could impact the tire wear. We can see how the front, when he goes in the front, moves a little bit around. Well, it looks like it's the front, but it would probably be the rear end of the car that steps out a little bit. All three of them in it. It's the battle for, that would be 28th position. Ooh. Little bit of a mistake there from Totti that could potentially put Castellini in for the overtake opportunity, but he goes wide through turn 3. Will he have the opportunity to cut back in for the attack into turn 4? Doesn't look like it exactly. That the multi-tap racing team car could get that done. Through the hairpin of ooh, there he goes wide, Totti. But once again, Castellini not quite there to take advantage, but Verhelst now shows himself on the outside, but not close enough. Not close enough this time around. Yes, the Delaney does like to show himself into the braking zones. Maybe he's just trying to break out of the dirty and get some cleaner air to help him slow down the car, but he's definitely making Totti aware that he is right behind him and he wants to go for the move. But again, Totti just gets a much better drive onto the start-finish straight. That will help him out quite a bit defending. Let's see if Verhelst can get the run. Still a little bit too far behind, I think, for the BMW driver to get the move on the Aston Martin. But gets very close through turn 2. It's all about getting the correct line through turn 3. Looks like that Castellini have the better line. And extends the gap just a tiny bit, but enough that he can relax a little bit for turn 4 at least. So he's getting a little bit of a gap. I wonder if he will try and break away as Castellini and Verhelst is a little bit occupied battling each other. Down the back straight, looks like the BMW struggles a bit out of the the corner leading onto the back straight compared to the two Aston Martins. Up the hill, final chicane we go once again for the manyth time this afternoon, and we'll still have to go through it many of times again before we are done this afternoon, which will turn into evening of racing. Gaps are stretching a tiny bit there. Going further up the left hand, racing team of Joshua Gröning currently behind the wheel. In fourth, Dodig the car behind, or Dodig the driver behind him. Not currently on track as there are two back markers between them, but he is up there. They have been doing quite the anonymous race. The left-hand racing team of the S04R01 Aston Martin. We haven't seen much to them during this race, but they have been up there just managing their own race and doing a quite good job of just staying out of trouble and continuing on with good pace. Still Zimmerman in the 10 car ahead of him, 1.5 seconds between them. Zimmerman in the SLRT car. The number 10 Ferrari, of course, that would be, with Bergkamp a little bit further up the road from him. We have dropped again to over 6 seconds gap to Ryan Cooper. It was just underneath 6 at some points of the race, but it seems to be that's roughly the distance between them that they are, I wouldn't say satisfied with, but they are running at the minute pace-wise that they are very evenly matched, and it's just about who gets those few tenths every lap. The race pace have dropped. All the cars on track I'm looking at are doing lap times over 45 at the minute. Not a single. Oh, there's one car, Joshua Gröning, actually dropped beneath 45 last time around. So the pace have dropped quite a bit this late into their current stints. It's still the 43.4 time that's the fastest lap of the race. So a good over a second between the fastest lap and the current pace out on track. Which just proves how much that tire wear has an effect also into the time of the race, where back markers will be a thing almost every lap for the top drivers. Where mode 11 is in the trash compactor. I'm being told that the trash compactor is roughly around the 27th position. Yeah, mode 11 without the, I would say, captain of Bas van Melis today, who have opted not to race because of different reasons. What those reasons are, we will never know. Well, we could probably just ask him, but let's not do that and disturb his lovely day off. Frank Bergkamp, probably the most anonymous driver so far in this race. We haven't seen that much from the Drago course car. But they are running in second position, almost Mark Webber-ish driving, as he would always, well, for a period of time, he would do a lot of races with good results, but we would never see him on television as he was never really battling anyone. Speaking of battling, Jordi Peters just made the move onto Horst, it looks like, for 19th position. So to Horst dropping once again a position, but not that trouble. Next car behind will also be for position for to Horst. The Belgium low power team of the AAA Jordi Peters will be trying to pull away as quickly as possible, as Horst could potentially use the slipstream to re-overtake if he's not too Well, too held up by or too focused on what there's behind him. Tell you what, Horst is trying to stay in the slipstream, and he is getting closer to Jordy Peters. Not close enough to go for it though, unless if he sends it. Saying that now he actually gets it. If gets a much better line through turn 3, then he could have the opportunity to turn 4, but doesn't look like it. Peters does have a very nice line through there. Also, just mentioning Ricard before, he is currently actually the fastest car on track with a 44.9. Him and him, Grunding and Dudek are all doing roughly those times with less than a 10 between them, lap times wise. But Jordy Peters definitely got away. Now it's the SLRT driver of Andreas Bordesa who will have to try and make the move on Anthony to Horst. And let's see if Anthony can defend this one. We do have Bordesa who's coming in for the position and putting themselves up into the top 20. Which would be very soothing when your car have number 20 and then you'll be 20th positioned. OCD people will be very pleased if they get this move done. But not a good exit there onto the start-finish straight. I wonder how many crates the CBSR team are on at this point. We should probably ask them later on in the race. Rumors have it that that's why that Swart left the team, that he couldn't carry all the crates anymore, and he wasn't good enough at math to keep counting. But whether those rumors be true, we don't know. But we do assume that they are true. They have 2 crates for the race. That's actually not a lot of for their standards. You would have expected them to have more, you know. Well, they have, but how many have they down so far? That's a big question. And that could explain why the horse is dropping like a fly at the minute. And whether or not that they have some sort of a drinking system that allows them to drink while driving. I knew they had more storage. Yes, we are talking to YouTube chat. I mean, of course they have more storage. They are the CBSR team. Oh, they're planning on 2 for the race. I would have. What sometimes you have to make a new plan. You know, so it doesn't always go to plan. So we'll have to see by the end of the race how it went for them in that matter. But the horse actually keeping Bordesa behind. Bordesa make every time they get close, it's like Bordesa makes the slightest of errors or mistakes that loses him a little bit of ground to Horst. Although this time it's the Horst with the mistake that allows Andreas Bordesa to get closer. The SLRT team. Although I would expect that the T stands for team, so SLRT team. SLRT. The Salad team will be looking for the move for the CBSR guys shortly. Whoop, what happened there? Now something disappeared from my screen. Nothing important. Into the Emperor corner, does show himself quite far on the inside, goes forward, doesn't get the car stopped in time, but can he get it turned? Nope. The horse keeps his cool and just follows his proper racing line and maintains position. Even gains a little bit of ground there to Bordesa. Which he will probably be a little bit pleased with, so we can relax a little bit coming into turn 1. Although Bordesa are in a good distance for the slingshot. Down the start-finish straight, let's see when he starts getting closer. Now it comes, it's a little bit too far behind. But into 6 hours 10 remaining of the race. Probably after the next pit stop round, we're taking a small break on comms for probably around 20 minutes. But we will try and get the next pit stop round included as well here on the stream, so we can see how it all stands before we go on to a little hiatus of sorts. Hopefully someone else could come in and take over. If you have a commentator in your deep heart out there on YouTube, then this would be your one opportunity. Oh, a opportunity, not the one. There will probably be many, many more over this season, but it would be an opportunity. Now we're on to the MSR esports team that attacks. It's Kiel on Camilo in the 104 car. With, I think it's a traffic car ahead of them. Looks like that could be the horse we saw earlier on in the BMW, who gets out of the way for one, gets out of the way for both of them, so it doesn't impact the battling at all, it seems like. Lucas Kiel getting around. This is for the 10th and 9th position. The 102 car causing a yellow flag gets going again. That was still a Croix in an Aston Martin further down the field, but he is going. Lucas Kiel could potentially be on for something if he gets this move done. We know that they both have penalties, but Kiel have 5 seconds less than Di Camilo. So we could potentially just stay behind until the pit stops and just overtake by virtue of a smaller penalty. Also, the 406 car have a 15-second penalty that I haven't mentioned before. That's Ivanov. Unfortunate for him, that's for causing a collision at some point during the race. I would assume quite early on, as we didn't see anything too serious on the stream, at least with those guys. Using a lot more track than Di Camilo, and maybe a little bit too much than the hairpin. Difference in driving style. Or maybe Kiel is just attacking a little bit too hard. Trying to stay with Di Camilo. As Di Camilo now gaps him by a little bit. Back down to the Belgium low power team in the 888 BMW. They are attacking the 314 car of Sivan, whatever, the 314 car. Now on the inside through turn 4, he does get the move done, but turn 5 it changes, but no. Jordi Peters up into 18th position, and man on a mission it looks like. 67 car now causing a yellow flag. That's the multi-tap racing car. Gets going again. No harm done down. The rejoin at least looked very clean. Bordessa are still attacking. Horst can't get the move done, it looks like. They seem to be somewhat equal on pace at this point. Maybe Horst have saved the tires very, very nicely during this stint. I would put it past him to do that. He is the type of driver who would have that in mind when driving. But let's see if the SLRT team they have something, a trick up their sleeve. Maybe strategy-wise could consider the undercut. We do remember that the CBSR team, they came in around the 1 hour mark, so they will definitely be doing the same this time around. You could at this point consider undercutting for to go in and get fresher tires and just get track position and worry about the more worn tires later on in the race. The Aston Martin behind is not for position. That's a car that's lapping them. That's the 724. Aston Martin, that's where are they placed? They are the second placed car at the minute. No, third placed car at the minute, I think. And still going strong for them in the this challenging situation. They're actually the quickest car in the top 3 at the minute last time around. Just looking on lap times in general, oh shite man, there Horst went into the wall. Went to visit Mr. Barry R. Sort of, you would say, some would say. Oh, but as I was saying before, the Aston Martin of the 724 crew, they're actually the quickest last lap around on track. Might not be this time with traffic they had to go through. Bordessa now got himself up into the 20th position in the race. An actually recent lap time last time around. Low 45s does seem to be sort of the top pace currently out there on the track. Let's see, let's the one, or so the number 10 Ferrari go through. Who came up to lap him. It is the 777 Honda that's behind them at the minute. Podium contestants earlier on in the race, but they have dropped quite a bit after the pit stops, but they could potentially still make it up. Back up to Kiel, who's still attacking Di Camillo. It does seem in these conditions when the tires start to go off that the drivers struggle a little bit to stay close to each other when they are roughly equally paced. And that could be why the Kiel is not able to stay closer to Di Camillo for longer periods of time, that he's just murdering the tires too much. Horst comes into the pits. Could also just be keeping behind, trying for the to do the strategy of just waiting until the pits, as they know that they will have to be stopped for 5 seconds less than the car ahead of them. Ooh, battling up ahead. Just going through a few of the drivers on the grid, having a good look on them quickly running through. It looks like Robert Grill Inception Racing, they are still just outside of the top 10. But after the penalties of Di Camillo, then Kiel actually made it past while we were gone from that. But he will actually get through Di Camillo when after the pit stop round, after his penalty, it looks like. As Di Camillo is now into 10th position with Kiel ahead of him. And Spekeling and the Sim Racing International team also looks to be gaining a position to Ivanov in the next pit in the next pit stop round. Speaking of Sim and the Sim Racing International team, they're actually coming in now. They're exactly on the hour mark. Interesting to see if they're going to make a driver swap in the pits. If they do so, then it's either going to be Kieran Vidago or Tesh Fredriksson taking over that car. We know that Sim and Tesh, they are a very strong driver pairing, and Vidago as well. And if you asked me before the season started, I would have put them as favorites for at least a top 3 in the championship. But looking at how the first race is going here, there are some competitors for the podium spots overall this season. Eugene in the Heart Attack Mustang also still driving quite well. We haven't seen that much of the Mustangs as of late in the races. They haven't really been in close battling on this stint, but at least we get a good look at one of them here. The 211. It is such a fun car to drive and look at. The sounds, the feelings, the straight steering. It's just in general a good experience to drive the Mustang if you're out there for fun. Racing wise, it's a very, very acquired taste to drive the Mustang, I must say. But very fun though. It's a bit surprising that we don't have more Mustangs on the grid, per se, and it is confirmed that Kieran Vidago got into the number 9 car. By the way. Oh, that's a 777 of Johnny Masuki in the MSR Esport OTK Mugen team. A 777 car, more bad luck for the team. The black Honda. Well, they're both actually black, but this one particularly. Vargas chasing down Verhoeven for 22nd. Looks like that Vargas actually got a good run there. Tries to the inside, not a lot of room there, but he goes for it, squeezes into the gap. But we have seen many times that it can be defended on the outside. Still side by side as Verhoeven smartly enough backs out of that one and chooses to live over fighting this one with Nick Vargas, which also puts the Mode 11 car up into 22nd position in the race. And we are just before the pit stop rounds as well, so interesting also to see whether or not that they keep a driver in or if they swap around. when they go into it. I would expect them to swap, as that would likely mean Andrew Richardson would enter the cockpit of the number 11 car. Which would be very nice for them, as they have a bit of air around them, and Richardson are really a man who knows how to pace himself into to good, consistent, high pace. Pace for all those playing the pace drinking game. Up the road again, Lasse Stræ in the RASE team. Formerly, they used to drive the Mercedes as well. I've caught up to Bordesa, as who just recently was fighting to Horst, goes for the inside there. Bordesa goes a little bit wide there, and Stræ goes straight through and up into 17th position. Though he is carrying a 10-second time penalty, so maybe Bordesa just let him go there, knowing that they will get the spot back after the pit stop round. The 406 gets into the pit as well with Ivanov. They could be changing drivers onto Kubanov, the other driver of that car. I have to wait for them to cross a timing split to see whether or not that they have swapped, or Ivanov is still driving. Maybe they've just split the race into 2 4-hour stints. It is a bit much to ask for of a driver, but some drivers like driving like that. Goes across there. They have swapped Kubanov now behind the wheel of the 406 Luke Oil car. Further down the grid, the number 10 car, Dave Trevor, now behind the wheel of the SLRT car, trying to get the move done on Vinokurov. I don't think Vinokurov have been into the pits yet in the 211 Mustang, but we'll have to see if he gets the move done before the stop round. It is a quick car in a straight line, that Mustang, once it gets going, but don't count out the Ferrari just yet. Down towards turn 1 we go. No moves here. If that Mustang have been out there, or I haven't pitted yet, as I don't think it have, then it will definitely have some way too worn tires. As you can see, the Ferrari can keep a much tighter line there and actually go for the move on the inside through turn 3. Keeps it there, not really. Oh, it does send it into turn 4 and gets it done. Not really much the Mustang could do there to defend the position. As David Trevor just keeps going away into the distance. As the next driver for Trevor would be Trillin in the 55 car. I should have probably written down who have boxed already in this pit stop round, but I, for some reason, managed not to do that. As Tim Mirror also goes for the move on the very worn tired Mustang. It looks like Tim Mirror gets through for DSRT and puts himself into 10th position. I don't think that Mirror have been into the pits either, to be honest. So this could be interesting when they come back out of the pits, the 2 cars. Also, Dudek finally seems to have caught up to another driver further up the field, and will be attempting the overtake for 4th in maybe a couple of laps. He's at least made contact with him. Misa back behind the wheel of the year 21. He's catching up to the 777 Honda as well. But Miro does not seem to have the pace to just pull away directly from the Mustang behind. The Mustang of Vinogradov are managing to keep somewhat up with Tim Miro. Tim Miro. Miro. Not Miro. 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 Tim Miro. Definitely how you're supposed to say that. You have to give it like the Italian flair when you say it. I think. Miro. Move closer to the Emperor corner there. He might not even be Italian, but we just choose to give him the Italian accent anyway. Miro. Spaghetti Miro. Did the Mustang dive in there? No, he stays out with the DSRT car. Ronan takes back control of the car after that. I'm not going to say horrendous stint by horse, but he did drop quite a few positions. So back to training camp with him and the adult beverage jogging. No, it was a good drive from horse, but Van Doren goes back in, as I think they'll be swapping every stint in that car. So Van Doren hunting down Van Schaik for a 30th position. Although a lot of people still yet to pit, I actually think that Van Schaik have boxed as well. I do believe that he have, maybe. Hard to say really, but I would expect him to have at this point as we are. That would be at least about 4 minutes time. We should see the last card come in for this pit stop round. But yeah, this is such a good feeling for a driver when you get into the car, especially if you're double stinting and coming out after a pit stop, and all of a sudden maybe the car feels a bit heavier. Ooh, drive through for Van Driel there. Possibly speeding in the pits, I would assume so. Or track limits, maybe. Could have been track limits as well. But coming back onto to the track with fresh tires, even though the car feels heavier with the newly added fuel, but just those fresh tires and all the grip you have, it's such a great feeling, especially in an endurance race like this, where you have been driving around on what feels like absolutely no rubber, almost concrete-like circles on the rims, and then you get the nicest, softest rubbers on once again. Just massaging that black line before you get it into the... What were we talking about? Nevertheless, Van Doren and Schaik seems to be reasonably paced against each other. They can maybe use each other to try and find a few positions moving forward up into 29th now for Van Doren, as Toddy and Chester Delaney have gone into the pits as well. And then almost finishing off the pit stop round. I wonder if Cooper have been in yet, and Bergkamp, I don't think so. They will definitely be stopping soon if they haven't. The 222, that's a Sheffers who comes in now, who have to serve the 20-second time penalty. GSE Racing Esports 2024. Manuel Brockhammer behind the wheel of that. Of Frank Bergkamp still in second position now, only 1 second behind Cooper. What have happened up here near the front? Have Cooper been in some sort of trouble? Or have they just pitted and maybe Bergkamp had a much nicer pit stop? Definitely seems strange that they are all of a sudden this close to each other. Now they both come into the pit. I think that this is a pit stop that will actually be following, even though not much is going on. 777 spun around again, as this is potentially a leading swap in the race. I think as long as they are battling it out, then we'll be keeping commentary on for just a little bit longer. before we take a break. We definitely don't want to miss an overtake for the lead. On the marks at both stop, we will see the 69 car drop first, as they have a pit stop nearer the entrance to the pit lane. Yes, these pit stops in ACC, they are very exciting to watch when on broadcasting. This might feel like the longest 30 seconds of their lives. The 69 can now up to the AEA for some reason. But now the 69 is going, and he does come out ahead of the 81. Driver swap for the 69 at least. Now it's Emir Chevelle in the RYO Bentley. And Bergkamp's right behind, but maybe we can go to that car and see if it's actually still Bergkamp in the car. If it is, then he's doing a massive triple stint to start off the race. Let's see when they cross the... oh, it's a Chamberlain. Chamberlain once again behind the wheel of that car. Let's see if he can get anything done to Chevelle, who takes over for the first time in the 69 car this race. The 75 car managed to get himself a drive-through penalty. Oh well, sorry, I stopped go 30 for speeding in the pits. Let's see, Emir Chevelle, first time we see him this afternoon of racing. Behind the wheel of the race-leading RYO Bentley. Also driver change for the number 17 car now. It's Leinen who jumped into that one, replacing Deco in the number 17 Ferrari. Other battles on track. Shobes, Mesa, and Plius close together, with Tuja not that far behind them. Dennis Scripps view, or at least the rear view there, very close for Mesa there to contact these ropes into the Emperor corner. But up in the front, it's still Chamberlain, extremely close to Chevelle. And the Bentley, two manufacturers that we don't often see near the front of the field these days, the Bentley and the Honda. Was just to prove how good the Elephant Bob is. These cars are actual options to choose from, and they're competitive as well. Into the first corner. Chamberlain, who started the race, I believe, in the 81 car, doing a good job of just getting right back into it. Also Chevelle, even though that the gap was a little bit bigger when they came out. Now Chamberlain definitely have the advantage of slipstream. And that could help him quite a bit in staying close to Chevelle. But again, one small mistake, and then the overtake will be done. Whereas for Chamberlain, if he makes a mistake, then he just has to catch back up. Also, bottom right-hand screen now we have the battle between Chauves and Pliers. In the background of that 4-man train, I don't think everyone there is involved in battle, but that's Mesa and Tuja, two of the drivers involved in that. The two McLarens behind them, you can just see them in the background. This could be what Chamberlain is waiting for, traffic up ahead. Likely going to catch up to that within a few laps. Interesting that they are running the Honda so long on the rev limiter before changing up. They must know of the optimum shift range, that there's something there that you have to keep it up on the rev lights flashing for a little bit before you actually hit the optimum RPM. But it's still going as expected. Also, although you can see how the Honda is actually using a little bit more of the track than the Bentley are, and he gets better rotation on the exit of the corners than the Bentley. But the Bentley is so strong coming into the corners, and also looks like on acceleration in general, although this time the Honda gets very close of Chamberlain. This could be it if he didn't go a little bit too narrow there through the corner that leads up to the back straight, that he could have potentially have had the move. He does show himself, but not close enough to go for it. As the traffic up ahead is getting closer and closer, it will of course give Chevelle a little bit of slipstream, but if that traffic gets just the tiniest bit in the way for the 69 car of Chevelle, then Chamberlain will have a very, very good chance of overtaking, as they are so close on track. Also this time Chamberlain with a very good run there through the final chicane. Maybe takes a little bit too much of the sausage there. Could potentially be the move for the change of the lead in the race. Though it does look like the Bentley have good top end speed, but he is getting into it. He will probably show himself going for the move. Maybe, maybe not. No, not this time around. That was the opportunity for Chamberlain, but does look like that Bentley have massive amounts of top speed. As even with the better exit and the slipstream, Chamberlain couldn't get himself pulled through. He was closing by the end of the straight, but couldn't get the move done. Oh, now I opened up something on the PC that I wasn't meant to. But it works. It worked out. We're still live and still here, with Chamberlain still on the offensive. But again, Chamberlain, he knows that it's a long race, that he doesn't have to make the move immediately. As long as they can keep pace with the RYO Bentley, then they can. Then they have 5.5 hours to get this move done. So it's not necessary to go for every single small opening. No reasons to push or lock at any point. But look at how close they are into the final chicane once again. Better line this time from the Bentley. Start finish straight. He does have the good distance for the slingshot once again, does Chamberlain. But he will need a slightly better exit than the Bentley to actually get it set up, and it does look like Chevelle have gotten into the rhythm of the car and are now driving without any issues. and full confidence in the mighty Bentley. Also, as predicted, Andrew Richardson did get into the Mode 11 car. Some say that we have raced those guys so much that we know their strategies inside and out at this point, but I guess it is what it is. People of YouTube, one big question remains for you. Which car will take the overall win in this race? Yes, it is definitely something that you will have an opinion on out there. If you're watching, then you will definitely be in support of someone. Put it in the YouTube chat and let's see who you guys are rooting for the win, or who you actually think is going to win the race. And if you're very, very nice, and you'll also tell us why you think they're going to win the race, and because I'm driving the car is a very valid reason. Once again, look at this. Honda takes a much different line than the Bentley through the final chicane. I would even say better. They get better run onto the start-finish straight this time. He does have overspeed, does Chamberlain. But again, the straight is just not long enough for him to do that, even though it's a long, long, long straight. Just not close enough coming into the braking zone. But look at this. Through turn 3 we go. Chamberlain with the much, much tighter line, much nicer line. Very close into turn 4. Will he launch it up the inside? Probably not, but he could potentially go for it. Not this time around either. Smart driving once again. But look how close they are. Out of turn 4 as well. Into turn 5 it does show himself and forces Chevelle to both go a little bit defensive and leave the room if Chamberlain had sent it in there, but very, very observant driving from Chevelle there, showing that he is not willing to take the biggest of risks when it comes to the overtake. He is willing to leave the room. Well, he should be willing to leave the room as he's a racer, but definitely interesting. Back marker once again, that could come into play for the position. Look at the Honda taking a much, much tighter line there through the penultimate corner. That gives him a slightly better run. This time Chamberlain is all over the back of Chevelle. Goes for the move, already showing himself. This will be a battle of who have the biggest balls to break the latest. But the Bentley does have the better line. Does he take into account for the Honda? Yes, he does. Ooh, Bentley gets a little bit of slide. That didn't look like contact on the screen, though. It could have been net coding. But nevertheless, the Bentley still maintains the lead. Ever so slightly into turn 4 we go. Now on board with Chamberlain. You can see how unsettled that Bentley looks, and this time Chamberlain gets the run out of turn 4 into turn 5 we go. Change for the lead, but just for a brief period of time as Chevelle strikes right back, taking the lead away from Chamberlain again. They hold it for a good 2-3 seconds there. Did the Honda team, the Modular Drago course team of currently driven by Harley Chamberlain. The 81 Honda really on it. The RYO Bentley defending, or at least quickly going to the right-hand side, breaking the slipstream of the Honda. Let's see if it settles down, or if he will continue to push hard for the attack. Over the top of the hill we go into the tricky tight section. Will he try the sneak attack? No, he stays behind. Again, you can see how Chamberlain chooses the tighter line through the penultimate corner, but it keeps pushing him onto the the yellow sausage on the outside, which is not that optimum usually. This time he's in the slipstream for longer, not quite close enough to go for it. The Bentley does look a little bit looser than the Honda when they're driving around. The rear end have started to sliding just a little bit more, so we see a big slide there. This time surely Chamberlain will have it. Into turn 4 we go, side by side. Chamberlain on the inside, Chevelle on the outside in the Bentley. This time Chamberlain have it. There will be no coming back from that one this time around for Chevelle, unless if Chamberlain makes a big mistake here. But no, Chamberlain into the lead. The Modular Drago course team have finally gotten the lead of the race. What a drive so far from both of these teams, and let's hope that this battle continues throughout the rest of the afternoon and early hours of the evening. Great move there. A little bit of some action here with Swabs and the Inception 55 McLaren up ahead. I think the 55 might have just overtaken Shops actually, but nevertheless, and as the move has been made for the lead, we will be taking a 15 to 20 minute-ish break here from live comms. We will be returning after that, hopefully to cover the rest of the race. So we'll be right back and catch you after this short non-words from the sponsors, because we don't have that many of them and we can't fill out 20 minutes of that and then you'll all be bored and walk away. But we'll be back as soon as possible. And we are back with the commentary on YouTube. 5 hours to go in the race, currently following Kevin Vidargo around, about to put another lap down on the Mode 11 car. That have seemed to be rising and falling a bit in the race, currently in 21st, the Mode 11 team. Driven by Andrew Richardson at the moment. Though he's a little bit in a no man's land. Long way up to Fong and long way down to Van Schijk behind. So what he can do, we'll have to wait and see. We know that pace is good, so they still stand a good chance of gaining a few positions. Kieran Vidargo in 8th position. Also a bit in a no man's land. Long way down to players in the 212. And quite a way up to Kurbanov in the 406. The 406, the Luke Oil car that we've seen quite a bit in the race, performing nicely during the early stages of the race. Chamberlain, while we have been gone, have pulled out a gap of 17 seconds on Chevelle, with 15 seconds further down to Teva, 9 to Wall, and then a further, 3 to Wall, and then a further 9 to Klein in currently 5th position. Which rounds the top 5. Not a lot of tight action at the minute. Maybe further down with the 104 car, there's a little bit there, but I think our cameraman Chris is having a shit at the minute. Hard to say. Dario Villalano of the Sim Racing team. Oh, there's a car parked in the wall there. That's the 777 car. Villalano from the Sim Racing team, the SRT team, putting a good chase on Scrubs, who's still in the car, in the number 1 car. I think that Engelhardt have been a little bit in that car as well. We know that Scrubs is a driver who are famously known for being able to do extremely long stints and can go on for literally days if you just put him in behind the wheel and give him a little bit of Red Bull and coffee maybe. So he will definitely not be a driver who is out of the comfort zone or out of pace at this point yet. But Dario Vinello will definitely be trying to apply some pressure on him and get him out of that comfort zone. Unlikely to happen, but we'll see what happens, as Vinello does seem to have a strong pace at the minute in the SRT Ferrari, the 104. Give a good chase, but they can't afford to be battling too hard, as and now he's back in the car. Arthur in the 212. Hard attack car is right behind them with just 2 seconds behind. So too much battling here. They let that Mustang back into it for 11th position. That will be interesting to follow later on. Also, for the people out there on YouTube or drivers in general who want to come in for an interview, maybe we can talk a little bit about equipment, as we all know the one weakness of sim racing are that we all want the best of equipment that we have available, or the best of equipment available on the market. But truth be told, you don't really need all that fancy stuff to be a quick racer. We have seen drivers on the old G29 Logitechs on a very small Monza, even on laptops from time to time, perform very well and take championships. But then again, we have the drivers who go way overboard, that goes full D-emotion rigs with the fanciest of fancy equipment and spends thousands and thousands of euros on their setups. But it can be done a lot cheaper, and all that money you put into your rig, of course, it's good fun, and I'm a man who likes equipment as well. The fancier, the better, and the endless upgrading are part of the fun of this hobby. But truth be told, none of that actually matters for pace nor consistency. It's just for the fun and immersion that we do all this stuff. Often when I talk about this hobby to people, and they, then you just sat around on the PlayStation. No. wait until you see what's in my basement further up the field. By the way, a little bit of a battle here for 9th position between Pliers and Tudja. The MSR car and the Inception McLaren battling it out. But people often get surprised about the equipment that we use for our hobby here. Both the price we spend on and the physical size of our great sim rigs. That obviously goes all the way from the fanciest of fancy stuff to basically homemade. Ooh, good move there from the Inception team. Tudja gets the move done on the Pliers for 9th. Strong overtake. But again, 5 hours to go in the race. No need to be taking unnecessary risks. And Pliers knew that and chose not to do much about it. But again, we have seen from the big and fancy stuff to people who basically just have a gardening chair and then a home build wooden rig. Those are the most fun of rigs to see pictures of on the internet, because people really do get creative about about making their custom rigs at home. It stretches obviously all the way from a disc chair and a desktop to full-sized cars with full immersion, VR, triple monitors, even quad monitors with the extra one on top for Motec data and all that fancy stuff. Even modeling out the interior of race cars from time to time, we have seen with all the button boxes and fans and whatever you need to get that done, and even harnesses on the seats and stuff. It is always fun to see what other people got going for them and compare and dream about what you could have yourself, and sometimes make fun of people with this. There actually used to be a guy that I used to race with who, well, to be fair, he wasn't on the highest of sim racing levels, but around my own level, I should say, who was doing quite well on just a regular controller plugged in against all of us guys with thousands of euros worth of equipment. He could still hold his own against us, which was quite surprising to see, honestly, but also good to see that it doesn't really matter what you're using. Everyone can get started on sim racing as long as you have the right mindset for it and you're prepared to go into a hobby with an endless amount of upgrades. Honestly, the only computer hobby that might be more expensive than sim racing would probably be a flight sim, because that stuff ain't cheap. And if you want to model a full Airbus A whatever cockpit, then then you gotta be good with technology and maybe have a 3D printer yourself. Same goes for the racing wheels that we are racing with, stretching all the way from again the Logitech stuff and cheap Thrustmasters Hurry wheels to Fanatec's Magic and what else everything is called up in that price category. Slurps is still under pressure from Dario Vinalio, but by the way, for the 11th position, holding his own in the RER car. And they must just have been led by, I think that's Chamberlain in the, I think that's the 81 Honda who's just ahead of them. That must be the race leading Honda. Oh, pit stop there from Shubs. He jumps in at the 1 hour mark. And Vinelli chooses to continue. So if Vinelli are on the same sort of, on the same sequence, then Scrubs will have the advantage of fresher tires for a little bit, and he might be able to pull out a gap or hand the car over to Engelhardt, and maybe he can do the same. Stray on the offense on Williams. And Willems, I should say, not Williams, Willems. The battle of the eights, the triple eight and the double eight. 2 fat ladies and 3 fat ladies, or whatever they say in bingo. Bentley tucking into the slipstream here. Pulls out. Can he get the move that looks like it should be? Does it move into turn 1 already passed before the braking zone? Also looks like the triple eight of Williams pulled out of that one a little bit, knowing that the position was lost, so no reason to go side by side through turns 1 and 2. Was that a bit of flashing in the background? Oh, he might not be happy with that for some unknown reasons. And then they have to deal with the traffic immediately after the overtake. I wonder if the traffic gets out there. I think the yellow Ferrari further up are one of the top cars, so that he should potentially be quicker, depending on tires, obviously, and strategies. But again, going and looking at lap times, it's still actually very close. Looking down the field, Kieran Vidargo goes to the pit. If they continue the strategy that they've been doing so far, then he'll be taking another stint before handing over to Tess Fredriksson for 2 after that. And that's a good question what they'll do with the 2 final ones, but not likely for a driver change there, but we'll have to wait and see. Maybe Kieran prefers the single stints over the doubles. Could potentially also stir up a little bit in the top 10, depending on where they come out and how quickly they can get the pit stops. He's already out on track. He's actually not that far ahead of this battle on track position. Right behind the 74 car, the old racing number in that team. They will probably swap positions as they cross the timing line of sector 1. As they did there, still Kieran Vidargo in the car, that is confirmed. I think that they might have been opting to try and get into sort of positions where they could get themselves out in a good track position with not too many people around them that they would have to re-overtake when they came out. And if that was their plan, then they definitely succeeded in that. They have the 84 car up ahead of them, which is a back marker to them, so he'll be letting them go, and then a good 5 seconds up to Panov in the 47, and then there'll be nothing ahead of them after that. So a good track position they came out in there for the 9 car. Down here with the battle for that would be 25th position. Harold have caught up from the left-hand racing team. Did they used to be much further up the field? Is that a sister car maybe? Have caught up to the 3-1-4 of Slavinsky. Drive-through penalty there from Pixioto. Either track limits or pit speed. And they have one of the DRST. It's always difficult with the new team names, but I think it's DSRT cars directly ahead of them. Oh, it's actually the DSRT car he's battling. That's why there's a DSRT car directly ahead of him. I think maybe it is 3-1-4. No, I think it's the funky color Ferrari ahead of him that he's battling. Yeah, it should be. It should be. Ooh, close into the braking zone. But still keeping the gaps there. Wonder that car behind, is that a back marker or up by a lap? I can't really tell the number on the side of it from this distance. Oh, the 2 cars battling, that's why they were so close. Yes, now it's just me who's getting confused on my young days. Looks like they'll encounter that traffic very shortly, the DSRT and someone else in that mix as well. Who looks to be going on the outside there. Will he get trapped a little bit, giving the Aston Martin of Harold a little bit of a a run there, not going for it, not close enough. Fortunate enough for the 314 car. Down around the bottom part of the second sector, up cresting the hill. Going a little bit wide there, does the Ferrari that leaves the Aston with a very, very nice run. But again, a little bit of a dive from this distance, does show himself on the inside, takes the apex. Slight bit of contact. If that contact wasn't made, he probably could have had the run, forcing the Ferrari wide there on the first part of the third sector. But Lady Luck wasn't on their side this time around. And down the start-finish straight, the 314 Ferrari will have the advantage of slipstream. Not as much as the 723, but he will have a little bit of a tow from the DSRT Ferrari ahead of them. Still racing it Hanov into the pits. Though Kevin Harrell dropped a little bit of time there. I wonder if that DSRT Ferrari are ahead of them. I think he is, as there are no blue flags being waved by the marshals. Further up the field, Peel in a battle as well. Patrick Peel with that's Vianello. He's battling. So Vianello still haven't pitted yet. So a different strategy to Slurps. And Engelhardt in the Porsche, the number 1 Porsche, but Patrick Peel all over Vianello this time. Peel already pitted, I do believe, in this sequence. So he will have much fresher tires, and you can also see he's using all of the tracks, showing himself. As Patrick Peel is basically just trying to hold on, or well, Vianello is just trying to hold on, losing as little time as possible when he inevitably will be overtaken in this situation. But again, not good for Patrick Peel there, losing a bit of time, being stuck behind Vianello here in the 10-4 car. Or the 104, we should probably say. But they are fully allowed to be where they are. They are racing for position on track. Also, Vianello is not doing anything defensively. He's just driving his lines. And this time, Peel gets the run, and Vianello are very, very clever and just chooses not to go into the battle and just stays out of it. Very, very nice driving from him, and very aware as well, knowing what's at stake in his own race. Not risking dropping the positions, as they are currently 7th and 9th. And I do believe before the pit stop round they were just on the edge of top 10, so a little bit of luck, some instance for other drivers, and they will be right in there in the top 10, playing with the top guns of this championship. So what a lovely color actually on that SLRT Ferrari. It's very very unique. You are not in doubt when you see the number 10 Ferrari which car it is. Good call on the coloring of that one. Just having a look at the timing boards. Nothing interesting seems to be standing out. Lap time wise, yes, the multi-lap racing team still hanging in there in 36th position, which means there have been 1 retirement so far. but PXOTO still at staying in the race. They're only 10 seconds behind the Mercedes of Plowman, just up the road of him, the lone Mercedes of the off-pace racing team, of course that would be. But they are still in it, and that's what counts, you know. Never give up in a race. You never know what happens, and also just the experience and the accomplishment of finishing these endurance races for any team. It's a team that we haven't seen here before on the YouTube channel, so it's good to have them running with us and showcasing that just because you're not fighting for the win, you can still have a good time out there on track. I myself have been in this situation a few times over the years with previous teams. And then it's all about getting together with the guys and having a bit of banter, driving the car and enjoying whatever you can. Learning from what you're doing, trying to bring it on to your next race and maybe even into sprint races. And looking at that driving, there's nothing that stands out as being slow. They're actually doing reasonable lap times as well when we go into the sheet. They must have just pitted because the last lap was a little bit slow, but 1:45.8 fastest lap. It's obviously a bit off the very top guys, but it's actually not that bad in comparison. They are in an area of quickest laps where there's a lot of other drivers on the server. We can see on our timing sheet. So they definitely stand some sort of they definitely would have stood a chance. I think they have been involved in some incident earlier on in the races. I do remember seeing them further up the grid, and that might be the reason why they are running down here in 36th at the minute. But you never know what happens in an endurance race. And speaking of the cars down here, the off-pace racing team with Ben Plowman still in the car, or back in the car, I should say. I do think that they have had a driver swap earlier, and I think I have seen Torda driving around as well. In 35th, they are actually also they're doing a good job of keeping the distance to Plexiauto. It's hovering about those 10, 11, 12 seconds, depending on traffic when they get lapped and how much time they lose when they get overtaken. And that's one of the things that you learn when you are racing in this end of the field. How to let the faster guys through without losing yourself time. That is so key when you are racing in basically from 20th and down. Losing as little time as possible when you get lapped, that is so key. And the only place that you really learn it are by doing these races early on and keeping at it until the very end of them. Also learning how to behave around the quicker guys, because they will definitely, some of them will take different lines than you will, and have different braking points, and the fact when a quick driver, he might overtake you on a straight and just pull in directly ahead of you and then slam on the brakes, and you have to react to that. Big learning experiences when stuff like that happens. But they're still in it, qualifying last. They have made up 2 positions in the race so far. And nothing is over for them as of yet. And then one of the DSRT team cars with William van Lagen behind the wheel at the minute in 34th. He is giving a good chase to the 73 BMW, by the way. We just see up in the picture there, I think, in 34th position. Also still in it, they have a lot of teammate cars or sister cars on the grid as well. So they might be sharing data and helping out as much as they can with those guys, as well as getting the experience of doing endurance races. I remember first time in endurance racing, I was doing somewhat well for my own level in league racing at the time. Then going into endurance, it's a whole different thing. you're no longer just driving the car as per se. You also have obviously your teammates in some sort of voice call with you that are helping you out, but you're also thinking about the strategy a lot when you're driving. And the fact that you all of a sudden have to think about tire life a lot more than when you do league races, mandatory pit stops and fuel consumption. Everything like that plays in when you do endurance racing. And staying mentally ready. The first time I did a 2-hour stint, I remember after 1.5 hours, I felt like I was about to die. I couldn't keep the concentration anymore. At that point, you could clearly see on my lap times. And that's one of the big things here in endurance racing. Even if you get into a car, the first time you get into it, it might be 10 in the evening, like you would normal league racing. But then you've been up all day, you've been following the race, you have been talking to your teammates, you've actually been doing stuff all day and keeping focus and concentration on that. So it can be a little bit rough when you go into motor racing or go in the car, get some nice quiet time behind the wheel. Where you still need your maximum concentration. So so yeah, the learning experience is always there with these races, and why you should never give up. The car that they are chasing and they're actually catching up to, Jan-Jörg Boomer in the THRC car, taking a little bit of little inspiration from the WRT team in real life, not that far off with how it's designed. Looks very stunning. We know that the 73 car, that's the car that also involves Van Dryle, Van Favre, of course, a community legend, and Iron van der Linden as well. Have been up and down for a little while in the field, but they're still going. All 4 drivers are drivers that you would expect to do reasonably well tier 2 league races. But this is the thing, when you have so many teams, a lot of the teams that you're competing against, they might not be drivers that you're used to driving against, as you both have the tier 1 drivers, the tier 2 drivers. You'll have the teams that comes in here specifically only to do endurance. You'll have teams that might actually be esports level and in the very top that feel like that you're just in the way, but in your mind you're racing your own race and you're trying to achieve whatever goal that you set up yourself. For a long time, when I raced with the RIP 101 team, or the team was called Garage RIP 101, our only goal was to be on the timing board. When you could see, when you were following the leaders, then we wanted to be on as minimum on the very bottom part of the timing board on the left-hand side when we were driving. That was the main goal of driving, and we tried so hard to stay within that small area. And that was the criteria for a successful race, finishing on the timing board basically. And then just having a good time, of course. Catching up on banter and stuff like that. In 32nd place, it's Ruben Tang at the minute, racing with Verhelst and Kund. Kund is obviously a name that we try to not mispronounce too much on the stream, of course, as that could be slightly wrong. Weird Dutch names. I remember a long time ago back when I think it was called SSRI back then. Ruben Tang and I were the only ones driving the Nissan GTR one season, which was quite fun. Although, to be honest, I picked the car because Ford was good, which turned out it wasn't. But yeah, small memories of drivers that we have seen in a long time racing with us. Also, fun livery that they are running. It's very clearly a Dutch car with the orange, and that orange, white, and black we have seen a lot on both the what are they called? The Sim Racing Holland cars used to have color schemes like this. Not exactly, but same color combinations. third. Ooh, Kieran Vidago have been off into the wall. Mr. Kieran Vidago himself dropping down into 14th now. That could put a spanner on their contentions for the top 10. Good results might no longer be on all of them. Doesn't look like the steering is too roughed up on the car. He might have actually just kept it on the grass, but he will definitely have overheated tires at the minute. I know our camera crew are trying to find a replay as we're speaking of what happened there. But Vidago, big mistake there. I wonder if it was assisted that he went off, or it was just a small personal driver error from Vidago himself. And they are still about 40 minutes away from their pit stop window. So if that car have taken damage, he'll have to carry it for quite a while out there. So that will be interesting to follow, whether or not that he will up his pace again, or he will keep dropping. But yeah, that's unfortunate for the Sim Racing International team. They had that off, as we see another group of cars coming into the pits. That's Cyril, Jafar and Tuja all in the pits, and they have the 81 car also just pitted from the lead, switching to Bergkamp now behind the wheel of the 81 Honda once again. Replay of what happened with Kieran Vidago. That's the race lead. No, sorry, second place in the race. Who is about to lap him, that just gets involved there and tags him into the wall. Wow. So Kieran was unlapping himself, and then one of the two have misjudged the distance between them there, and ending up in a little bit of a crash that could become controversial later on, as that could have championship implications later on, a long way down the road of course, but not optimum there from Vidago, nor from the 69 crew, who just pitted, by the way. Which also have promoted the Luke Oil car up into to 5th at the minute, right behind Dudek, who also just came off the pits in 4th. Dudek only being 2 seconds behind a wall, as well as they are doing quite the comeback in that DSRT Ferrari. So I wonder if Kubanov, he will be boxing soon, or if he can, or maybe if he can just keep up with Dudek, he might be on a good track here. He have been so quick all day that it's quite crazy to think about, but some drivers are just on a different level. Keeping that concentration when you get behind the wheel is will normally be number one. But we also saw a few instances from the 17 car earlier on. They could potentially have been up there battling for the win. But 2 crashes in the first hour put them a little bit out of contention for that. Though they could still climb up and maybe even get on the podium with a good finish to the race. Kubanov going for the move down the start-finish straight. Tuxin goes back out, not close enough for the move this time around. I think the car hit is a blue flag car. It's definitely not either a wall or a pipe or peel, so must be a blue flag car, that funky colored, I was going to say Aston, but it's definitely a Ferrari. He will be getting out the way as we are speaking, letting the 2 Ferraris duke it out for 4th position in the race. Still a long way to go, but we are only half an hour from the halfway point this evening, so it could be potentially it's about time to start amping it up and trying to realize where you want to finish in the race, get a realistic feel of the field, and the other team's skills and gauge out what is a realistic target to finish in from this point. Are you on a comeback drive, or do you potentially have something more to shoot with nearing the end of the race? Have you already played out your strongest cards? All things that comes into play from about this point on in the race. Also the time where it's a little bit easier gauging whether or not that it's worth taking the risks while racing. It does Dudek a little bit late there on the brakes into turn 1, which gives Kubanov a great run through turn 3, but nowhere to go as Dudek positions his car almost perfectly there, with nowhere to go for Kubanov with the run. The SRT versus Luke Oil, this could be a story for later on in the season as well, as they do seem quite equally paced at the minute. Also that Luke Oil car, we've really seen them perform well in this race, coming from quite far down the order, at least from early on in the race, and climbing their way up. Dudek with the mistake again, and this time Kubanov takes full advantage and snatches P4 in the race, putting Dudek down into 5th position. I actually think this is the first time the entire race that Dudek have been overtaken, well, after lap 1 of course, or without incidents happening at pit stops, been overtaken on track. Elsewise he has been the one doing the overtakes. So strong overtake there from Kubanov. It is interesting when you compare the fastest laps of the two cars of this race. There's about a 6/10 difference in their fastest lap time. But then again, it's early on in the race where the track is nice and ready for it and no traffic. That's where you can usually get your best lap times in, especially if you get a nice slipstream down the start-finish straight. But Dudek will definitely be on the attack once again here. He will stick with Kubanov for as long as he can, and then try to time his attack as good as possible, making the move when an opportunity arises. We have seen how strong Dudek have been coming onto the big start-finish straight this race. Not as good in the middle sector, but that final chicane he really nails time after time again, and that's quite the advantageous place to be good around here, as that sets you up nicely for overtakes. On board with Kubanov, now jumping back to Dudek, as we see him here going into the final sector of the track. Up the hill where they have rallycross here in Circuit de Catalunya as well, about this area of the track. And into the final chicane. Ooh, Kubanov making a big mistake there. Look how early he's on the front there. Very, very nice driving style there. Whoa, a little bit of a slide there through the final corner. Getting caught in the high revs. But look at this overspeed he have, and can he make the move? A little bit of net coating, it looks like, between the two, ends up with a bump, and that Dudek falls back with no chance of the overtake. Being unfortunate there. Also, the next wave of penalties will be applied shortly. I think there'll be a 10 second for the 777, a warning for the 24, 10, or 15 seconds for the car 10, another 5 for the car 10. Big drive-through penalty for the 645 coming in, 15 for the 17, another 5 for the car 10. 15 for the 67 and 10 for the 104. Car 10 seems to have been involved in a lot lately, and that is not that good for them as they're currently set in second place in the race. Looks like that Bentley from earlier on of RYO, they have really dropped a bit. Down in 6th at the minute. And they should be on schedule or pit stop sequence at least at the minute. They're actually just 1.4 or 1.5 seconds about behind this battle between Dudek and Kubanov. So they'll definitely be looking at doing a little bit of a comeback from this point in the race, a long way up to P2, though they will have to serve quite a few penalties next time they stop, or quite the time-wise penalties that could drop them right back into this battle. Which we are of course looking forward to see. Catching traffic. Traffic staying nicely out of the way. Didn't hold up the Dudek and Kubanov too much. But they have another 2 cars directly ahead of them. But they will be, well, I think that Dudek will be hoping that they will slow up Kubanov at the exit of a corner, maybe, or at the entrance enough that he can get the run on the exit. But let's see if they play it right, or if the back markers just get out of the way. But I think those 2 back markers, they might be duking it out for position as well. So. No guarantees that they will make it super easy to get by them. Oh, this time around this Kubanov goes too deep, and Dudek tries for it. Doesn't succeed. And that's one of the most annoying parts when you're a back marker and you have a good race with another car. When a car comes to lap you and you have to give up the room. And you do it in the wrong place, and maybe the guy that you're battling is a little bit smarter about letting the car pass than you were, and you lose a second or two to the car head. That's that can be so frustrating. But sometimes if you play it right, then you can use the faster cars to your advantage. If you let them through at the right time, losing absolutely no time at all, get tucked in right behind them. Ooh. Tugging right behind them, then you can sometimes follow them through when they're trying to lap the car that you're battling. That looked way too scary between the back marker Dudek and Kubanov there. Offer still stands to drivers watching on YouTube, or if you have someone in your team, maybe that have time, come in and get interviewed in live here on the stream. We can have to talk about your race and how your experience have been so far in this race, or maybe goals for the race, championship goals, a little bit of talk about yourself, your team, basically whatever you like. We'll see how it goes. Just go in on our Discord channel, and then under broadcasting there'll be a voice channel called Interview Waiting Room, and we will drag you in as soon as we see you. And we do not care whether or not that you're the fastest car on the grid or the slowest. We want to talk to as many people as possible to hear about your experiences here in the race. God damn it, what happened now? As we've been saying, this they've cleared the first back markers, and then the Bentley behind that is Suhili in the 69 of the RYO team, who is getting it closer and closer to this battle. He could potentially snatch 2 positions and move himself back up into 4th if everything goes to plan. Oh, speaking of that, Aston Martin we see directly ahead of them. That's Val in 3rd. And with the 20 seconds worth penalty for PL, that will drop him just about 5 seconds ahead of these guys if they all were to come into the pits right now. So everything is still to play for in the top 5 battling, or the top 6, we should say. Basically from 2nd to 6th. Looks like Bergkamp are running a little bit away with it at the minute in the front. What with Val now, as he's getting quite pressured now from Kobanov behind. That 406 car seems so strong during this race. If things have went their way in qualifying and in the start of the race, they probably could have been up there battling with PL for a second at this point. But same can be said for quite a few other teams out there who haven't had the best of fortune in this race. Stefan Wahl of the left-hand racing team, trying to showcase the drive-through there from Vinokradov. Was that the DT of the penalty sheet actually? No, that wouldn't be it here. There comes the penalty for the 17th Dudek, 15 seconds they will have to serve next time in the pits. Oh, well, for the ART team could have been a teammate who accumulated those penalties, of course. But 15 seconds for them, that would actually put them down near the 202 car, and well, the Inception Racing McLaren are a little bit further behind. But it would put them down in that area of track where the 202 car is at the minute. So that's a future battle to look forward to, maybe. 25 seconds for Peel. That is actually exactly the distance between Vale and Peel, which also proves how vital it is for your race that you stay away of penalties. They can quickly become race determining. Doesn't look like, even though that they caught up to Wangel, doesn't look like that anyone really have the pace to get through. It is Dudek who's first in line to try and get the overtakes done, but then Aston Martin just looks so fast down the start-finish straight. Does look like that the Ferraris are a little bit better under braking and have some more grip in the corners, but the speed of that Aston Martin seems to be a little bit more than they can handle in the Ferraris. At least at the minute. Whoa, and then with contact, Dudek gets it done. Dudek falls behind as well to the back of the queue, which means that it's now Kubanov who leads the queue with Suwali behind in the RYO Bentley. So let's see what they can do. If they have more pace than Val, then they could potentially drive themselves into contention with Patrick Peel in the number 10 Ferrari. That could be interesting if that turns out to be the freeway battle for the last 4 hours. They still have a few seconds, about 2.5 seconds, and have to catch up until it's roughly equal, taking the penalty into consideration. But they will surely be trying. They will probably have heard from their teammates on the radio it's push time. So it is all to play for. And just think about it, a few hours ago we thought that Bentley was untouchable for the race win, and now they have dropped here. I wonder what actually happened to the 69 crew. If someone knows, then maybe put it in the YouTube chat. Are we the only Merc? Yes, you are the only Merc. If you want to come have a chat live about the Mercedes, then come to the interview waiting room. Maybe I'm a big fan of the Merc myself and have driven it in endurance for a good couple of seasons. So yeah, a little bit surprised that it was actually only that one Merc on the grid. It hasn't been kindly bobbed lately, and it's always gone a little bit up and down when it came to the bobbing, going from being a somewhat competitive car to being side, and then back to somewhat competitive car. And they were really reaching the top end of the bobs and becoming one of the top cars to choose from. But it is around there. Then get in the interview waiting room, goddammit, and let's have a chat instead of YouTubing. But yeah, it's actually funny that probably the most long-standing Mercedes team that we have on in the community, the CBSR team currently driving the 24, they used to be a Mercedes-only team for what, 4 or 5 years? How many years is it since we started on SRHI, Chris, with those guys? They've been running Mercedes all the way back when, before the current generation of the Mercedes. Only one race, one endurance race since I first met those guys. I've seen them in a different car, and that was when the M4 came out. They did the one race in the M4 when it was stupid OP, and then now they're in the M4 again. It must be about 4 or 5 years they have been Mercedes fans. So yeah, surprising to see only the one Merc. I myself will be handling a Lamborghini when we go racing at Paul Ricard with the Untalented Motorsports team. We were actually supposed to race here, but I didn't know that we had a third driver on the team, so when I heard that Dominic wasn't available, I basically retired the car. And he was like, oh shit, then you have to tell Britt as well. God damn it, we have that guy as well. So we could have potentially raced, but then I wouldn't have been here talking to all you guys out there for way too long at this point. But yeah, we'll be hoping for some reasonable results with the Lambo. Maybe not at Paul Ricard, as none of us really like that track that much, but Bathurst we should be doing well. Actually, we had a very good run at Bathurst with the Merc until we started getting frustrated and crashing the car. Was very good at Mount Panorama. So if you're racing that car when we go there, we'll look forward to it. Very good experience. Driving around super stable in the mountain and easy to set up for the track, I would say. Yeah, actually, I don't think that any tracks on the calendar that are that favorable for the Lamborghini, to be perfectly honest, at least not to my driving store now. Do remember that we are racing at Barcelona now, then it's Paul Ricard next time, before we're heading on to the 24 hours of Bathurst in round 3, mid-December, before we have Monza and Suzuka to finish off the season. Actually, maybe Monza and Suzuka would be good for the Lambo. But we'll take it as it is. Whoa, what happened there? Someone was off. Kubanov into first. What drive-through there from us to Sahili there? That must have been track limits then. I'll just look at the notice board. Track limits drive-through for the 69 car. Puts a big spanner in their race. Coming in to save it straight away. Just give me a little bit of a minute here. drive-through serve that really have gone downhill the last couple of hours for the 69 car. Still would like to hear from the 69 crew as well, what happened to them from when they had the lead of the race. Now they're actually about to go a lap down to the race leader. Isn't that Bergkamp behind them? Oh, is that the other? That is Bergkamp behind them. I think it's about 2 hours ago when they had the change for the lead in the race. And now Bergkamp is about to put a lap on the Bentley, and the Bentley just gets out of the way there. Nice and good sportsmanship from the Bentley crew. But they still have a lot of points to catch up to and regain in this race. If they want to be in the championship fight, then of course they're not going to give up. So always good to see, thinking about the long run. I've had races like this myself where we have been doing quite well, then shit just started going wrong. But we kept the spirit of just trying to finish the race anyway and get the as many points as possible. You never know when they come in handy. Actually, the 081 card, and not the 81, that is quite fun that they chose to have the 0 in front there. Not many people do that when they're in single or double digits. But nevertheless, these guys did it. We'll do the Draco course. Also a team would like to hear from in the interview in the interview room. Basically all the teams, all the drivers, any team, doesn't matter. We are very much willing to talk to you. Basically anyone, well, not basically anyone, even if you're not racing, doesn't matter. Bas, I know you're out there and you can hear me. Come entertain us before I start telling jokes. And they will not be good jokes. Nevertheless, let's have a look at the lap times once again and see which cars are going quick on track. Actually, Patrick Peel are quick on track. Same goes for Kubanov at the minute. Both a little tiny bit quicker than a race leader at the minute, but only by a tenth or so. And they are the only 3 cars underneath 45 at the minute. It looks like not many cars in the 45s actually. Just basic jumps from these guys, and then a few in the 45s, and then straight up to the 46s. Bergkamp puts a lap down there. Was that the CBSR? I think it was. Not that it matters too much who they're putting a lap down at this point, because they do have quite the gap. I do believe that after the next pit stop round, they will have an entire pit stops gap to second place in the race, as they will have an additional 25 seconds added to their stop. They currently have almost well, they definitely have a drive-through covered at the minute, so it should be around that. Speaking of around that, further down the field, battles are still happening. This is the battle for 12th position we are looking at here. Stein van Oskner, another DSRT team car with the 104 Ferrari that I can't remember the team name of out of my head, but I'm sure that Chris will change the camera to the 104 car so we can try and remember it, as it will pop up. The SRT team, that's the SRT team, of course. Actually, need to get a more identifiable livery on that car. Also, what was that weird sound in there? It's like something. Well, maybe it's just the cat. Maybe it's just a little cat. But nevertheless, it's the SRT team versus DSRT. God damn. Now the cat jumps up in the ring because he thinks it's allowed in here for some reason. But I do now just over a second between these guys at the minute, but that can quickly change. One small mistake or a back mark at the wrong time, and they are all over each other once again. Also, I think we have dropped to just 33 cars in the race now from the starting 37. So a few retirements so far. Also just proves that it pays off to stay in the race. You never know what happens. Now my cat is all over my headset and in the cord. I don't know how to get this solved without it being ripped off of my face. I'll just keep it here. It's a commentary chat. Yes. Down to the, I would say, the other Ford Mustang. We haven't seen the Proton competition Mustang that much in the race. But they are still in it here in 29th position. Mr. Chlamydia in the car, no, Kilmander in the car. Wow, sorry about that. Mr. Kilmander in the car in the Proton Mustang. Definitely, I would say if I was just hanging about in this end of the field, anyways, driving. Of course, they're still driving for positions and all the good stuff. But if I knew that I wasn't going for top 10 race finishes, then I would probably also I would love to drive the Mustang, then Mustang, Lexus, Nissan, all the fun cars that are maybe less selected. Just to do something different and just have a good time with the racing. Obviously, we have a good time with any car, but personally, I think it's fun driving these stranger cars, giving a little bit of variety to the grid as well. But having these cars that you would probably only do that one race and then never touch again, that I enjoy quite a bit, especially the Lexus that I would drive anytime. Toddy of the left-hand racing, applying pressure on Novice. For what would that be? 22nd position in the race. Half a second between them coming onto the start-finish straight. Aston Martin versus Ferrari. A lot of Ferraris in this race, by the way, and a lot of Astons further down the field, which is somewhat surprising. Well, not really, as the Aston are a car that is often selected by. I'm not saying that they are not good drivers, but by the midfield drivers that choose a car that's easier to handle than it is fast. And the Aston is so drivable. It doesn't matter who you put in the car, you can drive really good pace with the Aston Martin. It's such a handleable car, especially for endurance racing when you have worn tires. So it is not that uncommon to see it down here. It's not because the car have low pace, it's just it's easy to drive, and for a lot of teams it would be an optimal car to choose, as they will not run the risks of spinning out with too aggressive setups that you often need in a lot of the other cars to be quick. Having those setups where you have to drive the car on the edge all the time, when the Aston and the Mercedes, for that matter, you can make setups where you can drive with a little bit more safety than in the mid-engine cars per se. I haven't driven the BMW that much, so I won't be speaking about that. So, well, I haven't driven the M4 that much. The M6 I've driven quite a bit, and still from time to time go racing with because it's a fun-looking car. And the sound. The Dargo comes into the pits about 4 minutes early on schedule for them, unfortunately. But he also had that incident with the 69 car earlier on in the stint, so that could be the reason why they opted to go for an earlier pit stop to maybe get some of that damage repaired and not lose as much time running with it on track. According to their usual plan of double stinting, then it will be Tej Fredriksson taking over for Kieran Vidargo in the Sim Racing International car, while Toby Todd is still added here for the left-hand racing team. Actually doing quite well. He keeps close to Levi's, and potentially he could go for for the move. If Novaes makes a little bit of a mistake, but then again, the Aston does have some straight line advantage usually over the Ferrari, so he could potentially just safeguard it and then just try to get close to him coming onto one of the two major straights on the track to see what happens at the end of the try for the braking duel. We did see a little bit of a wheel spin moment there from the Aston Martin up in the hairpin, I think it was. But so far, no issues per se. Could have caused them a little bit of tire wear, of course, that you do want to be somewhat mindful of in endurance racing, that you keep some tires alive for the end of the stint. Though I do say we are very thoughtful with tire allocation, so if you do have enough tires for an entire race when you go racing with us, it would be fun that if you had to double stint a set of tires at some point in the race. And now we have the run. This time Toby Toddy of the Left Hand Racing team gets the run, but not anywhere to go for it, as he was slowed down a little bit on corner exit on Novaes. Goes for the move. He shows himself into turn 1. We go on the brakes. Who is more brave? Tries for the inside. We have seen that so many times where it ends up in both cars spinning out. But Novaes cuts in across, and there was just enough room for him to go in ahead of Toddy without making contact to each other. So he tried this time around, the left-handed driver of Toby Toddy, but not enough, as they put a lap down on the 73 car. That's Boomer who's driving that at the minute. THRC, I believe that team name is. I'm just being told yes in the background from Mr. Hill, so that is correct. Also one of the team names that we should probably know. Look at the ping at number 24. Yeah, that's quite pingy, I must say. That's quite pingy, I must say. Ah, Mr. Justin, how are you? Why are you not racing, Justin? God damn it!
We are at the halfway mark, still on way down.
And if you're not racing, why are you not commentating? God damn it! Yeah, that is quite a bit of ping there for the multi-lap racing team. I wonder if that will cause them any issues. Doesn't seem too bad when we're riding on board with them, but other drivers might have different experiences with the car. All the looks of this, but so far not an issue. Private life, I would have said the same, Dijon. I would have said the same. What private life? I thought you were a nerd and did sim racing. Sim racers have no life. We all know this. God damn it. Marvin Mackenberg behind the tree lines. Actually in a battle with the Mode 11 team. With Nick Vargas right up there. I'll be there. Oh, good that we'll have you 24-hour racing. You should have been 24-hour racing with me in the Mustang and the drunk guys. It would have been great fun, Justin. Great fun. We need someone to count the beers. I mean, adult beverages. We can't say the beer word, I've been told too many times. Marvin Mackenberg at least on the offense on Nick Vargas. Let's see if Nick can defend this. We know the Bentley is a big scary car to have behind, but the BMW is a big scary car as well to overtake. Two legacy teams, one might say at this point. R2E and Mode 11. I wonder if Mode 11 they'll be swapping the livery during the season to the white and the white base color with the red lines instead at some point, just for the sakes of it. Or running some sort of special one for the charity event. And for those who don't know, in December we'll be having the charity event on the... Chris, you can help me here. December the 16th, the 24-hour race. Definitely want to see as many people as possible signing up for that one, having an as large grid as we possibly can. And yeah, let's see how it goes. It will definitely be a fun one to compete in. I guarantee it. Well, yeah, basically commentating the whole race. I had a little bit of a break when I had to run to the shops, and I will have a little bit of a pee smoke break in not so long, I think. Once the non-stop on-track action stops, then I'll take a short break. But the action still goes on with Vargas and Malvin Maggenberg battling it out here for 17th in the race. We should just call him Marv. Yeah. Or Marv the Mac. Marv the Mac, we should say. 2 hours. Of course it's okay with him. That's all right. Of course it's okay. We want as many voices as possible, also that I can miss my voice a little bit. Also, what a race it's been so far. At some point we should try and have 2 cameramen so we can have someone recording highlights. Chris, that's an idea for the future. And we get a highlights package rolling once an hour. Ooh, yeah, now we get fancy. And Chris is already thinking, my god, that's never going to happen. That's too much work, god damn it. And yes it is, but that's the camera crew's problem. Nevertheless, Vargas still holding up Marv the Mac. It'll be fun, Justin. You just have to say whatever comes into mind. You'll be the expert commentator. Like on Danish television, where they for some reason insist on having a former race driver who don't know nothing about Formula 1 doing commentary. Although it's better now that they got rid of John Nielsen, to be honest. Now it's Tom Christensen, he's not doing other stuff. He's quite good, actually. Quite good. Nevertheless, Marv the Mac is on the attack, getting closer and closer. Every corner seems like to Nick Vargas. But Nick is an experienced driver as well. They both are, but Nick have been around for quite a while. Also, about 5 years plus since I raced him first time, I think. Definitely a man with experience, and he will know how to fend off other drivers, especially when the lap time difference have not been too big between them during this stint. Yes, that's exactly how it works. And then Chris will sometimes talk to you in the background, Justin, and people think you're crazy because you are answering Chris, but no one knows what he was saying to you. So we are the crazy people. Yes, in the commentator room. We will drag it, and then Chris have solved like this streak going on, and then we'll just banter around. Yes, well, we have the return of Justin Dijon and John Beton for the charity event in the Mercedes. It would be lovely to see, at least. We are cheering it on. I'm driving basically the UM car that was supposed to be the UM car that's now the UM, plus the entire CBSR crew will be running a Mustang, I think. We entered that race with, although I think we need to have a chat about that, as the Mustang seems to be popular now. So we'll have to wait and see. We will have to wait and see. But Vargas still on the attack, so I can go have a cigarette and a pee and get rid of the cat as well. I'll be right back in literally 10 minutes. And hopefully Vargas have not let Marv the Mac through at that point. We are back. We are back. Zombie, zombie. Zombie. Oh. Speaking of hoes, Nick is still ahead of Marv the Mac behind. So the Mode 11 crew, they might have had a Masfat Melis in their head just yelling at him to keep up being ahead. What, did you get injured, Justin? That's not good. You know that a controller is still a possibility for a sim racing. Just stand up and lay down on your back. Obviously not the same, but definitely a possibility. But Vargas still on the defense here, and it was Tej Fredriksson who took over the Lamborghini of the Sim Racing International crew. Further up the road, and yeah, this is still the closest battle on track. This way, Justin, the controller is the best for you. We all know it. It would be great for breakfast. But in all fairness, I do know people who have done sim racing like ACC and even iRacing on a controller. Although I don't think you can do iRacing on a controller anymore, but you used to be able to back in 10. Can you show me the field? See, the field they drove in, yes, it was terrible. It was terrible. Well, let me put it this way: I was one of the quick drivers in that league, so yeah, not the best. But Vargas still with the opportunities here. I think the R2E people could potentially think about the undercut strat at some point. If they're up for it. Yeah, well, 2P shit, probably. But I think they could. Well, the other drivers were shit, Justin. That's how. That's how. Also, not that many people driving. I think we were like 18 or something, but yeah, god damn it, Chris. Hey, hello, what are you doing for a living? God damn it. Stop doing anything but controlling the cameras. No, sleeping would be fine because I think this battle will go on for ages. Yes, now I'm talking to my inner voice as well. I call him Chris. Maybe I'm a bit schizo. I think other people might think that I'm schizo when I do this. Don't you think, Chris? Of course. What field do you want us to show you? Field of view? Oh yes, the entire field of this race. Yes, we could definitely run through the field. Right, Chris? Right, Chris? Yes, from first to last, with 3 hours and 34 minutes to go. It is the 81 Honda of the Modal Drago course team, who for a long time early on in the race were in second, but a good overtake on the Bentley number 69 earlier on did quite well. They did quite well, but ran into some issues during the race after the overtake, a drive-through, and some minor contacts and stuff like that have dropped them further back. But Frank Back, I'm currently leading in first. Second place currently in the pits, which is terrible timing to do this, I just realized. But it is Nico Dodek of DSRT were quite up there earlier on in the race, dropped down twice due to small instances, and then they have fought their way back through the field. In third position at the minute, probably second on track as pit stops have happened. It's the MSR Esports Eternal team, the 202 car. We haven't really paid much attention to these guys during the race. They've just been quite anonymously driving themselves up here into a good position, we must say. Third in the race, because we're just jumping a little bit because of pit stops. The Inception Racing McLaren. We did see them quite down the order early on, battling for, I think it was about the 19th positions, but some solid stints later on in the race have put them into contention for top 10 finishing positions, maybe even a top 5 if everything goes their way. Doing quite well. Following them, it's currently Kiel in the car of the 212 MSR Esports car, the all-black Aston Martin. I've seen them battling quite a few cars during this race. What was it, a push car or something like that earlier on? That was an enormous battle. They have been up and down as well. The field was followed up by the 69 car, led the race, or at least the car I think that have the most led laps in this race still at this point, before they got overtaken 1 or 2 hours ago by the 81 crew, and then dropped further down due to drive-throughs and other minor issues. We still don't know for sure what happened to them, but they also just lost a lot of time. But they're still in it. Potential for podium if they can keep it together, don't get any more penalties, and get the overtakes done cleanly and fast. Behind the 69 car, we have the number 10, the SLRT car, David Trevor behind the wheel at the minute. Easy recognizable by the golden color of the machine. Again, they have been plagued by penalties as well. They were running a quite secure second position at some point, but then they got, I think, 3 penalties slapped on top of each other that caused them to drop quite far down the field. Unfortunate for them. Behind them, it's the Luke Oil Racing Esports team. We've seen a lot of these guys in the race. They've been in so many battles. They must have had a great time out there on track, going up and down the field. Currently, they are where we would expect them to be on sequence at the minute. It's Ivanov currently in the car. They have done quite well. The 406 car doing our best. Also good livery. Reminds me a little bit of the old real liveries on the Cadillacs in America, you know. Well, some people might know. And behind them we have it's the DART car that we already looked at, but they have taken a pit stop, so a different driver in that car. But behind those guys, it's the left-hand racing crew with Kevin Schiller in the car, currently 9th in the field. The 724. Also, they have been up there. I think they were in podium contention for a little while before dropping down a few positions, and currently find themselves on the edges of the top 10. Speaking of the edges of the top 10, the 888 BMW of Belgium low power team. Haven't seen them this far up the running order so far in the race. It could be a little bit off sequence. It's hard to say really, but Jordy Peters at least behind the wheel of that. For stellar performance. It is not a battle for position, by the way. The car behind is not the closest position wise to him. The 11th placed car would be the 104 Sim Racing team, the SRT crew. Again, we haven't seen too much of them. I know that they have had penalties as well during the race, so they could have potentially found themselves further up the running order, but that's how it goes in motor racing. You can't always keep it clean, and sometimes incidents just happen, and yeah, it's not always the easiest to be in those situations. Even the cleanest of drivers will eventually get penalized, and that's just how it goes. Unfortunate for them. Behind the 104 crew, we have the 645, another DSRT team. Currently with Stein van Ogner behind the wheel of that car. We haven't talked that much about the other DSRT cars other than the 17. As the 17 have been the top gunner of that team, but I think they have 3 cars entered in this race, and they're currently doing quite well, and just a few seconds behind, at least 10th. So they could potentially get up there. Remember, the 11th placed car just ahead of them have a 10-second penalty. So if they find some good pace here in the last 3.5 hours, you never know what could happen to these guys. In 13th position, the number 1 car of R2E. It's Dennis Swerves. We have seen, of course, with Engelhardt, the other driver in the car. We have seen them last season battling for podiums and defending champions as well. So a little bit disappointing for them maybe to find themselves all the way down in 13th position. But then again, a lot of newcomers to the championship ahead of them. So it's a different season, a different field of competitors. So yeah, new times for these guys trying to get acclimatized to the new order of driving. Behind Swerves, we have the 88 Bentley, the other of the 2 Bentleys, or 3 Bentleys, I should say, that have entered this race. The SSRI team, Alex Arnold behind the wheel at the minute. We actually haven't seen this Bentley that much either in the race. They had a little bit of a battle with the 888 car, the Battle of the 8s, early on. That was quite intriguing because of all the 8s that we had to keep track of. I wish it was for 8th position, then would have been even more funny, but not really. 15th in the race, Tej Fredriksson behind the wheel. He have just taken over about half an hour ago from Kevin Vidargo, who was in a little bit of an incident with the 69 car, with some unlapping the Sim Racing International team. They were running up in the top 10 for, well, they have been running up there for most of the race, but have dropped down, unfortunately, to 15th position. Porsche is horrible in hot temps. That's why the R2E car is struggling. Oh, thank you. I actually didn't know that. I don't know much about the Porsche. I haven't driven the newest iteration of the Porsche in the game. But Fredriksson here running in 15th position. Behind them, we have the Mode 11 car. And it seems like Marv Mack have been in some sort of incident, as they are currently under pressure from the 21. It's the Mode 11 car, currently Nick Vargas behind the wheel. We have seen them running all the way from... oh, now they jump into the pit, so let's quickly go to the 21 car. We have seen them running all the way down in the mid-20th, high 20th, and now finding themselves in good positions. The RTS Corsa Esports team, we have seen them, well, roughly in this position all race between 10th and 20th, moving up and down depending on the sequence and pit stops. A beautiful looking car, by the way. A shout out to whoever designed this. It looks stunning on track. Very nice to see. In currently 16th, 17th will be Marv the Mac in the R2E Bentley. The worst placed of the 3 Bentleys in this race, by the way, in 17th position. Maybe there's a little bit of a Bentley resurgence. But so yeah, that's something to look out for. Rear tires, 100+ degrees, no matter what you do on the Porsche. That's a bit rough. That is very, very rough. But in 18th position, it's the 74 crew that's have found themselves again harmonica up and down the field, but I think they would be very pleased finishing in the top 20. The Resto car team, not to be confused with the DRST with the colors on the car. It can be a little bit confusing as they're both running black and red Ferraris. But it is what it is. In 19th position, car 20 haven't really moved a lot from this area. Stellar drive from them so far. The race Funky have been in a few battles. I think they were highest up at about 14 for a short period of time before they had to pit and drop way back down again. But the SLR team of the car 20 doing their jobs as usual. I should say I actually don't know much about the team, but they are in it at least and still going. So yeah, good for them. Rounding out the top 20. The 314 car. Ooh, that's an Italian name. Pigreiro Racing Team. I actually don't think that we have had them on the stream once this entire race where we have had focus on the car. Shame on us. Shame on us. we might have, but we have at least seen it in the background because I do remember this color combination, the blue and green car. It's not that hard to miss when you see it on stream. Not many cars run liveries that are similar to this. So good to see some variation in colors. 21st are the Mode 11 car, but we have talked about them, so let's quickly jump to the 22nd car, the 222 Aston Martin of MSR Esports. All black Aston. Again, we haven't really seen much of these guys either. They have been a few times on the stream when they have been in reasonable battles and they jump into the pit lane. Let's just see if they manage to get the car slowed down in time. Looks like they do, at least early on the break, so looked nice for them. Behind them it's the CBSR crew in the BMW. Don't see that often, and they are actually in close battle at the minute. With Van Schijk behind, but Aaron van Duren behind the wheel of the CBSR. One of my favorite all-time liveries, especially when it's on a Mercedes. It looks so sleek on the Mercedes. And they started way down in the, I think like 32nd or something like that. But as usual, they've just stayed out of trouble and kept that car going. Not the quickest pace-wise out there, but very consistent driving from Aaron van Duren and Anthony ter Horst today, and that's why they find themselves in 22nd position. In 23rd, although it might not last for long, it's the Sexton Motorsports crew. Thomas van Schijk behind the wheel at the minute, applying a lot of pressure on Aaron van Duren. Could potentially at some point go for the overtake, and we will probably see that while we're going through the grid order, that they will swap positions, as Van Schijk have been ahead of Van Duren multiple times in the race. It's like every time these two drivers are in the car, they find themselves close to each other on track. It's very nice to see that these two teams are so equal. In 24th position, the other left-hand, now it's 25th, the other left-hand racing team with Kevin Harald behind the wheel at the minute. Must be some sort of a German team. Again, somewhat discreet race. Haven't seen too much of them, which is usually a good sign that they haven't been involved in too many incidents. Also, that they haven't been maybe too much in the action. And when you find yourselves outside of our where the timing board usually stops, and it's a little bit hard for us to keep track on close battles, unfortunately, because we don't have enough screens and stuff to monitor on. But they are still in it, at least in 25th position. It's the 67 car multi-tab racing. I think they have a sister car as well in the race. Either that, or they have really been up and down the field from way down near the bottom of the pack, and they're now running in 25th. So I do believe they have a sister car. They have been had some multi-taps, so they are living up to the name of the team at least, which is good to see. Well, not good to see, but it is what it is. They are running with the high ping as well. Brazilian driver, not the only Brazilian in the team, I believe. I think there's another one in the multi-tap racing team at least, if not multiples. Hard to say really. In 26th position, the 222 car. Oh wait, we have talked about them, haven't we? I think we have. They boxed. That's why they seem so familiar. So in 27th, oh, they just boxed. In 27th, Verhilst in the RT Racing crew. They were actually in the bottom position at one point in the race, and I've done quite a bit of a comeback, moving back up through the field. Involved in incidents earlier on in the race, and on a bit of a comeback drive. It's interesting to see where they will finish, and maybe a story that we'll try to keep up with during the last parts of the race, their comeback drive, and what they can end up doing. In 28th position, the 102 car GSR. Yeah. A car that we haven't seen that much in the race. They have been very neutral driving of the 102 crew. Of course, they'll have a 101 car next time around that they can do some battling with and see who's the best of the 10 low numbered cars. I haven't seen too much of it in-game livery. It's a reasonable color combination. again, it's popping in the eyes when it's out there on track because they have that orange in it that makes it just that little bit more special, and I really dig it actually. I think that could be quite both some sponsors on it, that would be right up there. In 29th position, we have, I don't think we have more than this one Mustang still running in the race, unfortunately. The Proton Competition Mustang, the number 75, the lesser known of the two Mustangs we have seen in this race, or the lesser seen of the two Mustangs at least. But that doesn't mean that they haven't been in the race. We have had a few situations where we have had them up watching, usually because of battles. I actually think we have only seen them because of battles, and they have performed quite well. Sitting in 29th at the minute, they can be somewhat proud of that if they can keep it going. They are, well, they're not really under pressure from behind, quite the gaps from here on and down, but you never know what happens. Maybe they can catch up and gain a few more during the last 3.5 hours of the race. In 30th position, we have the THRC crew. Have been racing for quite a few years. Currently, Ian van der Linden behind the wheel of the car in a somewhat a WRT-inspired livery. When I look at this car, I feel like it's the one that Valentino Rossi is driving in the WEC, but with a slightly different color combination. I think that most of you people out there on YouTube will say the same when you have a look at it. Maybe not. Doesn't matter. That's at least what I think of the car when I look at it. Still stunning to see THRC still going at this point. The team also involves a Super Vart, don't forget. Community legend, of course. We can maybe have a chat with him if he comes into the interview room at some point. That'd be lovely. That would be lovely. Basically, if anyone comes into the interview room, that would be lovely. Lovely. I think that's what Max Verstappen keeps saying. Oh, lovely. Nevertheless, 31st. Whoa. Van der Linden. Don't destroy the car too much. Still a long way to go in the race. In 31st position, the final of the DSRT cars. August Janssen behind the wheel at the minute. The 698 car. I assume that all these cars down here have been involved in some sort of instance during the race, but you never really know. They have seemed to be quite alone on track for most of the race, but again, it's really hard to say. Every time we see a DSRT car, it's the sister car that's running up in the top 10 at the minute. So it gets a little bit confusing when they look so similar. They should have some sort of a line or different color side mirrors or something so we could tell them apart. But nevertheless, a good livery on the cars, by the way. It looks very, very sleek when out there on track. A little bit of basic color combinations, as we see a lot of red and black cars. But nevertheless, it is put together very nicely, the DSRT liveries. And finally, rounding off the grid, currently 32nd. We did start 37 cars, so these are the ones that are still running and going for it, and they should get some sort of special medal for finishing the race. The other multi-lap racing team, the other high pink car, the 84 car that we have seen earlier on. Oh, the Mercedes have left the race as well. Unfortunate. But the 84 car, yeah, they're still going at. You never know what can happen in an endurance race, and that's one of the reasons why they're probably still in it. Racing strongly at the back end of the field, just getting as much experience underneath the racing gloves as possible at this point, and good for them to keep on going. Also, if they are Brazilian, then they have probably been up at some strange times to get this race scheduled out. And that was basically the rundown of the grid. And speaking of rundowns of the grid, 2 more penalties will be applied at some point within the next half hour, I believe. 15 seconds for car 69 and 5 for car 17. Both cars running in the top 10, I believe, at the minute, with the 69 just on the edge of it. But down here, 3-car battle. This late in the race, it is Harold, it is Van Schijk, and it is Van Duren. the German and the two Dutchies going down the start-finish straight. Oh, well, Van Doren is further up ahead. It's Verhorst, I think, behind them. That's a lap down of Hilst, I believe it is, in that car, maybe? No, it's not. It's not. Is it? Is it that car? No, it's not that car. It's a different car. It is a different car. But nevertheless, the two cars back here with Van Schaik and Harold at least battling it out, and maybe it's a car that's lapping them as he goes through. So yeah, maybe the lap cars and the traffic are a thing that really plays into well, it is a thing that really plays into the battles in this area of the field, and something that to be a successful endurance driver in the midfield and the low ends of the field, you really need to know how to let people go through without losing a lot of time, and that's how you can easily gain minutes in a race like this by letting faster drivers through at the correct times and places. And now it's Harold and Van Doren. It quickly changed from Van Schaik and Harold, but now it's Harold and Van Doren. Harold looking for the inside into the chicanes. Whoop, 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 whoop. And punch Van Doren around. Van Doren gets going again. Don't think he hit a wall, but probably still with damage on the rear end of that car. Down the straight, Harold, that's the lapping car through, and immediately Van Schaik tries to take advantage of it. Ooh, that could have ended up very, very badly as Van Schaik hits the sausages on the run off of turn 1. So please bear with me. Sorry, Tim, you need to retire the car. Maybe come into the commentary room and tell us about it. Would be fun. We all love some good stories, especially when it's about Mercedes cars. Nevertheless, up in the front of the field, it is still Chamberlain, who is just well, dominating at this point. I don't think that anyone will be able to touch him in the last 3 hours, 20 minutes of this race. If nothing too crazy happens to him, he can take all the time in the world he wants to with overtaking back markers. So I just tried to figure out something with the laps. Still not with an entire lap of a gap to P2 in the race, but quite close. Definitely have the an additional pit stop covered off, so they could basically get a start go 30 and still come out in the lead at this point. After they took the lead of the race, they've just said sayonara to the rest of the competition. And went full flying. Quite well, but battles do still happen. Here's the battle for second position. Enough of the Luke Oil team that have really impressed me with their moving up through the field during this race. and Seppa of the golden Ferrari. Very, very close together now. Enough getting the exit, it looks like. They have been doing this all race, getting the good exits. It looks like some of the Ferraris are just super strong out of the final corner. But again, it's difficult to overtake a car that's the same manufacturer. You know the strengths and weaknesses of the car, of course, but they will know it of your car as well. And it's all about setup and driving at this point between these guys. Ooh, a little bit of a difference in braking strats there. And remember, this is for the 2 podium spots beneath first. It's for second and third in the race with still 3 hours 16 to go. If this race is anything to go by, then it's going to be one hell of a season we are looking forward to. So does anyone know how many beers they have been drinking so far, the CBSR crew? We are over halfway through the race, so we would assume that they are on about to run out of their 2 first crates. Go ATS hashtag 21. Currently in 15th position. Not too far off of 14th, and if they catch an overtake for 14th and 13th are definitely also within in short reach. Plus endurance racing, you never know what happens to cars further up the road, so anything is really to play for those guys. We will have a look at the 21 car when we are done with this battle. Or maybe Chris could get it up in the bottom right hand corner just for sneak peeks. And showing his technical skills off, because we know he loves it. There we go. Hooray! Hooray! And the crowd went wild. Jesus Christ, Chris, you were killing my ears. I think next time we should give Chris a microphone as well that actually works, so everyone knows that I'm not just going insane. Yes, lovely idea. Lovely idea. It is interesting that Enough is choosing, well, I don't think he's choosing to stay behind Seppa, but he can't seem to find any place where he can get the overtake done around the track. They might also both have realized at this point that winning the race might not be up for grabs as per se. They could obviously still hope that the race leader would get some sort of big penalty or a big crash or something like that that would help them up there. But on just pure driving, they might not be able to get further up than second in this one. So that might be the reason why they are trying not to go too hard at it at the minute. Just trying to keep it calm, and they both know that they have a long time to go in the race, especially Enough, who have made such a good driving comeback with his teammate, of course. So they can really take their time for the first time in this race, as the race might be a little bit too far stretched at this point. Same goes for Trevor. He he might have this. He could have the same train of thought that he knows that Enough will not be attacking overly aggressive, as it is an endurance race and there's still 3 hours and 12 minutes to go. So he knows that he might not be willing to take the biggest of chances on the overtakes, but if a chance presents itself, he is definitely putting his nose in there and trying for it. But no reason to be overly aggressive and try something stupid that could take them both out of this one. Just having a look at the timings once again to see if anyone stands out lap time wise. Well, Timberlake obviously stands out lap times wise, as he's actually not far off of he's second off basically. But no, the lap times, there are not many people underneath 45 at the minute there. I think 3 cars, I can see 5 cars actually, as the 222 car also drops below 45. But the 222, the 645, actually a very good time for the 645. And then the 81, the lead car, are below 45. Elsewise, the rest of the field are just above 45 at the minute. Well, some obviously further up, but they're the only ones that are lapping with lap times below 45. Interesting that the 222 are lapping below 45, because they are in 25th position at the minute, so they are catching quite rapidly on the cars ahead. But a 30-second gap, that's still a long way to go. And here comes the move from Enough down into turn 1. Will he take it? Will he go through braking duel? He does go through a little bit of an argy-bargy moment there, but clean enough, I would say. Enough takes second position in the race, and the comeback is truly on for these guys. Same goes for the number 17 car, who've also been on a little bit of a comeback drive. But good strong move that got him up there. So let's see what sort of pace he have now that he's been released from the 10 car. And whether or not that he can maybe manage to squeeze in or pull out some good lap times that could put him a little bit closer to our race leader, Chamberlain. But my timing thing is either saying that Chamberlain are in big trouble somewhere, or something's wrong with it, as it's dropped from 100 seconds to 15 and still dropping between them. So that could be interesting to see. I don't think Chamberlain is in trouble. I can't see a stationary car anywhere, so might just be the... Yeah, that's definitely just the timing app that's a little bit weird at the minute. But Chamberlain still leading the race, and yeah, no real threats from behind as of yet, but that could quickly change. He actually dropped below 44 last lap around from Chamberlain, this time just above, but definitely on super pace at the minute. Still a good half a second away from fastest lap of the race. But I think he did his personal fastest last lap, or 2 laps ago would be now. So he's definitely finding the groove at the minute. Maybe the track is a little bit better at this point. The wind have also started to increase. It's up to 2 kilometers an hour. Not a lot, obviously, but still more than the absolute 0 that we had earlier on in the race. do we have here? What do we have here? It's the famous Aston Martin Ferrari battle. With the DART car head flashing the lights to his teammate further up the road, probably trying to get him to understand that he needs a slipstream down the start-finish straight. But unlikely to get it this time around, as his teammate is definitely also in a race of his own. But that's what you have teammates for, and they have, I think that's actually Chamberlain right behind them, about to lap them. Or is it Chamberlain, or is it the other Honda? I actually think the Chamberlain Honda are the only Honda remaining, so it must be him behind. Oh, I can't see. Oh, there's a little bit of a blue flag wave going on. From the outside. But this is the thing from Chamberlain. The two cars said they don't want to give up this lap as they are battling for position, but they will have to at some point before they get done for ignoring blue flags. And they would definitely put that up for question, trying to accuse each other of it if it keeps going. But again, how long will they keep Chamberlain behind? It is Scholler who's the first car who have to let Chamberlain through. And if I was him, I would probably do it sooner rather than later. Although he is so close to Kleinen at the minute, so it could be a little bit of a what if situation. But you definitely have to let him go soon. He can't stay ahead for much longer. I don't think Chamberlain is necessarily losing anything by staying behind, and you have such a large gap to Ivanov in second. But it is a little bit frustrating when you know you're quicker than the cars ahead, and you know that they're getting the blue flags and they're not moving away. Using the flashes as well. Well, there are no teams that are coming in for interviews, Justin. No one apparently wants to tell us about the race. Absolutely no one, apparently. Which is a shit we would like to hear from people, especially the people battling. Oh, now we go for the move. The move is done, and this means that Chamberlain also gets to lap the first of the two cars, but Schuller's still getting the blue flags waved. He should probably consider letting him go as soon as possible now, so Kleinen doesn't get a chance to re-overtake while he's taking care of that business. Yeah, well, they have the right to be there as well for a certain amount of time before they have to let it go with the blue flags, and this is getting to the point where it's a little bit on the edge of the famous rule book, but again, I don't think Chamberlain have been losing that much, and it is up to the 81 crew to decide whether or not they want to file for impeding or ignoring the blue flags, but it doesn't look like they have had the chance as of yet. Yes, exactly, and I think this time around Chamberlain will have it without it being fought too hard. Also, speaking of the flashing, we only have seen a Chamberlain flashing once or twice, so I don't think that he has been minding that too much. I think he's maybe just been enjoying seeing a little bit of battling out there on track, as they have been running quite alone in front of the rest of the field for what, three and a half hours at this point. The Honda crew. So I think they'll be perfectly happy about this. Probably lost a little bit to Ivanov, but again, not that much. I can actually see on their last lap times, Chamberlain was still quicker than Ivanov, so definitely didn't lose anything by being behind there. And just showing a bit of patience is a good thing when you lead a race by almost an entire lap. Which also means that there are now only 3 cars on the lead lap in this race. Being Chamberlain, Ivanov, and Tepper in the 81.406 and the number 10 car. As we head into the final 3 hours of racing very shortly, which means that we will see another pit stop round begin in just a few moments, as we have seen quite a few of the teams pitting in exactly at the 1 hour mark. And that is coming up shortly. Usually it's the Sim Racing Sport International team that's the first car to call the pits. Not this time around, it's the 21 car that calls it and chooses to go in first 1 minute 20 before the 1 hour sequence, but likely not a problem for them, as it's only basically 1 lap more they'll have to do on a set of tires at some point in the race. They could potentially be going for a driver swap, as they have a lot of drivers in that car. It's a 5-driver team. I don't think that we have seen Mari yet as a driver of the car. Go back to this, yes. Remember that the Klein still have the 5-second penalty that they will have to serve at the next pit stop round, which also could come into play for Schuller. If Klein goes through, then they might as well just let them stay ahead and take them in the pits, because surely they will not lose 5 seconds to them by staying behind. But we'll have to wait and see how that pans out between them. We also have a little bit of a fight in the bottom right hand side of the screen that Chris Hill have found for all of us, between 2 cars that Chris will just whisper into my ears with a much sexier voice. It's Funky and Jafar for the battle of 14th. It's the battle of the 2 O's, basically, the number 20 and the 202. So in theory, it's the 20202 battle that we're following down there, Funky and Jafar. And then in the big screen, we still have Schuller and Klein, and Klein battling it out there. On board with the Ferrari, having a look at how they're doing stuff. Keeping the car very, very nicely under control through the corners. Not always as easy as it looks for people out there. If you have a wife, girlfriend or something who's not very good at or haven't tried sim racing before, then try and put them in your rig and let them have a go and see how well they perform. And as soon as they start doing well alone on the track, then give them some AIs to have fun with and see how it goes then. That's always a good laugh. Oh man, we should have the SSRI Community Wives League. I think that's a thing for the future. That would be fun. Yes, the Ferrari Aston battle. A little bit painful on the straights if you're set in a Ferrari. I do think most of the Ferraris around here are running a very low downforce configuration. the only way that they could possibly get overtakes done around here. Speaking of Ferraris, 1, 2, 3 of them in the picture with the 55 McLaren just ahead of them all. Switch to the Yanne Funke battle with Jafar on the big screen now. With Funke, who have basically pulled it up again, pulled the car up. He was further down earlier on and then pushed up. I do believe that 2-3 hours ago we were talking about the 20 car battling for 20th position, but they find themselves in 14th now. And the drive-through for Kleinen, that could potentially be track cuts. I think it is, because it's definitely not coming from the steward. So that's a track cut drive-through for Kleinen. That is not very good, but of course that means that they don't have their 5 seconds anymore to worry about. So maybe it was just a tactical way of getting that out of the way. I think they have come in to serve it now. If they're not stopping for full service pit stop, of course, but I do think that they are taking the drive-through. Jafar doesn't seem to Jafar doesn't seem to have any real answer to Funky at the minute. Oh, they still have the 5 seconds. Oh, wonderful. Wonderful. Jafar gets the run into turn 4, but not quite close enough still. He can show himself all the way. Now the Sim Racing International car comes into the pits. They were a little bit early with Vidago's stop last time, so this could actually be a stint time, I think. The reason why they're stopping now. For those who have joined us later on, it's a 68-minute stint timer that the teams are running for, as the stints are. Can't go above 68 minutes on track from when you leave the pit lane until you re-enter the pit lane, otherwise you'll be slapped with a hefty penalty. Which is a desktop penalty, so it doesn't matter if you miss it by a second or two, you will still get it. Nice, finally someone more coming for a little chat with us. Then if you finish eating, then I will go have a cigarette. I'll be right back. Oh my god, he's back again. And it's the classic R2E Mode 11 battle that we have gone straight back into. Another pair of drivers can't seem to be teams that can't seem to be separated in this event. This time it's Sven Mackenberg and Andrew Richardson who's added on track. The R2E team, at least the two Mackenbergs, they used to drive in Lexus a few seasons ago. Not that that matters now, but they did, which we enjoyed quite a lot watching. It looks like that Sven Mackenberg does have the run this time around on Andrew Richardson. Richardson goes as defensive as possible. Comes back into the corner. Richardson earlier on the brakes as he knows that he have to on the inside line, but not much he could do there. Sven Mackenberg takes the position and takes 16th away from the Mode 11 crew. And Sven will be trying to hunt down Funke further up the field or further up the road. Still quite the gap between them, but he surely will do his best to try and get up there as he is a racing driver, of course, and not trying would be giving up. But look at the gap he is pulling already, Sven Mackenberg over Andrew Richardson. That Bentley have some serious pace today. All three Bentleys still running on track, and Mackenberg are the one in the lowest placed Bentley at the minute in 16th position. That is quite impressive from the manufacturer that we don't see that often anymore here on ACC, but they surely are at it at this point, and they are back, the Bentleys. We did see how strong the 69 Bentley was earlier on in the race, and that's a good sign for the rest of the season, as we we have a few tracks that could interest the Bentley quite a bit. Maybe not the funnest car around the mountain of Panorama, but that will be their problem when the time comes. Interesting to see how they will do when we get to that race, particularly. It's a track that you really can't prepare yourself for mentally enough when you go racing around the mountain, especially when it gets to the late dark hours. You're running up and down it. You're so focused that even the slightest bit of communication can put you out of your focus zone. So that will be surely a wonderful race to watch. Driving those late hours, truly something that if you haven't tried it, then it's a must-do in sim racing. It's a truly special feeling when you are behind the wheel. You're all alone and no one to talk to. It's just you, the car, and the driving, with nothing but your own headlights and the cars ahead, tail lights that you'll see slowly coming further away and or moving further away and getting closer depending on your own pace. Something that we are definitely looking forward to. As that was a lapping of the 74 car. That was the 10 car that got another lap down on them. Dropped a bit as well down into 7th position. Might be a little bit off sequence, but they are in the hunt. A good 13 seconds behind the 69 Bentley further up the road. That does have a 15-second penalty that will come into play next time they take a pit stop. So that could potentially be a position for the SLRT team. But still, long way to go. 2 hours 46 minutes. Still 2 entire sprint races plus a good few minutes. Almost 3 1-hour races. But only 15 plus if it was 75-minute races. Ivanov comes into the pits from 2nd position in the race. He'll drop a few positions in the pit stops, but on sequence he will still be 2nd, I believe. They will have 2 stops to go in the race. Engelhardt on the attack on Van der Kolen. Goes for the inside move into turn 1, does make it stick and goes through. Takes 9th away from the other DART. DSRT. That team. And gets further into the top 10. DSRT. So now it's all about whether or not that he can gap the car. This is Tej Fredriksen in the number 9 Sim Racing International car in 11th position, 10 seconds up to Van der Kolen, who's just on the edge of top 10. Truly, I bet it's another of the DSRT cars ahead of him that he'll have to make quick work of, and he does there. Maybe not the safest place to let another car through, but it worked at least. As Fredriksen goes up. And we have a visitor in the commentary shed. Hello, friend. Hello.
Hey, guys.
Welcome to our very small commentary shed. Of course, a quick introduction of yourself, maybe for the many people watching out there.
Yeah, I'm one of the drivers of the Mercedes team, but we already retired because of internet problems.
Yes, we do see that quite often from teams. It's not always easy to bounce back from that, but you were in the race for quite a while, and you did manage to sneak a few positions from the start. Can you maybe tell us a little bit about your experience racing here in this endurance league?
Oh, I have not raced yet, but my teammates had a pretty experience with qualifying, I think. And I tried to keep their nose clean, and so far I could see they were doing pretty well.
They surely were in it for, at least they kept in it for a while, also just getting the experience of these races. Are you planning on returning when we go racing at Paul Ricard with your now famous Mercedes?
I'm gonna be back for Ricard, yes. I will be driving them.
We are surely looking forward to that, as Paul Ricard is a different track to this. Do you do any special sort of preparation when you go racing at venues like Paul Ricard, where tire wear is such a big issue?
Yeah, trying different fuel loads, seeing how the cameras work better. So we always try to find the turnings to still be great, but not too grating for the tires.
Yeah, because that's definitely something that comes into play, especially here in endurance racing. In most sprint races, you do an hour with a mandatory pit stop in, but here in endurance, you race an hour on the same sets of tires. And did you hear from your teammates whether or not that they were struggling on tire wear nearing the end of their stints?
Yeah, some of them were at like 28, almost 28 air pressure. So yeah,
Oh, that's
they were
something.
struggling.
That's something that needs to be sorted out for the next one. But the experience, at least, we know your teammates. They were gaining positions up and down. How did they find it when being out there on track? With there's a lot of quick drivers here, even much quicker than myself. And I've been in your situation many times also. But just that feeling when a car comes that laps about a second quicker than you. Did they talk about how that felt?
Not really. They were trying to keep it like clean for the overtakes, but they were a little bit frustrated sometimes.
It's not always easy being in those situations, because you want to let the faster guys through, but you also don't want to lose too much time to the cars you're battling with, especially in the midfield to low ends of the field, where you are getting lapped many times during a race. And if you can save half a second every time you get lapped, then it's quickly a minute over the course of a race like this.
Yeah, and if you just try to just lift off at the straight, then you will not lose that much time before the corners. Don't try to let them pass the corner, because you're gonna lose so much more time.
Oh, exactly, but it's not always up to the backmarks to side. Sometimes we see the quicker drivers just launch it up the inside from like 20 meters behind. Did you find anyone doing that to you guys in the race?
No, actually not. I think we had pretty easy with the faster guys.
No, that's always good to hear. So I guess that the driving have improved a bit here over the last 6 years of endurance racing that we have been going on here on SSRI. But have you had much endurance experience beforehand?
Yeah, I done a few championships, lower end, but we had some fun with the other championships. It's our first time in like a bigger one.
And just keep taking the experience rate from other championships. Did you find anything particularly different in this one than what you've been racing so far?
I feel like they are here a little bit cleaner and less dive happy.
For sure, we do try to keep a certain driving standard here,
I've been
although
in a few where
sometimes
they are
people...
literally.
Oh, you've been in error? No, there are... I've done endurance championships as well as other places where if you see a car behind you, might as well just park your car on the gravel trap before they get up to you, because you know they're just going to launch it from 4 car lengths behind. But that's usually a matter of experience from the faster drivers as well, that they are too impatient in overtakes.
Yeah, and a few of the people racing here I've also raced before with, so I know a few people here. Luckily.
Oh yes, it's always a tough time getting used to how other people drive, especially now it's endurance. There's obviously where it's always different drivers that you're up against, basically with the driver swaps. But the same goes for sprint racing. It's always nicer racing against people that you know how react when you get up to them, and you can trust that they don't do anything silly, or you know that they're going to do something silly, so you can give them that extra bit of room.
Yeah, but sometimes they were trying to dive or do other stuff. But if you ever well aware with the other driver that you trust, it will be much easier.
Definitely. But the car choice of the Mercedes. One question on everyone's mind: why the Mercedes?
Because I've been driving that car for almost 3 years now, I think. So I know that car just the best in ACC. It is my fastest car.
Yeah, I used to drive it as well for a good 2 seasons in both endurance and sprint championships. I'm a big fan of the Mercedes as well, but it's gone a little bit up and down when it's been bought. It's never been one of the like top tier cars, or haven't been for quite a while, at least a year or so. But I think last spring, or the spring of this year, it sort of got a bob that it put it quite a bit back in the field. Is that something that you ever think about when choosing cars? The how the cars bobbed and how Kunos usually treats them?
No, not really. We literally check if we are comfortable with the car most of the times. We don't literally not watch at the bobs.
Well, that's also probably the best way to go about it, keeping a car that you are confident with, that you know how it reacts when you go driving, especially with a calendar like this, starting off at Barcelona, of course, and then going to Paul Ricard next time, which is a little bit of a strange one to drive at, especially the high tire wear, but also you have the long straight on the backside of it, and the technical parts of the track as well. Basically, it's just a very long test track.
Yeah, but still, I think it's an underrated track because everybody thinks it's an easy track, but it's also an easy track to mess up.
Oh,
especially in Sector 1.
Especially an easy track to mess up. It's not been one of my best tracks ever, I must say. I keep struggling with, especially with obviously different cars, but my last couple of attempts at Paul Ricard, I've struggled with getting the line correctly onto the back straight, especially on high fuel loads, and that sort of loses a lot of time. Are you planning on running a higher load downforce at Paul Ricard? Quick question.
We will see. I think we need some more wing to keep the back stable, but we can maybe find some tricks to make it a little bit lower wing, we will try to do some stuff.
Yeah, because it's really one of those tracks you can go sort of like both ways setup wise, but too much wing and you'll lose so much down the long back straight and start finish as well. But not enough wing and you'll struggle in both sector 1 and the end of sector 3. Difficult place to really set the car for, but again, fun track to drive, in my personal opinion at least. But after
yeah, I think they just have a bad name because of the F1 maybe, because it's, if you see it, it's just like one long train, but in GT it's usually be pretty good race sometimes.
Yeah, and there's much of the track that it lends itself well to racing different lines that gives a lot of side-by-side action, especially in the first sector. There's a good deal of many lines after you come off the back straight. Not all of them are intended, obviously, but it does make up for good racing. I don't think that we have seen endurance rise in SSRI for a good few years, and I think a lot of us are very pleased to be going back. But it's not all about Ricard, of course. The 24-hour race at Mount Panorama, and a difficult track, of course, to race at, but 24 hours at that track. Are you planning on trying to get a few extra drivers in the car, or are you keeping it a free driver entry?
Oh no, we already got 2 drivers ready to enter too.
Oh, that's good, because I've done 24-hour races with a crew of 3 before, and that is not much sleep you get during the night. Great fun though.
Oh yeah, this is our second time we're gonna do 24 hours of Bathurst. First with Own It, and now with you guys.
Oh, nice. We wish you the best of luck in that race. I'm looking forward to it, at least getting driving around there again. I haven't done Bathurst myself for half a year at this point. And it's always a good track to go to. It's so difficult in the mountains where full concentration, or you go into a wall basically. Hit the lines right every time, or maybe just run a bit safer. It's always that weighing up of what's worth it at the time of the race. Do you reckon that you can make a 24-hour race on Mount Panorama without having to box for heavy damage repair?
I think it's a slim chance, because if you are, like you said, if you are not concentrated for 1 second, it's already too late. And I've seen some big crashes on the mountain.
Oh yes. Basically in every possible corner there can be big crashes, even when you leave the mountain. It's quite crash prone with the big braking zones. What else do we have? We just see near the back end of the field today. Do you reckon that next time at Paul Ricard you will climb a little bit in the orders during the race, going up to maybe the top 25, top 20-ish?
I think it's possible with the correct setup and just being confident that we can get a better position, yes.
Yes, we are definitely hoping for that, as we do like to see those Mercedes getting up there, mixing it in with the other manufacturers, as it's a little bit of a... I'm not saying it's a cup competition with only one manufacturer, but usually we normally see a ton of Ferraris up near the front, and then a few other cars from teams that just change it and are quick anyways.
Yeah, that's why I like the custom bobs more, because you can do it yourself and make it more variety car-wise.
Yeah, exactly. Have you ever considered the Nissan? We did see that giving a little bit of a resurgence half a year ago with reasonable bobs, but it seems to have been dropped again. Would you reckon that a Nissan could do well today under LFM bob conditions?
On certain tracks, yes, I think it's an absolute weapon. On like Mount Panorama is one of the fastest cars again, I think, because we had 2 cars in the 24 hours and they came 11th, I think. So certain tracks, yes, but I don't think you can be dominant on every track with it.
Almost definitely not, but it would be good to see some more Nissans again. Big cars, big wings at least, especially compared to the size of it and the T-mounted. Classic GT racing.
Already happy to see that we got 3 Bentleys.
Oh yes, it's somewhat of a unique sight to see on track. And 2 of them even close together on track at the minute. Also, the Honda seems to be coming back. They have been, again, the Hondas have always been either it's been super OP quick or it's been one of the worst driving experiences you could have on track. But they seem to be making a little bit of a comeback once again.
Yeah, some tracks it's insane, and on some tracks you are spinning all the time.
Oh yes, one of the more difficult cars to drive. It seems a little bit stiff when you're in control of the car. It's very easy to slide out, and not that happy at touching curbs. Definitely one of the worst cars when it comes to curb riding.
Yeah, at least I know the name of the team, like the Honda team. They are very fast. They always race against like the likes of a Jardier and Niels Niox and such. And you can see that they are really fast today.
Yeah, they have had at least the 81 crew. I can't remember the number of the other Honda. The 777. They were also up there in the top 10 for quite a while in the race. But especially that 81 car, after the Bentley that was leading for the first couple of hours of the race, they managed to chase them down and get the move done. And since then they haven't looked back and basically have a whole lap of lead at this point. Although I still think they owe us a pit stop at this point, if I'm not mistaken, but they definitely seem to be the team to beat at the minute.
Yeah, it's just great to see a mix of cars in the top 5 at least. It's not all Ferraris.
Definitely. We have had too much of that in the last couple of years, the last year at least. But again, times will change, and bobs will probably also change over the course of the season from LFM. So it will be interesting to see how it pans out during this season. Oh, and one question we haven't asked: the equipment of sim racing. What equipment are you guys racing with?
I've Tim, who was driving today, has I think a T300. I got a Bose R9, and my other teammate got a Fanatec TD.
So a bit of a variety on your team, it looks like.
Yeah, Tim is pretty new to the sim racing game, so he just started.
And that's one of the things that we keep saying here in SSRI. It doesn't really matter what equipment you have. It's all about the driver behind it. We have seen people being super quick on a Logitech G29s before on a laptop, basically, and then the guys with the big fancy setups, D-Motion, and the big fancy 72 Newton meter wheelbases and fancy custom wheels, not performing as well from time to time. Obviously, it gives you some more feel having that kind of stuff, but basically anything goes when it comes to sim racing. As long as you can drive it and know how to drive a car, then you can race with anything.
Yeah, I've been also in leagues with people with controllers, and they were faster than me and faster than some of the pros.
Yes, that can happen from time to time. We haven't seen that many controller people here, to be honest. Been a while since we had one last. I think Mooney actually did controller racing when he was here. It's also quite funny when you go on board with the controller guys and just see the wheel going from being perfectly straight and then just on less than a tenth of a second, it's fully turned to one side and then back to fully straight. And great times. Besides endurance racing with us, what are your team plans for the remainder of this calendar year?
Sorry, one more time.
Besides this endurance championship, where else can we see you guys race during this year?
We're mostly racing Own It, with the Own It guys. We have pretty good relationship with them. And then we also race the little league called Trek, but they are more like league, really sprint league. And sometimes with the Jardy community.
So you have a lot of things going on over the course of a week. That sounds like at least 2 to 3 races every week.
Not always. We always do like the track league is once every 2 weeks, so we have enough time to prepare. And the Jardy one is actually just for the special events, so they're like once or twice a year.
Still a somewhat busy calendar to keep up with them. Do you think that sim racers do spend more time racing in winter time than summer?
Yeah, I think the summertime is more like the off season for sim racing, feels like. Because if you check the trend on ACC itself, you see it drop in the summer. In the winter, you can see like average of like 3,000 to 4,000 players a day.
That's because sim racers have no life, especially in winter time. Oh shit! Crash on track while we are talking. That was just the mode limit card, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter too much. Nevertheless, I think I will return to the actual motor race. It was good talking to you, and please do drop by again at Paul Ricard and send your teammates as well.
Yeah, have a nice night for then, and then I will speak to you guys maybe in Paul Ricard.
We surely hope so. Surely hope so. This was a little bit of a chat with the team manager, we shall call him from this point on, for the Mercedes crew, the off-pace racing team. I hope some of you guys out there were listening in and got something out of that. If not, then shame on you, shame on all of you. We are back to racing, at least it looks like. Have been gone for a little while. Looks like Tess Fredrickson have caught up to one of the DSRT cars, and the CBSR just getting out of the way there. It's Van der Kolen he is caught up to, and he will try to overtake and get himself back into the top 10 for the Sim Racing International team with 2.5 hours of racing remaining. Looks like some sort of indicators are flashing on the DSRT team car, and Chamberlain comes into the pits now, which means that he'll have 2 more stops to go. Same goes for the DSRT car that we saw coming in, which also means that the next car up the road from Fredrickson will be another of the DSRT cars. They just seem to be everywhere at the minute. It will of course be the 17 car that looked to be a contender for podiums, or maybe even a race win early on in this race, but unfortunate penalties and a few crashes happened to these guys, so they have dropped down a bit. They are in a battle with Engelhardt of the R2E team at the minute. The R2E team have actually made quite a bit of progress in this race. They were down in the 20th position, so below 20th for a long time early on in the race, but Engelhardt and Schwabs have definitely done a good job keeping the car going and keeping it on track, staying out of incidents, and now they find themselves in quite a reasonable position up near the front of the field, at least within the top 10 as we are speaking, with everyone owing us 2 pit stops still. So that is definitely something to take away from the race from these guys. And we can see that our good friend Evelyn's have returned to the YouTube chat, because he apparently have 0 life and decides to spend his Saturdays watching this. For unknown reasons. SG30 for the 222 car. Speeding in the pits, it must have been. Very unfortunate for those guys, as that will put them outside of the top 23 after serving that. Anyone pitting before 2 hours 16 to go. We'll still over 2 pit stops. So once we get into the 2 hours 16 window, we can basically see where people are in sequence and where they theoretically will be when the race finishes. Something worth keeping an eye on. There's still 4 minutes until that critical point. The 55 car comes into the pits to take another pit stop from second position. They will drop quite far down, but I think they will maybe just about stay within the top 12, top 11, maybe even when they are done saving that. They have been one of the teams running deep, but this also means that their final pit stop will likely just be a splash and dash. That's also something to keep in mind for those who are pitting now. Their very final stop in the race will definitely just be a quick splash and dash and then a very short run to the end on worn tires. That could be interesting also strategy-wise. We should probably start writing down the numbers of the cars who we are thinking will do that. Not sure if I personally would have taken that strategy from the start of the race, as I believe that you'll get more time out of being on the fresher tires for longer than saving those 20 seconds in the pits by the end. But hey, different strategies. Also, they could have been trying to cover up for rain by being able to stay out as long as possible on dry tires and give themselves more options in terms of strategy if the rain would have come. Still dry though, as the sun is slowly starting to set over Circuit de Catalunya. The virtual Spanish sun, that is. I tell you what, the DSRT team, they are actually doing quite well with the 17 car, considering their ups and downs in this race. Still with the fastest lap of the race, no one have beaten that, and it's still set on the first stint. I don't think anyone have beaten. No, they've actually improved on the fastest lap of the race. It's down to... Oh, it's still the same. I was looking at the wrong time. It's still the 43.452. Fastest lap by a reasonable margin even in the race, but yeah, getting that toe down to the start-finish straight. I know that they had that on the lap where they set it because they were just coming up to overtake another car. So reasonable there, and that just proves how much the slipstream gives you, and then if you just nail that one lap and you really chance it, then you can gain a lot time-wise. Yellow flags out somewhere on track, gone already again, so maybe just a quick spinner. As they are actually, the DSRT team are actually catching up a little bit at the minute to the R2E guys. That could be because of the traffic ahead of the R2E guys. That's Aston Martin of sorts, it looks like. Could be Ferrari as well, but I think it's an Aston from this far back. It's an Aston. The next minute or so will be crucial for seeing when whether or not that people can make it to the end on a pit stop. I would say if you pit now, then you have a slight chance depending on when the leader crosses the start-finish line. The ATS car up against one of the DSRT cars. The ATS car is still one of my favorite liveries in this race, to be honest. It looks very stunning. It's a very, very detailed job that they have done on that car. Normally, I'm not the biggest fan of liveries that are split into two different colors and different styles, but this one works very nicely with the Italian flag down the middle, the black in the back with the golden details. Whoa, that's Lucas Kiel from 9th position. Oh, from 8th, dropping to 9th position, I should say. Who had a bit of an off there in Sector 3. just caught up with a little bit of traffic now, and that means that that Fredriksson moves up into 8th, and they are putting themselves in a great position for a top 10 finish. Luca Mari still chasing down for 13th in this one. Trying to get the move done. I think it will definitely be possible for them to get it done at the race. Oh, here we go. They seem to have the pace I was about to say, and have definitely worked out so far in the race. And we have seen them running further up the grid as well. But again, at this point in the race for the DSRT team, they will not be handing out anything for free at this point. They will be battling to try and keep them behind for the last 2 hours 15 minutes. But this is the time where pit sequences will come into play. 2 pit stops remaining for all of the cars out on track. You can see how he tries to break the toe here, but Luca Mari does have a reasonable run. McLaren not famous known for being strong down the straights, neither are the Ferrari, but let's see what happens into turn 1. Luca Mari on the offensive and does take the position. Very aware driving from Van Onaka there, leaving more than plenty of room, then not risking the points at this part of the race, but also not just handing it out for free, just did try to defend it a little bit there, hoping that that Mari would have outbraked himself and was ready for the cutback, but none of that from Luca Mari this time around, and now up into 13th position, 8 seconds up to Sven Markenberg in 12th. Not the easiest of drivers to catch up to or overtake, but you never know what happens in a race like this. He could potentially still get it done. Remember, 2 hours is a long time. Having the right driver in the car at the right time are crucial at this point. You really just want your quickest drivers to be in there. So it's all about hanging in there. But now Mari have definitely here already showed the pace and pulled quite the gap to Van Onaka there, so it might have been a little bit critical for his race that he would get it done, but losing time to Sven Markenberg ahead just a little bit, but a little bit at this point are not something that you really want to happen. Last lap from the race leader was actually their quickest lap in the race. That could be an indication that the track is getting faster at the minute. Down to a 43.8 from the race leader's only car underneath 44, and one of just what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars that are currently lapping underneath 45. So they have found some late race pace. Currently, Frank Bergkamp behind the wheel of that car. But to be honest, they have such a big gap that they could potentially, by the end of the race, go in and take fresh tires with 5 minutes to go and just do a qualifying run to try and snatch the fastest lap as well, if that's what they really wanted or want to do. Here we follow Frank Bergkamp in the race lead. Still about 12 minutes until we see another pit sequence begin. And no penalties seems to have been handed out so far in since the last pit stop round. we'll wait and see. Potentially something could happen in that front before the end of the race, but let's hope not. Still at the rear end of the field, only 30 cars now remain, but the multi-tab racing team are still going. I think they are actually the team with the two worst placed cars at the minute. We tried that at the Garage Rep 101 as well at a race. That was actually at Mount Panorama quite a few years ago, I must say, at this point. The first season where we ran a full endurance season, which was quite fun seeing both our cars back there, but we did finish the race nevertheless, and so seems to be the case for the multi-tab racing team. Just hanging in there to finish it at this point, getting every bit of experience out of the race to take something with them into the next one. Also nice trim, classic British racing green colors. I would say, maybe Chris will correct me and say, no, it have to be one tad less green. But a classic British racing green, I will say the color is with the pink stripes on top for reasons. On the Aston Martin. I think we should return to that all the British race cars will have to be classic British racing green. I think that'll be fun. With the teammates one position ahead of them, another multi-tab racing car in a less British racing green colors. Although it would have been a fun green if that was the green of the British racing green. As now we just say British racing green as much as possible for unknown reasons. But still in the race as well, it looks like that they have just unlapped themselves from, I think that was the 102 Aston Martin. Who have had a very discreet race so far. But very high ping, nevertheless, from the two multi-tab cars. So it looks like that he could potentially keep up with the Magdeburg Bentley ahead of him. At least in these conditions. Our last lap time was a 47, not particularly quick, but he could have potentially let the Magdeburg car through. With their best lap being a 44.8 in that car. Not too bad, honestly, lap time wise. Which seems still going. Speaking of the 102 car, the OSR team, the Ponset behind the wheel of that. Having had quite some time behind the wheel as well. We have seen him a lot in the car. That's a three-main car. I think it's Del Croix and William as well driving that car. I think we have the first car to take their second to last pit stop. It will be Anthony to Horst coming into the pits, probably handing over to Aaron van Doren once again. As they complete another driver swap. Magdeburg into the pits also. They will have to run both of their final stints just over an hour because of stint timing. And you need that safety to do that one extra lap at the end of the race, depending on when the race leader finishes the race. they are very likely just to do a parade lap when they come to the end of it. They could potentially still win the race by an entire lap. I think they're close to having it at the minute. Oh, I don't think they will actually get the lap. I think there's still about half a sector between Inhofe and Bergkamp for 1 and 2 in the race. Bergkamp coming onto the start-finish straight now, and Inhofe just about to enter turn 1 actually, but with 2 hours to go, it's still a long way to catch up to secure that with an entire lap. Bergkamp on his on the 200th lap of the race. And still 2 hours to go, so that'd be, what, 260 or something laps total? 280? Something dark side laps to go in the race for Frank Bergkamp. With Inhofe, he must be a little bit frightened, because Zimmerman behind is only about 6 seconds behind him in the number 10 Ferrari, the golden Ferrari. So that could potentially come down to some shenanigans after the final 2 rounds of pit stops. Remember the time gain of the strategy where you go maximum stint time and then come out at the end for the splash and dash will be about 20 seconds. But you will have had to run on more laps during the race. But do keep that in mind when we go into the final pit stop round. Those who doesn't pit around the hour mark, they could potentially save about 20 seconds of time by having that later stop strategy. Vargas getting closer and closer to the 17th placed car. The Reggie Boss behind the wheel of the 314 at the minute. And Vargas chasing him down. Keeping it just about half a second as the 73 car is causing a little bit of a yellow flag further up the road as the leader is passing him, and these two will be coming up shortly. There he was parked. That's actually Chauffeur himself who have bended into the gravel trap. But back going again. Might have been contacted into that, but hard to say really from just those few pictures. Vargas actually getting close there into the braking zone, into the Emperor corner. And up to the chicane we will go. The Ferrari ahead does have a slight advantage of getting some slipstream from the black Ferrari ahead of him that chooses to go into the pit, so might just have been a little bit in the way, but I don't think Vargas are close enough. He is in a good distance for a slingshot if he came out with a little bit overspeed out of the corner, but doesn't look like it. As Vargas will just have to stay behind for this time around in the braking zone. But Vargas could potentially eye himself a 17th position here if he can get the move done. Quite the distance up to the 16th placed car, the 415, the Bentley that we also saw the Mark Berger's drive earlier on in the race. Stefan Mari comes into the pits with 2 hours to go in the race. As Vargas continues to apply the pressure, but we have seen this earlier from Vargas, not that attack prone. He will rather keep it safe than go for the crazy moves. As we have basically seen all day from almost all the drivers, that they have been very good at keeping it very safe when doing the overtakes. But now we're into prime time, 2 hours to go in the race. Most people would consider this a one stint situation, or a one driver situation. You can put a driver in now and let him complete the final 2 hours without worrying about fatigue. Some teams might consider that as an option at this point. But Vargas gets the exit there, but it's hard to get the run as the Ranky Boss goes into the pits and leaves 17th position to Nick Vargas, at least until Vargas comes in himself. Will be interesting to see what the Mode 11 crew chooses to do, whether or not that they keep Vargas in for another stint, or if they are swapping between their 3 drivers at this point. Of Nick Vargas, Andrew Richardson, and is it Sander Vale, the last one in the Mode 11 crew? I think it's Sander Vale. Chris is yelling in the background, yes it is, yes it is Sander Vale, Vale. Exactly his words, didn't add anything extra. Nevertheless, Vargas on it now. 11 seconds to Mari ahead of him, but I think Mari just came out of the pits, so they are pit stop ahead on sequence at least of Nick Vargas. But if they do the strategy, or if they're on the strategy where they save the 20 seconds by the end, they could potentially still be in it for the battle there with Mari if he can catch up and get the overtake done and pull out a bit of a gap. Will be a little bit difficult, as Mari and that McLaren have performed quite well in this race, I must say. Done very, very well. One of just the 2 McLarens remaining in the race also. Also Mari on fresh tires, so not that easy to do. Ivanov I think he have improved his best lap since last time I checked it. He's down to 43.8 with the quickest lap, though last time round he was just above the 145 seconds on the time laps. Not that many people underneath 45 right now, only 2 on the board as far as I can see, who are Frank Bergkamp, who's leading the race, and then Robert Krill in the 55 Inception McLaren in would that be 5th position, something like that. The ATS Corsa eSports car, Luca Mari following now on the fresh tires. Look at that trim, it's so lovely with the black and gold back there, and then not just having the car completely black, but having the colors in front that breaks it up and makes it more identifiable. I think that's oof, almost as good as the old Wild Things Racing liveries. Which will always stand out for just being so bright and pink. At least the modern Wild Things Racing liveries. A shame we don't have them racing on the grid, but I guess it is what it is. Luca Mari about to put a lap down on the BMW ahead of him. I think that's the 888 maybe, or it must be the 888. Williams behind the wheel of that. Gets it done somewhat smoothly. Don't think Mari was too happy that he had to go to an offensive line into the corner, but no defending from the 888 at least. is up and running again. Further up the field from one McLaren to the only other McLaren in the field. Coincidence? I think not. The 55 Inception car in 5th position. They will probably, well, they're in 4th now after the pit stop of Schuller. Just having a look at the timing boards once again to see if they have improved on anything. They actually don't have that good fastest lap time in the race, but consistency is king. And that's what they have been doing all race. We haven't seen the 55 car involved in anything with that could be in any resemblance of a mistake or incident, I do believe. So they have been just keeping it clean, keeping it consistent, and this is a good showcase of what that brings to you in an endurance race like this. Currently running in 4th position. And I think they are on the strategy where they will go deep into this stint before, deep into the timer before they take their pit stops, and on the splash and dash strategy. If I remember correctly, they are one of the cars that are on that strat. And Tish Fredrickson, by the way, stayed in the car. Oh, maybe they haven't pitted yet. They would at least be very close to their stint timer if they haven't stopped yet. The Sim Racing International. They are not under pressure from behind with a 15-second gap, I was about to say, but further down, that's the SLRT car that have been a little bit on an excursion there, taking the long way around the final corner. Funny thing is about that, if you do that and you enter the track with a too high speed, then you'll still get the track cut warnings. Even though you lost 2 minutes, if you enter the track with a too high speed, then you still get the warning there. A few tracks have corners that work like that. I know that Imola have that as well in at Aqua Minerali and Suzuka at the Casio Triangle, and I think that's just to prevent people from taking any sort of weird ass advantage of it. In a racing situation, I actually do think that you could start a lap. I don't think in a race that invalidates 2 of your laps if you invalidate in that close to the line, so I think that's why they've done it, so you don't get a weird ass crazy fastest lap times. Although it's hard to say really. But at least no penalty came out of it for the 20 car that time around for that. Don't know about how many track warnings they have, of course, but it doesn't seem to be an issue. Running in 14th position with about 4 seconds up to the car ahead after their little excursion. So I wonder if they can catch back up to the 202 car and make the 20202 battle once again, and see if they can come out on top of that one. Another place in the field, we have the other SLRT car of Andreas Bordessa. Oh, well, that was the car that we won already. But the SLRT car of Andreas Bordessa definitely doing well, trying to keep it out there. But maybe it was a lapse of concentration when he went off, or maybe some sort of a contact. We will probably never know if they don't tell us. Other places in the field, the 888 car, Dimitri Willems of the Belgian low power team, which is also very funny, and they made a very nice livery for that with the low battery indication on the side of the car. I guess it's a good thing that they are not racing a hybrid then. Or electric. But good old fossil fuels. Currently in 20th position for the Triple 8 team. Just on the outskirts of that mighty top 20 position that are so crucial for a lot of teams. A target for many of the midfield teams are that the top 20 spot when it comes to the end of races like this. And they are holding on to it at the minute. And they don't seem too pressured for it. 16 seconds behind them are the nearest competitor, and they have about half a minute up to the car ahead of them, which is the 314. Out on track, but still 20 minutes to go. A lot of things can still happen. And this is the time of the race where driver fatigue comes a little bit into play. It's not that bad in these 8-hour races, but for some of the teams that don't have that many drivers on their cars, it can become a little bit of an issue if a driver have done 4 hours of driving at this point and they're planning on getting him back into maybe if they feel like he's a better driver to have in the car by the end of the race. Further down the field as well in the 25 car, the remaining Mustang, the Proton Competition Mustang, currently driven by Ruslan Sharpiov. Closely for that's a 202 car right behind them, but he's about to put a lap on him. Again, not overly challenged for positions, but again we haven't followed too much up on the pit stop strategies and that sort of shenanigans. So we don't know exactly how this is going to pan out by the end. 22 seconds behind Aaron Van Doren, ahead of him in the CBSR machine. CBSR BMW, we should say. Cresting that final corner. For many of the drivers, they are probably on their final stints at this point, as many of the teams have been swapping drivers at every pit stop, so that might mean that quite a few of them they will be swapping over again. At least those that are boxing at the 1 hour mark, they will very likely be swapping drivers once again to have a fresh driver for the last hour of the race. Of course, if you're going deep in the race, then you would still have to pit. No, you wouldn't. Yeah, then you would still have to pit, but and you would still have to pit and could potentially still do the driver swap in the next pit stop, unless if you have just been into the pits, of course. Ah, doesn't matter. Chris, we truly have no life. We've spent an entire Saturday sitting doing this. Jesus, man, we need to get a life. Apparently Chris have a life, and that's doing this. We need to get a new hobby, Chris. Oh, a battle! We actually have a battle with 1 hour 46 to go. It is Franz Scheige and Kunt, double Dutch. 610 Motorsports team. They have been gaining over the last couple of laps, many laps actually, but they've put themselves into the position where they can challenge for the 21st spot in this race. With their Porsche, they just have to find a way through the BMW ahead. They have been quite good in battles during this race. The 610 car, also the 95, they were way down the pecking order. That's one of the cars that have been doing quite a bit of a comeback in this event. I think they were even just a few hours ago they were within the lower down than 30th, I believe. So they have been on the rise. But Van Schijk behind will try and demote them back to 22nd, so he can steal 21st for himself in his small Porsche up against the mighty M4 BMW. Who's your guy? Who's your guy? Who's your guy in YouTube? Who's your guy? Who's your guy? Yes, I'm just going to say who's your guy for a long time now, just because of reasons. You could probably tell that we've been sat here for way too long at this point. Also, if anyone out there listening who have any interest in becoming a commentator here on SSRI, obviously you can tell by my lack of experience, you don't need any. Basically, you just have to show up and do whatever times that you're available for in these endurance races. We would definitely appreciate the help, as we don't have that large team. The BMW is this guy, of course. It's Kund is this guy. Ah, that could be Ruben. Who says that? No, Ruben says go Puak. Oh yeah, he's also one of those who say it's his guy. They are both his guy. The BMW. People on YouTube are cheering for the BMW. That's what they're saying. Nevertheless, interest in becoming a commentator on here in SSRI, private message Chris Hill, and he will take care of the application form, which is basically, do you want to do it? Yes. Are you serious? Yes. Perfect. Don't spoil your strategies on YouTube, goddammit. And in this tactical race, we don't see you in the chat. Goddammit. Justin, what channel are you in? Oh, now. Perfect. Your turn, Justin. Then I'm going for a cigarette.
Wait a second.
I'm waiting. But you have joined us at the right time, Justin. As you can clearly see, a great battle is taking shape between Kund and Van Schijk, even though we know that Kund is very close to having to take a pit stop, then Van Schijk is right on his tail. Yes, it is difficult being in here, and Chris is not saying anything, no worries.
No, I had to find out where to watch. You know, I was also having the stream still on, so.
Ah yes, commentating from the stream is a bad idea because your voice will be super delayed.
Yeah, probably is.
But Justin, now that you're an experienced endurance racer as well, then one question remains for the strategy in this race. Would you have gone the full 68 minutes, or would you have boxed at the hour mark?
Yeah, depends. How long was the race? And
8 hours. 8 hours, so you would not save an entire pit stop, but you could, in theory, just make a splash and dash at the end that we'll see some people doing.
Yeah, but for what I remember, this track is quite rough on the tires, and the temps were pretty high as well. So I think maybe pitting on the 60, there was no chance of rain, I think. So
There actually was chance of rain. But you know how it is in SSRI, either it will rain from the start of the race till the end, or it will not rain at all. That's basically the two options.
But there was so there was a big chance of rain. So yeah, if
reasonable chance of rain.
Mostly if it comes to rain, you just want to stay as long on track as possible, because when the shower comes, you have your options on pit stops and that kind of stuff. But yeah, if you look like it's staying dry all the time, then you probably switch back to the 60 minutes, or even some few shorter stints to I think that's the fastest strat to do.
I think in perfectly dry conditions as well, I think the boxing at the 1 hour mark every time would be the fastest by a lot, because you'll save roughly 20 seconds by stretching to the end, but then you would also have to have been running on your very used tires for quite a bit longer every time. So I think it would be worth it also to have a car that's more easier to control than nearing the end of the stints.
Yeah, probably is. It probably
Okay.
is.
But again, if there was, with the change of rain that we have seen today, I would probably have advised my team to go as deep as possible to cover off chances of rain. But again, you never know in races like this. Sometimes you just have to roll the dice, and sometimes you get snake eyes, you know.
Yeah, it is. It is. And it's
And
also good to see the SRH car, my car usually when I'm driving.
And the car that just got overtaken by Van Schijk while we have been talking.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah, they have actually been doing well. Earlier in the race, they were lower than 30 on the in the field, and they seem to be going nowhere. But they have done quite the recovery, going back up into 22nd.
Yeah, earlier when I was watching, I thought they were almost at the last spot or something like that. So to be at P22 right now, I think it's a good effort so far.
They were definitely close to being last. I do remember when we went through the grid at one point, we saw them in. I think there were 35 cars remaining, and they were 33rd at that time. So
Yes.
some would assume that they have been involved in some sort of incident.
Yeah, probably.
Either that or
it's also Van Drunen in the BMW. They usually drive the Mercedes, right?
Yes. This is only the second endurance race that I've ever seen them drive anything other than the Mercedes. Also the first time where I see them not driving the 69 car. But fun fact, last time they didn't drive the Mercedes as well, they were also in the BMW, and that was the first race after the M4 came out, where the M4 was so stupid OP.
Yeah, I always think their livery is quite beautiful. It's one of the outstanding ones on track, in my opinion.
Me too, one of my favorite all-time sim racing liveries. I do think it looked a little bit better on the Mercedes. It looks a little bit more clumsy on the BMW, but
yeah, I agree on that one. But still, it's a nice livery.
It's still a true beautiful car to see racing on the track. Speaking of beautiful liveries, the 21 cars will this race I think is a good shout out for a good one as well. First off, I didn't like it when I only saw it from the front because of the two colors, and that's not my thing. But then when you get the side profile as well with the gold and the black and gold, which usually it works well on cars, but it just becomes a little bit too boring if it's just that. Then the front end makes so much sense. It's very detailed. Good detail.
Yeah, it looks beautiful. Italian. It's probably an Italian team, but it looks fit.
I would assume as they're called ATS Corsa Esport at that Corsa thing. I don't think they're referring to an Opel Corsa.
Probably not. Probably not.
Although if they finished further down the field, they would just say that they engine swapped to a Corsa engine. I've actually owned two Corsas in my life. One of them had the greatest of engines of all time, the 1.0 46 brake horsepower engine. Beast!
I think the McLaren is quite good car since the latest update, I believe, on this track. Quite nice to drive. Before it was a little bit horrific.
I haven't driven this game since last time we had an endurance race here in SSRI. That's like half a year ago, so I couldn't tell you, but I have been a good fan of the McLaren previously. It is a nice car to drive, you know. It's just never been that well selected for endurance for many different reasons. It's not the funnest car on curbs, and it does require a little bit of a different driving style, because when you're driving the car, you actually sit quite far forward in the frame of the car, so it feels very, very different when you turn the car in than most others.
Yeah, and in a lot of occasions it feels quite understeery to drive, but yeah, if it comes to aerodynamics, it's a pretty nice car to drive and to have on low wing and be fast with it.
Yeah, it can be understeer, but then again, if it will snap you from being super understeering to once you get the grip in the corners, then if you run too low TC, you will have to run at least some TC in the car. Then then you will spin the tires up and you'll just go spinning around. It is can be a little bit tricky if you're not used to it, but they are doing well. Also, what happened to the have the 55 Inception McLaren disconnected from the race? Are they up in the top 3? Chris, can we see the top 3? I'll just open that now. They're still running. They are still in the race. I just thought the only other McLaren had retired, which would have been a shame. Also, the Honda seems to be back, Justin. 2 Hondas in the race from the start, both of them running in the top 10 until the 777 retired. And now the 81 dominating the race for the last 6 hours.
Yeah, the Honda seems to be back in quite a lot of races.
Yeah.
And
but we all know how it goes with the Honda. Next time a Bob comes out, then the Honda will drop to being the stone-dead worst car of all time to drive.
Yeah. It's not on every track because there is some. I believe Castorino, if I say his name right, he is doing the Monza, and after every race he finished, he is bopping the car to put it more to the limit where it actually used to be. So. Yeah, I'm not sure how it is on Barcelona, but yeah, in general, the Honda seems to be back and it's a good car. You see it in more different races that the car has a good comeback, and it's always nice to see multiple cars fighting for the win during a race.
Oh yes, and especially in this one, the only 2 cars that have led this race have been Honda and Bentley. Which is also something that would be, if you told me this a year ago that we would see a Honda and a Bentley leading a race, I would have called you criminally insane.
Yeah, the Bentley also looks like he has a little comeback. It's a pretty fast car on the straight line.
Yeah, I noticed that in a few other leagues as well, where some of the top guys are actually racing Bentleys at the minute, which is quite fun to see. So it's definitely a comeback car as well. It's a good car to see back on the track because it is a little bit of a special looking car for endurance racing.
Yeah, I cannot drive with that car, sitting on the wrong side in a car. Maybe for you it isn't the wrong side, but for me it is. It feels a little bit different.
We also have left-hand drive in Denmark, by the way. But no, yeah, I do get. Shut up, Chris. Oh, wait, what? Perfect. You get this one, Justin, then I'll go smoke.
Hello.
Hello, Jost. Welcome to the commentary. Tell us about your race.
Well, we started somewhere in the middle, I guess. P28, if I remember correctly. So, the start was a bit hectic and a lot of the laps after as well. Because there were a lot of accidents ahead. Some we managed to barely escape, and some we didn't, I guess. So, yeah, that was a bit tricky in the beginning.
Part of races sometimes.
Yeah, for sure.
But how does it look right now, and where do you think you can go for? What positions or?
We're hoping to just get into the points, only just probably, but it's gonna be a handful of a task.
Yeah, by the looks of it, there is a little bit of a gap now. So.
Yeah, I don't know what the other strategies are, so P20 might be out of reach, but I'm not sure.
Where are you on pit stops? Are you pitting on the whole hour or?
No.
Stretching that in the end.
Because we had a few accidents, I pitted a little bit earlier in the beginning, but I did a double stint. I think we're gonna have one stint of like 40 minutes.
So maybe two shorter stints then.
Yeah, we could do that.
But I think you made a a nice comeback from almost at the last place to where you guys are now.
Yeah, definitely can't complain about that.
And were you hoping for some rain this race, or?
No, I didn't expect any rain in Barcelona.
It's always nice to have a little bit of rain, but you know how my opinion is on that one.
I mean, if they would have simulated the actual race like this month, then yeah, it would have been hectic because it poured down heavily.
Yeah.
I even saw burning cars. So
At this moment, we also see the battle for P2. The Ferrari of 406 closed in the gap, and he's
It's
now
on.
2 tenths behind. Yeah, the battle is on. He's lining himself up for the straight, I think. And he is faster at the moment, and he wants to pass. He's really eager.
little shake.
He lost a little bit of momentum coming out to last corner, but he's still close enough.
I do feel like the BMW struggled a little bit when it was like 35 degrees, and I think it runs a bit better now.
It struggles a bit with the heat.
Yeah, some cars do better in it than others, I guess.
Yeah, the BMW is really fast when it's cooling down a little bit more.
Yeah. Our pace has picked up a little bit on average, so.
Also, car number 10 are going on with the battle, so it's now a three-way battle for P2.
Nice. Oh. Car teleporting on screen.
Yeah, there was. But the Ferrari took P2. And now he has to defend to the other Ferrari at the moment.
The Luke Oil Ferrari really have seemed to have good pace in this race. They didn't start the race too well, finding themselves quite far down, but they've recovered quite nicely from being in the mid-teens, getting themselves into a position where they're battling for this this top two in this race. It have seemed to be between them and then the SLRT team of the yellow gold-ish Ferrari for the second position for the last hour or so of the race.
McLaren really too deep into that corner, and he lost his position, and now he's at P4.
Yeah, I think the McLaren might still owe us both their pit stops in this race. I'm not so sure about the.
No, I think he struggles a little bit with the tires at the moment. By the looks of it.
But we'll just have to wait and see, I guess. Mr. Verhelst, yes, I'm definitely pronouncing that correctly.
Obviously, yeah.
Yes, of course. It's the best pronunciation. Have to be said a little bit angry, otherwise it's not correct.
That's one I heard so far in English, I guess.
Ah, perfect. I'm looking forward to Paul Ricard in about a month's time.
Paul Ricard, I don't think I'll be there, actually.
What a shame. So next time we see you in endurance will be the 24-hour, I guess.
Yeah, on Bathurst.
Yes, a perfect way to tell your family, screw you guys, I'm not going to any Christmas parties, I'm driving for the whole weekend.
Exactly.
It's my favorite time of year when you can do that in the busy Christmas time.
That's okay, I like Bathurst, especially with the BMW. It's a nice combination.
Also for 24 hours straight, I assume that you'll be doing a full 24-hour stint yourself.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, we have seen it done before at Kialami, you know, so it is possible.
Oh, no, I don't think I'm physically capable of doing that.
I don't think I'm mentally capable of doing that.
That's another one.
I definitely don't think that I would ever be racing Mount Panorama again if I did a 24-hour race by my own there.
No. I'd rather do Nordschleife 24 hours on my own.
Ah, but you'd see nothing but forest.
Exactly. It's
But again,
peaceful.
yeah, not that many laps to be honest.
True. Yeah, but that's a good point because I do think time goes by faster on the Nordschleife.
Oh, definitely. You don't focus so much on the lap counter that keeps counting up, and you go like, "Fuck me, 400 laps into a race."
You go like, oh, that's my second lap done, and you're like, wait, that's half my stint.
Exactly.
So my sound went up for a little bit, so I lost. I didn't hear what you guys were saying, but we are taking the BMW, Joost, for the 24 hour.
Yes, we are.
Keeping the car in championship contention. You could also join in the team with myself, Anthony Horst, and Aaron Fedoran with the Mustang, because it will totally be a good experience.
I can't even imagine the Mustang on Bathurst.
It'll be fun. Although that all depends on whether or not that we can find enough drivers for our main championship car, of course. As that's sort of a priority number one.
Yeah, can imagine.
But if we do find enough drivers, then we're entering the Mustang.
Yeah, I hope the BMW is a lot easier than the Merc on the Mount Panorama then.
I don't know, like a few weeks ago we had Bathurst on the Sim Racing Holland community, and I managed to get second with it, so I guess that's cool.
Yeah, I was not able myself to drive this race, but
yeah, then for sure it would have been third.
yeah, I'm not sure of that, man. You also need to keep your car alive there on the mountain, so that's a challenge on its own.
True.
But the Mercedes is a fast car on Mount Panorama, but it's very difficult to drive fast there. Very difficult.
Yeah, but you like difficult.
It depends on the setup, really. You can make the Mercedes quite easy to drive, though, then you'll just be fucked up with pace.
Yeah, that's the problem. So if you want to be fast, it's very tricky to.
Yeah, but you can just drive it with one wing, go easy over the mountain, and then just pass everyone on the straights.
What do you mean go easy? That no one goes easy. We are racing.
We're a bit in a hurry, usually.
It's not like you can pass over the top.
But the wing doesn't do that
me.
much on the Merc.
Yeah, okay.
You can do whatever you set your mind up to, you know. We have seen passes on the mountain before, not usually the cleanest of passes, but...
Yeah, it's unusual.
Speaking of the mountain, traffic will be an interesting thing when we go there, coming over the top of the mountain. Some people chooses to brake, some people don't choose to brake on the top. Looking forward to experiencing that once again.
Yeah, that's gonna be fun.
Oh, always. That's something you only truly experience in endurance races. In sprint races, you don't really normally catch people by a lap unless someone fucked up badly, but endurance, that will definitely happen.
Yep.
A great moment of the mountain in the park. I think last time we did it was the race where Aaron van Doren, he spun the car coming down the mountain, and then he couldn't find the speeder on his pedal sets because he was pressing the brake and the clutch instead. I also think he was quite drunk at that point, but that's to be expected, I would say.
I've never drove Bathurst for longer than 75 minutes, so I wouldn't know.
Then you're definitely the guy doing the triple stints at night.
Who knows?
The most fun part of the mountain. I remember last time I did a 24-hour race. I only had 4 stints, but my 4 stints was 4 in a row from midnight till 4 in the morning.
Hey, you kept the car alive?
It was still driving when I was done with it.
Okay.
Define driving.
I did have one sort of cold brown moment that kept me awake.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
we
know
get
that. Especially in all those blind corners, if someone spins, you don't know
Exactly.
until you're there.
Yeah, and when
Yeah.
you're running and don't even have a spotter in the middle of the night, you're just going for it. Yellow flag,
that's-
yellow flag, that's probably not on my part of the track. Right. Speaking of getting into prime time, 1 hour 20 to go in the race. Still a potential battle for P2 with just a second between those guys up there, and a few other places, a few other positions around the track that's still being contested with less than 5 seconds. Quite a few places as Vargas comes into the pit now, which means that he will have one additional stop after that, but that will most likely be a Splash and Dash, I would say.
Yeah, it's the Mode 11 car.
Yes. But again, everyone owes us at least one stop at this part of the race, and we will probably see a few cars that will come in over the next two. Drive-through penalty for the 212. That's probably track limits, I would assume, at this point of the race. I don't think there are any drive-throughs that have been handed out as of late. No. So likely track limits for them, but a few cars will enter the pits. Anyone boxing before the 68th minute will owe us at least one more stop, so that will be interesting to follow how that will impact the field. Also, not that good luck for the 212 car. They have been doing well in the race so far. Also a team that found themselves down near 20th position earlier on, but managed to climb through the field and are now well within the top 10. They come in to save it. We assume.
Yeah, but it looks a bit P3 closing the gap a little bit more on P2, and it's now 8 tenths between them, 7 tenths.
Yeah, they seem to be very equal on pace. Fun fact: their fastest lap times of the race, those two cars, are identical. They have both set their fastest lap time of 1:43.872.
It's beautiful to see. Let's see how it ends up then.
Yeah, and I actually think that's been done quite recently, at least for one of the cars, because they haven't always been equal on that best lap time part. But still, no one's touching Dodek's early lap time from his stint 1 in the race. Still the fastest so far. He's currently able to just try and find that for you in the second. It's 43.4 with race fuel around Sigfrid de Catalunya. Do you reckon that's quick?
Who has 43.4?
Yes.
That's really quick.
Yeah, that's really quick in this kind of temperatures. Yeah, that's really quick.
Well,
Really
we have
quick.
seen them being very, very good. I think they've set their car up in a very good way to get a good drive out the final corner. I do know they had a good tow down the start-finish straight when they started their lap, so that might play a little bit into it.
Yeah, it probably does, but still, it is quite decent fast lap.
Ooh,
I cannot
indeed.
tell what my lap will, can be or something like that, but yeah, it is fast. That's for sure.
140.1.
No.
Damn, I would sign him instantly. Yeah.
But I guess we will never actually know, so no way to fact check that.
No, there's no way to fact check it.
Without the last chicane, probably. Yeah.
What, do you have to take the last chicane? I thought we were running the Formula 1 layout.
Exactly.
That would
It's
be-
technically still legal.
yeah, but yeah, it's still legal.
And as we have been speaking, the race leader have actually come into the pits. He will probably still emerge as the race leader when he leaves the pit lane, but that means that he will still have one more stop to go after this one.
Yeah,
And
they
they
will
will have to
probably.
save- I wonder if they're putting on fresh tires when they come in for the last stop just to try and get the fastest lap of the race. They do have the gap to do it. Do you guys reckon that would be too risky trying to go for a fastest lap strategy this late in the race, or?
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Very bad, but-
If you are like one lap in front of everyone, why not? You know?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I would
It's a-
definitely go for it.
Yeah, it's
Will-
a tough one though.
Will it be? Yeah, but I also don't know how they are on track limits right now. So you know, if you are on 3, you will probably not try to risk another pit stop and a drive-through as well.
Depends
So-
on the lead, I guess.
Yeah,
At
it
that
depends
point.
on the lead.
If you have a lap, who cares?
Yeah, but it will cost you to have a drive-through and a pit stop, fully pit stop. It's at least
Ooh.
1 minute and 40 seconds, something like that. If you get them
P2 and 3
together.
almost kissed each other in the hairpin.
The Emperor corner is the only corner I know the name of. It was a very good track guide. Turn 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Maybe this is 9. Emperor corner. The rest of the track. But no, they are still going at it quite intensely for P2.
I
Yeah,
know the
it's
name
now
of the
the-
track, does that count?
Oh well, I think I reckon that would be good enough. But Peel on it, it's not. Yeah, we have seen the two different drivers in the 406, Ivanov and Kubanov. Both of them have seemed to have somewhat equal pace in comparison to many of their opponent cars that have been up and down depending on which driver have been in it. But the 406 team, they have definitely had equal drivers in, but now it's Patrick Peel who's chasing him down. I wonder how that will turn out nearing the end, because we are at the business end of an endurance race, and you would probably be more likely to take the overtaking risks at this point than you would have earlier on. I would say. No one else would say the same.
I was watching to something else, you know. Sorry, I didn't listen to you this time.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful.
Wonderful.
Who would also?
I was also reading the chats, you know, on the stream on YouTube.
Oh yeah, I have been looking at that for a while.
Yeah, that also exists.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you got wrecked on that one, even of that's right. That's why you dropped. We were noticing that you have had quite the comeback in this race. Now my cat is trying to eat all the cords. I don't know why it's in my simulation.
In the right corner, the beautiful 21 car fighting for position. Because of the 212 had a drive-through, they are. The 21 car is just behind them.
Yeah, do we know pit stop strategies for these guys? How they are doing at the minute? Anyone remember that?
They are probably now, I think, almost on the same pit stop. Because they made a drive-through right now, so they will come in, I think, in the next 10 minutes or so. And then...
Hopefully. Ooh, that's unlucky for the 69 through. First the pit stop and then drive-through coming out, and then what, did they retire? Did they just have a disconnect? I think the
69 has had a lot of penalties, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, but they just got a drive-through and then they just disappeared from the timing board. If they had a disconnect now, that will truly be heartbreaking for them, as they were leading for quite a while early in the race. But unfortunately,
Ferrari's going for a move. The 406 car defending the inside, and the Ferrari car with the race number 10 wasn't able to get the move done.
Oh, but he's definitely showing a little bit more aggression at this point with 1 hour 10 to go. We are within it's just over a regular sprint race to go in this race, which the drivers will also know. I wonder if they're both on the 1 hour strategy, if maybe the number 10 car will try
really close on
to
it
get
still.
the track position. We have seen this many times so far in this race, but it's very rarely that people have been able to actually pull out and get the overtake done, even though that they get the toe out the final corner. Basically, if you're in the toe around here, it's not always super easy to be full throttle through the final corner, but to get it done, you need just a tiny bit of a better exit from the penultimate corner to get that overtake done into turn 1. Or you have to be at the correct slipstreaming range. Too close, then you won't get enough of effect of the slingshot, and too far you will never get the slingshot.
Yeah, indeed, and it's also not a pretty hard braking zone, the first corner. I mean, you have to brake pretty hard, but I think you know what I mean. It's you let your car roll into the corner, so it's not hold your brakes almost to the end. So it's pretty rough to put your car next to it there.
Yeah, it's all about when you go side by side there. If you're on the inside, then you know you have to brake so much earlier than the car who's on the outside, and that's the whole thing. But also, if you're on the inside, you could just risk it and send it and go as deep as possible, forcing the car on the outside to either try the switchback or follow you out of the track. I would say the best overtaking corner on this track, it's either turn 4, which is a bit surprising, but it's setting it up right through 1, 2, and 3, then you get a good run there, or the end of the back straight into the Emperor corner. It seems to be the places where they have been done today.
It usually is if you race here, and what usually helps the most is the element of surprise. So just making it look like a dummy, if you know what I mean.
Exactly, but this time it seems like the 10 car have a slightly better run, but still not enough to go forward into turn 1. Do get very close though, and with a back marker up ahead, that could potentially play into a potential overtake, taking advantage of traffic.
Yeah, and don't forget the 55 car. He is pitted just yet, and I think he likes his battle because the longer this keeps on, the undercut will be more effective. So let's see how it comes.
The 55 pit more than a minute ago.
Yeah, I believe it was two laps ago.
And then he will still owe us one more pit stop, the 55, while these two can go to the end on one more stop as well. So they are now on the same pit sequence.
Yeah, they have to do another pit stop. Yeah, it is.
So it will be a little bit of a stretch for them to try and get it up. But again, you never know. A little bit of too much contact, small crash, maybe a penalty. Everything is still to play for the 55 team. They could still potentially get the podium if everything goes their way. Or if they just find a super pace here in the last stint.
Yeah, let's see what happens after the pit stops and how it looks like by that time.
It is hard to be a fortune teller, but that's a good part about this job. We can say whatever we want, and then when it's not true, we just go, we never said that.
I never meant it that way.
Oh, you have to read between the lines, Even though, as we just mentioned, I don't think the 55 is in contention for P2 anymore with their pit stop strategy, unfortunately for them, but you still definitely have to vary a little bit from behind. The more you are battling at the minute, the more time you're losing to the cars behind. Still just 15 seconds down to the 724 car that could potentially come into play if things starts going south in this battle for P2. So there will be a few drivers and a few teams who sat there hoping for a little bit of carnage up here to help themselves further up the grid in the race. I think especially the 17 Ferrari, they did so well early on in the race, having the fastest lap, and have been involved in quite a few incidents also, and maybe that's why they're not doing so well, that they have been a little bit too crash prone, and that's usually not a good sign for endurance, but what a comeback they have done as well.
Yeah, staying out of trouble is one of the most important things if it comes to endurance races.
Most definitely. We did see the 10 car early on in the race having a 25-second lead over the third place car, but then they got a total penalties time of 25 at the next coming pit stop, and that put them right back into to the battle. And then they just haven't been able to get ahead and break away from the other guys after that.
I think the car number 10 has a little bit more of a better momentum than car 406 at this moment, but can he make it stick on this first corner?
Yeah, but you know, one thing is to be quicker than the car ahead, another thing is to make the move.
Yeah, it is, and car number 10 is really eager to make the move, but he is searching for a spot to do so.
Definitely, but he just needs to try something different. It seems to be into turn 1 and then the end of the back straight that he wants to go for. He needs to try and set it up someplace else. But again, staying close to another car is getting more and more difficult as time progresses in a stint, as the tires start to wear out more and more.
Oh, he's a little bit too deep now.
They also can't take advantage because they have the same car, so yeah.
Yeah, and they are pushing it very hard. At least Patrick Peel is pushing it very hard in the number 10 car. We also have a battle in the bottom right-hand corner at the minute. That's the SRT car of the number 7 for 6th position with Dennis Schwebs, who is in the R2E car for currently in 6th, the number 1 Porsche. Defending champions as well. Who I must say, they were a bit surprising earlier on in the race when they found themselves basically at the 4-hour point, still being outside of the top 10 and quite far outside of the top 10.
And number 17 is really close. The Porsche is defending the inside on the first corner.
But here we
Can
go.
you make it 6 around the outside?
They break roughly at the same time, but have to get up earlier to outsmart Dennis Schwebs in a braking battle like that. Wasn't it Dennis Schwebs who did the 24 hours of Kielami by himself?
Could be.
Could be, yeah.
I do believe. What? Yes, Chris. Now Chris is talking in the background. No one else but us can hear him. But wasn't it Dennis Schwebs who did the entirety of the 24 hours of Kielami by himself? No. Who was the madman? Ah, it was a South African. Wasn't Dennis.
But Dudak with car number 17 is really close again on the rear of the Porsche, car number 1.
Yeah, we have seen the 17 have actually been very good at overtaking in this race. But he's trying it. He's showing
he's going
now.
too late.
Slopes goes a little bit too wide there.
And
But
they're
again,
now
on the
side by side.
outside- On the outside, it's not gonna work there. I don't think
No.
so. But he can maybe try and send it into the hairpin or chicanes now. No, it's too far back.
I
But
think
look at this, the 17 car all race has been super strong out of these corners.
He has
I can
a
take
far,
him on the straights. Ferrari is way too quick, I think.
Ferrari has a far better exit and line to the last chicane. He's now definitely on his tail.
Oh yes, it should be done this time round. Look at how close they are, almost
Yeah.
bumper to bumper.
Speed is
Goes
so much
to the-
higher.
The
of
Porsche is
Ferrari.
not defending the inside.
Oh,
But this is the thing, does he manage to slow the car down in time, and does he leave himself vulnerable through turn 3 and 4? Does he get the stop time? No, he got to stop perfectly in time. That's a textbook overtake into turn 1 at the Circuit de Catalunya. We saw there from Dudek. Good strong move.
Yeah, really good strong move on the inside.
Now it's just, can he pull away from Dennis Schwebs, and what's the gap further up? It's 7 seconds roughly to the 55 Inception McLaren. We do know that the Inception McLaren will likely just do a splash and dash by the end of the race. I actually think the 17 car on the same strategy. That will be interesting to see how that goes to the end, because we do know that the 17 car have a lot of pace in them, and they could potentially. Oh, by the way, new fastest lap by Timberlane. Timberlane steals it away from Dudek.
And when everything starts to cool down, you know, but like 24 degrees right now, the cars will be run a lot faster.
Oh, it's 43.4 flat this time around from Chamberlain last lap. He set his new personal best on the best lap of the race. Let's see if anyone can challenge that as the race progresses. Obviously, Justin, you could if you were racing. We all know that 140.1 is an offer.
Car 406 and car 10, they have a little bit of traffic in front now, so that makes it a little bit interesting.
Yeah,
Car number 10 is really on his tail.
Yeah, and
BMW moves aside.
Margaret didn't do much good for the 406, the Luke Oil car. Did help him a little bit of getting the gap coming onto the straight by the Constantina effect, but didn't stay in front to give him the slipstream down the start-finish straight. And they do have a few more cars to navigate here during the next lap, where we're like, oh, look how close the 10 is. Will he just launch it in? I don't think he dares to do it from this distance. It's too far. It's too far.
Yeah, it's too far. Yeah, probably is. You can maybe go for a move, but you have to be like within 1/10 of a second in that window to dive or send it somewhere.
Yeah, except if you want to go to the moon.
Yeah.
Take the other driver with you, then it would have been a great possibility. They're trying to keep it close, but this thing, it's hard to stay this close coming up, cresting this hill, as you need all the downforce on the car that you can possibly get. And with no tire advantage, then it gets a little bit tricky.
It's a lot harder than it looks like, you know. When you see it, take a look from the outside. When you're in the car, braking at the same point, tires start to warn.
I think our car is about to have a battle with B23.
I think this is exactly why we should have the Wives Championship.
Yeah. The Wives Championship. Yeah, I think it will be fun though.
I think that's an idea for the next sprint season. Before we go racing, then the wives, they have a half an hour race before we go racing.
We call it the AC Academy.
Exactly. Yeah, the W series.
Yeah, the W series. AC Academy.
But then I think Denise Pope will have a big advantage if she had a husband, you know, allowing him to drive over the women, especially if he had training.
Yeah, probably. They probably have though.
We'll never know. But I think we should take this up and bring it to a board meeting at some point. I think it's a great idea that we need to work on.
I'm not sure if my wife will go into the sim and go in for a race, but yeah, we'll see.
It will be very fun.
Yeah.
And of course, there'll be 10 bonus points for every driver who manages to finish the race without having had a single incident.
Yeah, that will be more fun after all.
Also, there should be bonus points for every driver that says
a
faster lap time in qualifying than the slowest driver in the normal championship.
If we look to the right side bottom, we see the SRH car of Sim Racing Holland. Have to have a battle with.
That's the 102. As the
with the 102.
The one car that we have only seen when we did the grid rundown a few hours ago. Elsewise, we haven't seen jack of that car this race, and finally they get involved in a battle.
We've seen it a few times actually behind us.
Yeah, but you're also driving.
True. I would say it's back again. For another battle.
And he sure is, and this time he will definitely get the better of you. 1 hour to go of the race. No, we can't say that on stream, of course, but
Well, we both need to pit, so I guess.
As we were talking, we're in the last hour of the race right now. 55 minutes to go.
yeah, and I'm telling you, after this race, I'm going straight to bed. It's been a long, long day.
Not long enough. I still need to watch F1 after this.
Oh yeah, Jesus Jesus Christ, yeah, that's right. I'm not going to bed after this race.
Yeah, but, in Holland you can swear on camera, you know. But,
Yeah, but this is an international feed.
But
You
the
also-
car number 10 is really under the tail, under the rear bumper of car 406.
Yeah, coming onto the back straight, this could be a potential move. They have a back marker in front of them as well. They have to take into account here. And the back marker have not moved out of the way as of yet. This could be very, very interesting. That's what you know that car number of. We have seen that Porsche at least a few times before. Round check. Oh yeah, it's a 610. Of course it is, and he goes into the pits. Maybe that's why I didn't want to give up.
It looks a bit car number 10 has a much better run coming out of the last corner, but yeah,
Yeah, maybe they're running higher downforce than the.
it's really close right now.
than Luke.
Going
He's
for the
on
outside.
Do they make
he
it
make it
without
stick?
contact? He does make it stick. It looks like. Ooh, getting very, very shifty there, but the move is done nevertheless. I do think that he was in the position where the 406 should have backed off and not tried to hang it on the outside by the end of that. But the number 10 car is back into second position of the race.
Beautiful overtake.
Definitely, almost a textbook driving from him. Interesting to see if the 406 can keep up now and maybe make a little bit of a comeback.
If it comes to racing, there's just one thing you don't want to happen, and that's being overtaken around the outside. That's pretty rough.
Oh yes, that's embarrassing. But again,
That's pretty rough.
into that first corner, if you're on the inside, everyone knows that you have to brake a lot earlier there, and that's when it's basically already sold. If the car on the outside is ahead of you going into the braking zone, that you then just gotta try and brake later and force him out of the track, and that's your best option, or try the switch back depending on when he's braking. But a little bit of a 50-50 gamble, and this time the number 10 car came out on top. Although
Yeah.
you did hear me say live on stream that you should force someone off the track, but
If it comes to hard affair racing, you know, there's nothing wrong with that.
exactly.
But yeah, let's see if car number 10 is capable of driving away of the 406 car Ferrari.
It does look like it at the minute, but the thing is, when you've been stuck behind another car for so long, then it can actually be a little bit difficult being the front car of the sudden, that you have to find your braking points once again instead of using the ones that you were used to from beforehand. Doesn't look like that it's a problem for Patrick Peel though, as he is driving quite fast up ahead of Kubanov at the minute.
Yeah, but also Kubanov can follow quite closely still. So
Yeah, they still both have one pit stop to do that. We could be very decisive in the race. And Chris Hill just loves that 21 car that's actually getting up to Marv the Mac in the 415 R2E car. Also, the 102 car looks to go for the inside move now into the Emperor corner, and does he make it stick on the 95? He does. The 102 takes the position away and goes up into 21st in the race. Also looks like that they are being left while that happened
Yeah.
by a car behind him, taking full advantage of traffic there. And And there we have a Chamberlain now about to lap the third placed car in the race and put an entire lap between him and second. Remember that Chamberlain still owes us a pit stop, as so does the rest of them, but a full lap between him and third. Is going for the lapping move as we are speaking down the start-finish straight. And he can see the number 10 car ahead that will put an entire lap between him and the rest of the field. Which is quite the achievement in an 8-hour race, especially considering how close it was earlier on and how far behind the 69 Bentley they were in the earlier stages of the race.
Yeah, that's a dominating race. If you manage to lap P2.
It's very dominating, and also with the fastest lap still to his name, Mr. Chamberlain. And just a few seconds behind Patrick Peel in second overall in the race.
Yeah, it is quite rough to be that fast all the time, being consistent, staying out of trouble, driving on the limits without taking the warning and the drive-through. So yeah, well done. Very difficult to do so. Even if you are so much of a lead, you know, there's nothing to challenge for anymore at that moment. So to keep your focus is a rough thing to do.
A very, very rough thing to do. I think that everyone who have tried being in a situation like that knows exactly what you're talking about. Also, it's a team with only the two drivers, it's Chamberlain and Bergkamp, who have been doing well out there in the front all race. A little bit iffy in the starting parts of the race, but they definitely managed to climb back with the Honda. Now they're putting the lap on Patrick Peel. Coming down the start-finish straight, and now they are officially one lap ahead of P2. Very, very strong performance from these guys, and still 48 minutes to go in the race. So yeah, now they will just have to try and stay consistent, and now they could definitely go for the strategy of taking the fresh tires by the end to try and improve their fastest lap time.
Yeah, that would be. Let's see. I mean, you know, being on this kind of leads, sometimes it can be over just in one snap, you know. So they still need to be head down and bring it home. That's their only task, to bring it home.
Yeah, just one unlucky back marker that does something unexpected, and you could quickly end up in a wall and have a 2-minute pit stop to repair your car. So it's still about being there, but they can drive without any risks at this point. It doesn't matter if they have to spend an entire lap or 2 laps or even 3 laps behind the back marker to wait for the opportune time to go through. They can do exactly as they please at this point. Speaking of, they just put a lap more down on the multi-tab racing team. That was the Aston Martin, and then one of the DSRT cars ahead of him. DSRT showing up very strongly with 3 cars in this endurance championship.
Yeah, no, I always say, you know, usually in or is this a battle at the moment?
I will go check back in with my team, so I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, good luck, Joost. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, my pleasure.
We wish to hear from you again another time. Nevertheless, they're battling for position here. The 314 of Piguet, the Italian team, the Italian racing team, and the 888 car, the Belgium low battery or whatever they were called. They are going at both P2 and P3 are in the pits at the minute. This is a crucial part of the race. They come in for their final pit stop. I will assume with 46 minutes to go in the race that they both take fresh tires. No shot that they'll be risking it on tires that have already done an entire stint at this point. Well, what do you think, Justin?
Yeah, I think they will go for tires, but it looked like pretty fast pit stop. Let's see how it end up. Oh, that's really close.
They're getting out very close to each other.
They both have almost a perfect pit stop right now.
Looks like it. And they maintain second and third overall in the race after that pit stop, so it is kind of guaranteed at this point, as the nearest car behind them are the 55 that still owes us a final pit stop in this race.
Yeah,
but
so they have to battle it out with each other, you know. So
Yeah,
yeah, let's see how it will go.
Only themselves, and a driver change at least in the number 10 car. Now it's a Zimmerman in the car of the SLRT team. I think it's weird saying team when obviously the last T in their name is standing for team, so it's the SLR team. Not SLRT, but SLR team. Driving there, and Kubanov stays in the 406, but Zimmerman in the number 10 car. What do you think would have been the wisest call? Keep your driver in the car for the last stint, or go for a fresh drive?
Yeah, it both can work out, you know. Sometimes it depends on the driver, how he's in the car, how he feels about driving, and how confident he is to finish it. And it can be a better tactic to have a new driver, but it also can be a better move to hold the same driver.
Yeah, that speaking of that 212 car definitely got a little bit in the way there, but the 724 car have caught up to the 55 and are battling it out for 4th place in the race. They both still owe us that pit stop though. Have to keep that in mind, but they will probably come in very, very late in the race. But look at this, how close they are. Really, really going at it. The left-hand racing team actually making the inside move there into turn 1, and Joshua Groening putting himself up into 4th position in the race. Unlikely that they'll go further up in the last 43 minutes, but now it's all about gapping that 55 car and when they have to come in, because the amount of fuel that these guys will be taking at the final stop could be crucial for the end of the race. Just saving that extra second in the pits could be very, very important. Drive through for the number 20 car, drive through for the number 7 car as well. That will definitely put them behind both the 9 car of Sem Spinkling and maybe the 212. Not entirely sure about that, as the 212 are quite far behind. But we will probably find out once they serve that drive-through penalty. Speaking of, we are down to 28 drivers now. I think one of the multi-tab cars have retired, it looks like, but we still have one of them racing at least, and that is very nice to see. So that's a total of 9 retirements so far in this race. Almost a community high, I believe, for regular endurance championship race. We don't usually see that many people retiring, but some of them definitely had some very, very bad days where I would not blame them for bailing out after what happened to them. Nevertheless, Groening still up there, 3 seconds or 4 seconds behind Kubanov, but Kubanov and Zimmerman, they already took their final pit stop, so whether or not that he will catch, or even if he catches up, it doesn't matter too much, as he will still be behind on sequence. Up behind the 17 car that did drop behind the 212, but have maintained his position within the top 10. So Kalinin will now have to go up and re-overtake the 212 for position if he wants the 8th spot. It becomes a little bit of a stretch to do so on Sim Spinkling. We know that Sim already had that, or the Sim Racing International team already had their final pit stop, so they will be on it to the end. Actually, knowing that they have had their final pit stop and the 55 still needs to pit, then they could potentially snatch a position there. Maybe Engelhardt owes us a stop as well. I don't have pit wall open, so I can't tell you, but that could become something to look at as we go into the last 40 minutes of this race. It's been truly an entertaining one. A lot of action throughout the race and a lot of stories with good comebacks and cars moving up and down the grid all throughout this event, with many of the comeback stories, to be honest. And some teams outperforming themselves, maybe some teams not doing as expected. But again, with 9 retirements, a lot of free positions have been had for some of the guys. We have seen the 24 car, they started within the 30th position-ish area, and then they fought their way up to where they are basically at the minute. So they can't be blamed. In 22nd position they are, with 40 minutes to go. I think that the Mode 11 guys, they owe us the pit stop and currently set in 14th. Where they will come out after that will be quite interesting to see, as they also were in a situation where they had to do a little bit of a comeback drive. Not the most remarkable comeback of all time, but they did have to do a little bit of a comeback drive. Looks like the gap between Zimmerman and Kubanov sort of stays in that 1.4 second area every time they crosses a split. But again, one back marker can change it all up there in the battle for the top positions. Speaking of, Kubanov have actually put in a new fastest lap time last time around of a 1:43.755. And Zimmerman immediately answers back with a 1:43.610 this time around for him. And Kubanov improves once again to 43.720, but it's still a little bit slower than Zimmerman that last time around. But pace have dropped rapidly over the last half hour. From lap times being around the 45s to now being well within the 43s. They are at the minute. Oh, Justin, you're back.
Yeah, I'm back. Yeah, when it starts to cool down, the air will be a bit heavier, so there will be more downforce, and the engines run better on cooler temperatures. So
especially the turbo engines.
That's why it's always getting faster when it's cooling down a little bit.
Yeah, we are about getting into that prime time area of racetracks where you still have enough light to see exactly what's going on between you, and the temperatures are still optimum. Because we also have seen that tracks can get too cold. Probably not going to happen here at Barcelona with these temperatures, but I think we have all done races where we have seen the track temps dropping below 15 in this game, and that is not fun anymore. Trying to get the tires to work.
No, especially when you're also driving in the daytime and you cannot put the brake ducts too. You cannot close them too much because otherwise you will overheat everything during the day. So you will have a lot of struggle during the cold night. So yeah.
Yes, Sander Vale comes in to serve the final pit stop of the Mode 11 car. 37 minutes on the clock when he comes in. Probably still taking tires, I would assume. Well, they definitely will. They've already been on tires that have run an hour. I would take tires if it was me. What would you do, Justin?
Yeah, probably. Also depends on the position you were at and what the battle is. But yeah, probably going for new tires at this moment.
Chamberlain taking his final stop of the race as well with
But we see here a battle for P9, he's on the inside.
That's a clean
and he makes it stick.
He served a drive-through penalty while you were gone for track limits. Once again a penalty for the DSRT car, the number 17 of the DSRT. They have been ahead with quite a few of those during the race and some instance earlier on. That's why we don't see them fighting for podium positions. They else might seem to have the pace in this race. And this time they just used a little bit of muscle there to get through the 212.
Yeah, by the looks of it, he was a little bit in a hurry there. But yeah, that's what I mean. That was the element of surprise. If you're close enough and just send it and time it perfectly. Yeah, that's pretty nice to see.
Yeah, and now with Bergkamp coming out, it did swap over to Bergkamp from Timberlane for the final stint in the 81 car. So definitely also tires for these guys as they were changing drivers anyway. And now he's no longer a lap ahead of P2 as P2 just went by there.
And it's still a quite close gap between P3 and P2. It's 1.2 seconds. They're both about the same pace.
Yeah,
so that
now,
can be interesting to the end.
P2 will probably lose maybe 10 for 2, and he have to let Bergkamp back through. So this could potentially put Kubanov directly into this battle once again. Kubanov at the minute, he's just enjoying the additional slipstream that he's getting from Bergkamp. But this is the thing, when does Zimmerman let Bergkamp back through?
Yeah, he has to be very smart about this one, because Kubanov is really close on the tail of Bergkamp.
Yeah, he basically have to do it in the braking zone and making sure that he can go fit in between Bergkamp and Kubanov. Or just hope that that Bergkamp gets a massive run out of a corner and can do it on a straight purely on pace. He definitely wants to be in a situation where he don't have to lift off in the middle of a straight to let him by, because then he'll be under immediate pressure from Kubanov behind.
To be honest, Bergkamp is not really in a hurry at this moment.
No, he can basically sit there for the entire race if he wants to. He's just out there enjoying being in the lead of an 8-hour endurance race with just over half an hour to go. As they once said in American television on the sideline of an NFL game, oh, he's out there having the time of his life. Yeah, no shit, he's playing the fucking Super Bowl. What do you think?
Yeah.
But even with the car between them, the gaps is still just 1.1 second between Zimmerman and Kubanov. So it is that point. How long will Bergkamp tolerate being behind at this point? How long is he willing to sit there?
Yeah, I also think Bergkamp doesn't want to do a lot with this battle, if you know what I mean. I think he's not want to disturb it or something like that. But yeah, he's in the middle of it, so he'd rather have to overtake or just lift back off, so that Kubanov can take his position.
Yeah, but that's the thing. What will he actually do?
Yeah, usually when you are behind the blue flagger, you just want to overtake, you know.
Yeah, and he is on very fresh tires, and he could potentially try and snap the fastest lap time away from his teammate to have a little bit of a thing to hold over his teammate until we go racing next time, saying that he was quicker in the race. Oh, that's Marv the Mac.
Ooh,
and that's the 73 car that's spun around there as well. They have not been in a battle for position. That have been in a lapping of sorts. They have made contact. But Marv the Mac, ooh, that's a lot of damage. That is a lot of damage on the 415 car. They will probably have to go into the pits and get that repaired, because that is not moving very fast. And that early in the lap, they will lose a lot of time, a lot of positions on this. You can barely keep it on track, it looks like.
Can we have a replay of where this happened?
Chris is working on it as we speak. Well, he is now. And look at this, Marv is just trying to make the track as short as possible, just stay off the racing line. Ooh, there we have it, and it looks like that Bergkamp have made the move into to overtake Zimmerman and put the lap between them once again. So let's get the timing boards up and have a look at if he improves the fastest lap. Currently, it's 1:43.405. But let's see what he can do. Probably not going to be this time around, as he have likely made the overtake on this lap.
406 is 2 tenths behind of the Ferrari at this moment.
Yeah, and look at how close it is between the P2 and P3. They are really getting at it. Could be a potential move into maybe a little bit too much of a gap now.
Yeah, it's too much of a gap. I think he lost a little bit in the chicane there, and a little bit of momentum.
But he will need to stick with him to try and go for it. Although still half an hour to go, and a good many times they'll still have to go through the overtaking corners. But he needs to get really up there and apply the pressure, as they have a little bit of a driver behind who potentially could get. I think they've just left him. The kind of driver behind is definitely someone that they have to here we get the replay. Remember that the car ahead is a lap down who goes wide off the track, hits the curb and spins out. No.
That's rough. That's rough.
That is very, very rough and unlucky. But remember,
that's where we talked about earlier. You know, one back marker can make the difference, even if you are on a big lead. You know, if it happens to the leader or something like that, yeah.
It can happen to anyone if someone goes off, and that last curve touch. Of course, when you go off there, you'll keep your foot planted as most other people would. Of course, make sure you don't gain any time. But hitting that curve, that's what killed him, sending him spiraling off. And here we have Kunt, who have cut back up to the 102 car. Bill Croix behind the wheel of that at the minute. RT Racing, and I can't remember the 3 letters of the 102. But definitely a French team, I would assume. Not judging, of course, but definitely people are screaming murder in the chat. And that's what will happen to Chris Hill after the race, of course. We all know that he's British and they like to go on a bit of a murdering spree when they're done with long races like this.
Looks like the BMW will have a good run out of the last corner. He's really close under the rear bumper right now.
Yeah, Aston Martin quickly goes to the defensive, but the BMW does have the run.
Yeah, he does have a run. He has a lot of momentum right now.
And he's already passed before the braking zone, but will the Aston Martins whip out the lasso? No, he does. He stays behind for now, at least. But now is the question, can Kunt pull out the gap on De La Croix? That'll be something to keep an eye out on. Also, race leader had an invalid lap time last time around, just saying. Not that it matters too much if they haven't had a lot of those previously, but invalid it was. So he's definitely pushing for that fastest lap, I think. Here we have Bergkamp from the Modular Draco Corsa racing team. Just Modular Draco Corsa MDC. Sounds like a rap group from the 90s.
Sounds like it. But it is Dutch. It is a Dutchman behind the wheel. So that's always good to see, you know.
Yes, and there he goes. 1/10 of the fastest lap time. That last lap. Well, 95 thousandths to be precise. He is definitely going for it.
And depends how many risks do you want to take to crack the lap again. I mean, they already have the lap, you know. So
yeah.
it can change in the end. But
if he was very smart, then he'll go in with 2 laps to go, 3 laps to go, and take another set of tires to attempt it. Once again, to have the optimal car for it. But again, I don't think he would risk that, because then they would also get they would probably not get in. Oh well, they would probably not get in drive-through range of the car behind, but they would get very close to it. And why risk it when you have the lead?
Yeah, and the fast lap also.
Also, Magdeburg are back out on track again after that lengthy pit stop down into 20th position. lost out quite a bit from that. I think they were 13th before the crash. So they are probably not that pleased in the R2E garage after that incident, but sometimes that's what happens in racing, and that's why you can never call a race before the fat lady sings.
To finish first, you first have to finish.
Exactly. And what happened to the to the 73 car? That's the good old saying: when black goes to green, you're in trouble. Although black went to a different shade of black, but people knows what we mean. Oh, new fastest lap there from Bergkamp. Now it happened. 43.282. Cut it down by more than a tenth from his teammate of Timberlane. But again, the track is also a little bit better at this point. And
yeah, but they are showing pure dominance at this moment. They are just unbeatable.
Are. They also have a little bit of tailwind actually down the start-finish straight, so being in the slipstream down the start-finish straight is an even larger advantage at the minute, as you are stealing the tailwind from the car ahead also. So that could be interesting, but Kubanov seems to have been falling quite far off now from Zimmerman. Now it's 2.6 between them. Still just a back marker that causes a little bit too much chaos for Zimmerman, and he'll be right back at it, but
yeah, or a little moment being a little bit too wide on the track or something like that, and the gap will be a lot closer again.
Yeah, exactly, but with 23 minutes and 2.6 seconds, you could start taking slightly less risks and drive it slightly more safe, Zimmerman, through the course. Of course, he can't just chillax too much, but it is getting close to the point where they can start thinking about relaxing the driving a little bit in the high-risk corners. Speaking of gaps, the OSR team, the 102 car, have dropped 2 seconds behind Kund at this point, so Kund is also gapping the car behind him. Doing a good job of that. I've dropped a little bit that to 1.8, but could be traffic further up the road. But they are potentially still within if they can find a little bit of extra pace here in the last 20 minutes or so. They could potentially go back into the battle with Kund, but it would take a little bit of extra patience and lap time to do so, as we did see that Kund hunted down the 102 car and made the pass earlier on.
Yeah, they also took the 102 car, indeed. So they are now 23. I wonder if there is if they can close up to 22. I'm not sure what the gap is at the moment, but
The life gap it's about half a minute-ish.
Ah, okay. That's a big gap.
Yeah, but we don't know, or I can't remember at least, if the 75 car on the they have to do a stop more in this race. So that could be a potential position if they do have to come in for splash and dash by the end of the race. But again, time will tell, or at least the next 22 minutes will tell. Marv the Mac in the R2E car now, behind the 21 car on track. They have had the pace, the R2E guys, to be up there in at least around the battle for the top 10 today, but just haven't seemed to go exactly their way at the crucial points. Of course, with the big crash here later on. Also earlier, they just had those slight moments of a little bit too much battling, a little bit too much traffic that played out of their hand. They seem to be unlapping themselves from the 21. I think the 21 might have gone into just preserve the result mode.
Yeah, they probably, but most people, most faster cars, they have lapped some cars, they are not willing to give their position back to to a blue flagger, if you know what I mean. If someone tries to unlap them, a lot of times you see people defending it pretty rough.
Yeah, we have seen that previously, where if you come to try and unlap yourself, people are not that kind to you to allow you to go through, and they will often just slam the door on you if you try to do anything. You really have to battle them as if it was for a position from time to time, where I think that some people, they might need to chillax a little bit and think about their own race.
Yeah, because every battle is also a risk, and if someone is faster, just let them go, you know.
Exactly.
If it comes to a lap, but
if you're not battling for position, then what's the point?
Indeed.
I do get it. If you're planning on battling by the end of the race, then there could be potential strategy in it. But again, do you really want to take the risk that, in theory, the guy trying to unlap himself, he could get tired of it and just send it on you, and you could end up in a wall, and you never really want that. Just be nice to people, and people will be nice to you. That's how it usually goes.
Yeah, and most of the times, if you can follow quite closely, it will be a sprint race in the last hour of an endurance race, and everyone is trying to get their positions. And but yeah, in the beginning, you have to relax a little bit, staying out of trouble. Do not collect any warnings or speed tokens, like I would call them. I always call them speed tokens. It's pretty nice to have the speed tokens if you need them in the end, you know.
Oh, most definitely. And that will especially become something that will come into play when we go to Paul Ricard, a track known for drivers to be handed a lot of speed tokens. By the way, Michael Thomas, whose surname do you say that we can't monetize anymore? Is it Kund? Are you really saying that we can't say Kund anymore on the stream? God damn it, Michael Thomas, why do we have such a perverted mind? It's Kund with a K.
Kund. Yeah, with the K, not with the C.
If it was with a C, then we definitely couldn't say it.
But yeah, it's Burak Kund, so yeah, we have to call it that way.
I do remember we had a race a few seasons ago where I actually think it was Mooney who was commentating, who was doing everything he could to stay away from saying Kund's name. He would literally call him that driver in the number of the car every time, even though that we had seen him a million times and we all knew the name. But then again, we all know how Mooney is.
Yeah, for sure. Great guy though.
Oh yeah, funny. What? 17 minutes remaining of the race. Niels Engelhardt in a 6th position. Does he owe us a pit stop? I'm actually not sure whether or not that he owes us the pit stop. And maybe someone in YouTube can tell us if when they took the last stop. Actually,
Engelhardt is usually also one of the front runners, right? If I remember correctly, yeah. They are usually doing pretty well.
And that's the championship winning car from last. I don't think he needs to stop again. He has 28 minutes on the stint time. Yes, I have a trick to see that. But 28 minutes on the stint timer for Engelhardt, so he will not come into the pits again if my information are correct. So he is virtually in 6th position. I don't know if the 55 car have taken the stop yet. I don't think they have, and they will have to come in again.
So they are at the moment running on P5 then. I'm not sure where the 55 car is right now. They have a big cap also. They are running to the last corner right now.
Yeah, they only have 12 minutes left on their stint timer, so they will. Yeah, so they will have.
They will definitely split in dash. Yeah. But I think the gap is bigger than the splits in dash will cost. So it will be very close probably, but
let's just have a little look.
They are just car number 1 is running into the last sector at the moment, and car 55 is going to the second sector at this moment. So
Yeah, I can tell you when they cross the start-finish line, the gap between them. But it will be quite the gap. It will be hard for them to gain the position out of the splash and dash from the 55. Just waiting for them to cross the finish line. Oh, there we go. It's about 1 minute and 2 seconds. So definitely
will not be enough. The gap is too big.
looks like it. Yes, Stephen, it's me who have been here for the last 8 hours. Goddammit, commentating on the race. Haven't you followed up? I pity a fool who doesn't follow up on this great stream. You should come into the commentary room, Stefan, just to say hi to the old friend Stefan. You should join the commentary room. Is it you, Stefan? Is it you, Stefan? Yes, that's an old joke we had with a guy named Niklas. But yes, Desi Delacroix in the 102 car, still just in the 1.2 seconds behind Kund at the minute.
Yeah, and speaking of that, car 95 now is on P22 instead of P23, so they got a spot somewhere, and there's a Porsche.
That's the 75 car that took the pit stop and went behind them, the Mustang.
Ah, yeah, that's it.
Stop playing Sims, Stefan. You should be watching the stream. Boring. It's only 13 minutes to go, Stefan, and what a race this has been. Drama all the way up and down the field. You couldn't have imagined the drama that have been shown in this race. So far, from the Bentley leading early on in the race for the first couple of hours, and then ending up being overtaken by the 81 car, and later on dropping out of the race completely. The comeback drive of the 17 car, the 406 as well, and to some degree the 10, the 55 involved in that also. Lars Melis not driving, which you would definitely appreciate, Stefan. And yeah, just a wonderful endurance race.
Yeah, it is. It is a wonderful endurance race. I'm not saw the whole race of it. Just saw in the last 4 hours, so the second half of the race. And as we're watching now, the SSRI car on P7, it's the Sam Spankling. For what I've heard, it is his first race in about 3 months, right? At this moment.
Sim? Yeah, I think so, yes. But he is the simulator himself, so of course he is always quick.
He's always quick, yeah, he is.
But I did manage to beat him in the my very first endurance season we did on SRI way back when. Where Stefan and I, we beat him at Kielami. I think that Chris Hill beat him as well, because Stefan and Chris were battling at the end of the race. And then we had t-shirts made saying that we beat Sam Spankling.
I believe I beat Sam Spankling as well.
Yeah. Also, this could have been something. Official warning for car 10 failing to comply with race director. And official warning for car 17 as well, who have been in a little bit of a penalty heavy car this race, the number 17. But the 2 warnings here later on in the race, official warnings for the 10 and the 17.
Where is the warning about?
I didn't read. The 17 is failing to comply with race director with car 724 on lap 243, and the 17 is aggressive driving with car 724 as well. A couple of laps later on. So could have been something with lapping, maybe.
Yeah, probably it's with lapping. They were in the battle.
I think that it could have been excessive flashing of lights, maybe for the number 10 car.
Yeah, probably is. I think they were fighting for position at that moment. Car 17 and car 10. Car 17 had a drive-through later on, so they fell back. But
Could very well have been. And I want to Stefan still have the I beat some Spinkling t-shirt. I don't think I have mine actually. I think I threw it out not that long ago because it was there was so many holes in it. It didn't even look like a t-shirt anymore. I was still considering auctioning it off on the charity auction because it's a piece of memorability of the 101 team. But
good memories are always fun.
Oh yes, I don't think that anyone else would think it was that fun to buy a t-shirt with big ass holes that made it basically see-through, but I guess it is what it is.
It is what it is. Maybe if someone has the t-shirt, he can make a photo of it and put it in the Discord of the SSRI.
Yeah, Stefan still have it. I know. I think he must have the t-shirt as well.
Maybe Stefan can make a photo of it.
Yes, I think Stefan should make a photo of it and put it in the Discord. Justin wants to see it. I think Stefan is doing it as we are speaking. Elsewise, we will go visit him and do stuff. Drink coffee, maybe. Force him to make coffee when we visit. Yes, yes. Very aggressive visit, you know. Bergkamp still leading less than 10 minutes to go in the race. I think that Kubanov have stretched his guns at this point. And he'll just concede into third position. But what a race it's Modal Drago Corsa leading the race with 8 minutes to go, followed up by SLRT and then the Luke Oil Ferrari in third. It'll be an interesting podium though. Great driving all around. We haven't seen that many incidents on stream actually that have been super serious. Of course, we had the late crash here with Milf the Mac and the 73, but besides that, I don't feel like we have seen any major crashes happening in this race. There have been a little bit of arty-barty crashes that have sent people spinning and stuff like that, but nothing too serious. I don't think either that we have had anyone who had to box for damage repairs except for the 415. All in all, a super clean race so far in this round.
It's always good to see a good amount of respect on track, you know, with people battling with each other and trying to keep it safe. So that's a positive thing.
Definitely. I think that have grown a lot over the years. Also, a lot of new teams on the grid this season that we haven't seen before that have shaken up the order a little bit of the usual hierarchy here in SSRI, which is good to see. Tons and tons of new teams, including the all of the maybe the SLRT team we have seen before. I do think that Zimmerman is a name that I do remember, but I don't think that we have seen the Honda team or the Luke Oil team before here. So good to see these guys coming. I think the best placed legacy team in SSRI are the defending champions of Engelhardt groups in R2E in 6th place at the minute. Running the famous number 1, of course.
Famous number 1 of being the champion last year.
Yeah.
Or last season. Yeah.
When you are the defending champion, you should always run number 1 just to flex on your opponents. You can't be champion and not run number 1. That should be a rule. It's all about the flex.
Yeah, it is.
Stefan is actually wearing the t-shirt. me see if I can post it somewhere.
We have 5 minutes to go at this moment of the race.
I posted the famous T-shirt in the general chat. It's uploading as we are speaking. It also says Rip 101 on the back, which you can't see on that photo, but never forget the date. We should have put date on the T-shirts as well.
Yeah.
It's like, it's one of those days you just know where you were when it happened. It's just like 9/11 in that matter. Everyone knows where they were when we beat Simsport League.
Yeah. You were probably at home behind your sim.
Yes, exactly. Very easy to remember, to be fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're also getting into the time where the 55 will come into the pit and serve and take their final stop if they haven't done it already. 88 just came out of the pits as we are speaking. Well, if you would have told me when this race started, it would have been a Honda that won the race, and we would have a battle for P2 stretching all the way basically to the final half hour of the race, then I would have told you that you were lying and it would never happen. But what a race this has been. Interesting,
Yeah, and
all the way up and down. Only 8 seconds from P4 up to P3. This is really turning out to be just the first block in a great big house of great endurance racing this season. The diamonds are being made and put under pressure.
yeah, it was a beautiful race, and I will hop in. Like I said earlier, in the race of the charity race, of course.
We are looking very much forward to seeing you there. Failing to comply with the race director on that's cutting pit entry. The 10 car got the warning for.
Looking into the chat, that Look Oil Racing team is a real racing team. They are driving in the...
And then they're being beaten by an entire lap. Amateurs.
Yeah, maybe it's not the right moment to call that out right now. That you are a real racing team.
Probably not.
But in their defense, sim racing is something else than real life racing.
Oh, definitely. You can carry over some of the skills, but a lot of it is very different. The way the cars feel, the way that the tires have been molded in the different games setup wise, and the fact that you don't really get a sense of the road when you're driving in sim racing the same way as you do in real life, and all the smells and everything. Way different. It's basically
only,
like day and night.
Only if your name is Max Verstappen, then you can do everything with a car, probably. But
oh yeah, he's also fucking the car and making babies. I mean, oh wait, I don't think you can say that on stream. He's having intercourse with the cars and making babies. And they're having coitus. Yes. But anyways, we are getting into very close. We will have one more lap after this, as the 81 is still going through the chicane. You could also just park the car and roll over the start-finish line when the timer ran out.
Yeah, that's pretty dangerous, you know. I think that's not something you need to do.
No, but I see.
They're about to lap the SSRI car at the moment.
Yeah, once again. As we are now under white flag conditions, this will be the final lap for everyone starting a lap behind the number 81 car, or 081 we should say, as that's what it says on the side of the machine. Stunning drive they've done so far. This race, and truly a deserved win. It's Bergkamp and Chamberlain who have been at it all race long. Really doing high performance. After they took the lead after about 2 or 3 hours of racing, they never looked back. The Modal Drago course team are about to finish the final lap and taking their first win here in the SSRI Endurance Championship, and what a win it was, winning by more than an entire lap to P2, really showcasing dominance and putting themselves as favorites to win the championship after round 1. Of course, there's still a lot of races to go in the championship, but this is a very decent start for the Modal Drago course team. I wonder if Sim will let him get lapped and take the 1 lap less, or if he will try and stay ahead. If he tries and stay ahead, then he could hope for a penalty for Engelhardt, and therefore maybe getting a free position, but very unlikely that Engelhardt will be penalized, as I don't think that he have been involved in anything of the race. But just a few corners to go now. 1 more corner for Frank Bergkamp. Him and Chamberlain have secured the first win of the SSRI endurance season. Across the line he goes, and congratulations to the Modal Drago course racing team. Great win. Second place goes to the SLRT team. I'm not going to mention all the drivers in there because there's so many. Third place, the Luke Oil Racing Esports. What a battle for the 2 final steps of the podium. We've had this race. Left Hand Racing finishes in 4th with one of their cars. Inception Racing in-game livery comes to finish 5th and rounding out the top 5. As they are just running very slowly, it seems, although full front of course still for them. As they're rounding out to finish the race in 5th position. The R2E team will finish 6th. Simsport Racing International in 7th. DSRT, the best place DSRT car, in 8th. I can't remember for the life of me the team name of the 212 that will finish 9th, and then the 202 car in 10th position. Great drive to serve top 5 there for the 55 team. Good drive to secure that. They were in the mix for the podium for a good while in the race, and what a comeback race for the R2E guys. They were finding themselves quite far down the running order early on in the race, but managed to go all the way up through the field into a 6th position. Still a long way away from winning the race, as they did so many times last season, but only time will tell if they can find a way back to the top step of the podium nearing the end of the season, or for the remainder part of the season. Sam Spinkeling brings the Sim Racing International car across the line in 7th. Good drive from these 3 drivers, Vidago, Fredriksson, and the simulator. Also the last car to finish off. What a race! What a race we've had this time out at Barcelona. Usually not the track that produces the best racing, but we were definitely spoiled this time around. We will just sit about for a little while, waiting to see if the top 3 teams will come in for a little interview here with us here on live streaming, with an all-time race high of 33 viewers watching. Woo!
Yeah, I think it was a pretty good race, and the first time in a commentary booth here. It was pretty fun.
Well, first time commentating. You've been a long-standing friend of the commentary team here, always coming in for interviews during the races as one of the few drivers.
Yeah, I always respect the effort also SSRI put in to make everything like this possible. The streams, the stewarding, all kind of stuff in the race, and to make it as good as possible for everyone. So.
Good thing that you mentioned. We haven't given the stewards a single shout out through the entirety of the race. So a quick shout out to the stewards who have been stewarding this race. I know that our good friends in the stewarding team have had a quite busy day in some regards, and they are still at it as we speak, although they could probably just be playing video games as they sometimes do when there's not much to do in the stewarding room. Go and check, is everything okay? No, we're just finishing the final level. All good banter, but if anyone out there is interested in joining the commentary team or the stewarding team, maybe then take contact to Chris Hill or myself, and we'll try and figure something out and get you involved in the community. As we are a little bit of in a lack of commentators, as you will definitely see during Paul Ricard. But I myself will be returning to sim racing, even though I haven't done a competitive race basically since the last endurance race we did here on the channel a long time ago.
Yeah, I will, like I said, I was on the break as well for racing the last few weeks, like about a month, and I will pick it up very soon again.
Sometimes life just gets in the way, you know.
Sometimes it is, and sometimes it's also motivation. You know, you have to put a lot of time and effort in races like this, and yeah, sometimes you also need a break. Everyone does.
Oh, definitely. Especially those times where you are doing so much practice for races, and then maybe 3 races in a row you get taken out on lap 1, and you're like, why am I even spending my time on this?
Yeah, and it's also part of racing, you know. But yeah, to be competitive, you have to put time in it. Like the Honda, for example, to be this competitive, they spend a lot of time behind the wheel, improving themselves, improving lap times. It's not that easy as it looks from the outside, you know.
Oh, definitely not. Especially going as quick as these guys. I think we're giving it about 2 or 3 minutes more, and if no one have joined us for interviews, then I think we will call it a day here on the YouTube channel. But yeah, looking forward to next round at Paul Ricard. Don't think that you'll be racing yourself, Justin, but if you were racing, what would you be going for setup-wise at Paul Ricard? Obviously tire conservative, of course, but high or low downforce?
Usually, if I race it, and if I'm gonna race it, it will probably the Merc, or I have to hop in a car. I'm not sure if I will race the Paul Ricard, maybe with the SRH team than it will with the BMW. I don't know the BMW setup-wise, but if I was going for the Mercedes, yeah, it will probably go full wing, or maybe 1 click, or maybe just 2 clicks down on the wing. Sometimes it.
I have a surprise for you, Justin. Here we have the race winner of race 1, and congratulations, Frank Bergkamp, also beating out your teammate for a fastest lap there by the end.
Yeah, hi. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I wasn't really trying too badly for the fastest lap, but we weren't on final warning or anything, so we could just have fun, and it worked out. But yeah, nice race.
Right, but I just casually beat his lap because I was relaxing. Right,
Well, I
right.
think sometimes that's important. If you're too tensed up, forcing the lap maybe doesn't work as much. So being relaxed, I think that's part of, especially for an endurance race like this, important. So you can be consistent. Don't force it too much. And then, of course, as you were talking about, it takes practice. But we're glad it turned out so good for us.
Yeah, especially with the Honda. And speaking of, we did see after the start of the race, you were not anywhere near the Bentley that was leading, but they sort of fell back into you guys, and after you overtook them, you just never looked back.
Yeah, I think our qualifying was a bit worse than expected. We started P4, I think, but Harley overtook 2 people at the start, and then we were right behind the Bentley. But I think in the Bentley it's Timo Karppinen, and he's one of the, if not the fastest people in the Bentley. So Harley was keeping up with him, which was already really good. And then we were already saying, okay, we are quite close on pace. and the other cars might be a bit more diverse in terms of pace. So let's just play the long game and see what happens. And then, yeah, in the end, we were able to overtake the Bentley and hardly really get them. So we never saw them back after that.
Oh, you didn't just overtake the Bentley. You also ended up winning the race by an entire lap to P2.
Yeah.
We don't see that often here on SSRI that people are dominating this much. We have seen it a little bit in the past. Usually also people coming in driving the Honda, to be perfectly honest. But how does that feel, dominating this battle? Did it get a little bit boring near the end, knowing that you were just racing to stay out of trouble?
No, it didn't get boring. I think we wanted the fastest lap, so we had some fun with that. But of course, we didn't expect to be winning by such a big margin when we went in. But I think the Bentley also had a few penalties and P3 So I think compared to the other cars, we really everything went our way. Also, with I must say the blue flags were really good. Like everyone was really kind to us, not holding us up too long. So yeah, everything turned right for us, and not so much for some of the other cars. So I think that combination with our good pace led to the domination. But yeah, let's see if we can keep that up for next one.
Yeah,
It's always good to see a Dutch guy on the first place.
Yeah.
We actually prepared a song for that. Chris, can you find the song that we put in the broadcast chat earlier? It's perfect for this.
No.
No, but that's one of the things that we talked about in the race, Justin and I. Staying out of trouble, that is so key in endurance racing, and we did see the Bentley especially getting a few penalties later on, and I don't know if they disconnected or just bailed out after they got a drive-through for speeding in the pits, but you guys, you just kept it so clean all race. Is that something that you think about going into the race, that you just want to try and make every overtake as safe as calculated as possible, or is it just come natural to you guys?
Coming in, I think we mostly are afraid if we have any technical issues, so disconnect, or I think Harley's game crashed a few times while he was spectating, so I mean, whenever there's something happening like that, it's a bit stressful. But other than in the race, I think both of us really have, we both have like 1,500, 2,000 hours, in this game. So you get comfortable, and it's not something I consciously think about a lot, but of course you're trying to not do anything crazy, and as I said, this time the back markers were really good. Sometimes maybe a bit too eager to let us by, so that made it then a bit unpredictable, but overall really safe also from the back markers, and that's half of it. I mean, I can drive as safely as I want, but if the other guys are maybe not paying as much attention, it can go wrong as well.
I promise you, this will change for the next race when I get behind the wheel myself. So don't be expecting.
So you expect yourself to be a back marker? Okay.
Oh yes, definitely. Now
But,
I've seen the
do you
pace
guys-
level. So
Do you guys usually drive the Honda?
I think for Harley, it's really his main car, and I'm usually driving Georgia Community League, and then whatever car I pick for that, I tend to use it also if I'm doing endurance. So I picked the Honda in that league for the first time, and then this was my first endurance race with the Honda. But I really like it so far. It's a nice car.
Good, nice to see.
yeah, and speaking of, the next round will be Paul Ricard. Do you think that the Honda will be equally as dominant when we go to France and do the Paul Ricard race as it was here in Spain? Virtual Spain, I should say.
Yeah, I don't know. I think
Well, we hope not.
DOP has been favorable for the Honda. It's not been up to the levels of the Ferrari or the McLaren, I think. But there was a new Bob lap for Catalunya, so it's always hard to say. And I don't have too much experience with the car yet, so I've never driven it at Paul Ricard. Can imagine it might be a bit dangerous in the past right-hander after the straight. So
Only
we'll have
one
to
way
see.
to find out.
Yeah, but I think it has good acceleration, so that's always important going up to the straight. Maybe not as good top speed, for example, like the Bentley or the Mustang. I think the Ferrari also has good top speed there.
Or the BMW. I think it's pretty fast as well there on the straight.
Yeah. So yeah, we have to see.
Not many people in the top of the field, but before we let you go and celebrate your mighty win here, championship aspirations, one win, dominant win early on. Would you call yourselves favorites to win the championship after round 1?
Well, I wouldn't call us favorite yet. I think
will.
we were hoping to fight for the podium, but I don't think like there's also some fast people who didn't race today, I think, in the league. So we have to see how we compare, and also how much we practice. So of course for this race I practice quite a lot. So and that's just needed to be at the front. So if I don't practice as much for the next one, we might be in midfield. Who knows? Yeah.
I actually think we should have a practice ban for the people who are winning.
Okay. Yeah, success ballast. Yeah.
Exactly.
Success ballast. I think the Honda can use some success ballast though, but no, just joking.
Yeah, but thank you for joining us here in the small commentary shed. I have been Oliver Anderson, Mr. One of Oliver. With me in the commentary room here by the end have been Justin de Jong, getting his commentary virginity taken away from him. And behind the cameras for the entirety of the race and qualifying, of course, Grandpa Chris Hill. Remember to give him a good applause and a thank you in the chats when we are done with this. We'll all see you next Tuesday for the Sprint Cup, I believe, here on the YouTube channel. So until then, have a good one. Bye bye. Da, 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 da.